I was born in 1995 in the heart of Tamilnadu, a land that opens its arms to every soul that walks into it. A year later, in 1996, the world gave to...
Gentlemen, may I have your kind attention, please? We're all set to begin our event in the next 2 minutes. In the meantime, we request all our wonderful guests to kindly grab a seat and settle down. We also request you all to kindly put your phones on silent mode. I repeat, ladies and gentlemen, இன்னும் 2 நிமிஷத்துல நம்ம நிகழ்ச்சி ஆரம்பிக்க போறோம். So தயவு செஞ்சு உட்கார்ந்துருங்க and உங்க மொபைல் phones silent modeல போட்டுருங்க. It's a humble request. Thank you.
Leave their mark on my turf. And now, in 2025, for the first time ever, I stand ready to witness and celebrate the Hockey Men's Junior World Cup. But this time, something even more special awaits. In the culturally rich city of Madurai, my younger brother has arrived.
All right, a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, dignitaries, policy makers, sports leaders, athletes, innovators, change makers, press and media, college students, and sport enthusiasts of all ages. I'm Samina. I'm going to be your host for today and mighty excited to welcome you all to the Tamilnadu Sports Conclave 2025. இன்று வருகை தந்திருக்க அனைவருக்கும் என்னோட அன்பான காலை வணக்கம். all of you all to join me in welcoming the distinguished gentleman who has reimagined and redesigned the future of sports in Tamil Nadu and has placed the state firmly on the global sports map. Ladies and gentlemen, can I request everyone to put your hands together and welcome the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Thiru Udhayanidhi Stalin sir, with the loudest round of applause. A leader whose vision and guidance has definitely made Tamil Nadu the sporting hub of the nation. Once again, ellarume onna sendu balatha karagoshathudan avara varaverpom. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us today. As always, an absolute pleasure and privilege. So I'm going to request you to kindly take your seat on the dais, and joining him we have the hockey legend Thiru P.R. Srijesh. A big round of applause for him. A warm welcome to the emerging cricket powerhouse LVG Kamalini. I also request Dr. Atulya Mishra IAS and Thiru Meghnath Reddy IAS to kindly join us on the dais. A very big warm welcome to all of them on the dais. Can we welcome them with a big round of applause, please? Wonderful. Tamil Nadu today stands tall as one of India's most progressive sporting states, not just in participation but in vision, infrastructure and execution. Tamil Nadu has consistently shown the world how sport can be structured, supported and celebrated. Over the last few years, under the incredible leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister Thiru M.K. Stalin sir and the dynamic vision of our Honorable Deputy Chief Minister Thiru Udhayanidhi Stalin sir, our state has hosted and delivered world-class sporting events, including the Chess Olympiad 2022, Men's Asian Hockey Champions Trophy 2023, South Asian Junior Athletic Championship, WTA Tennis 250, India's first ever Formula 4 street night race, FIH Hockey Men's Junior World Cup, ST80 Squash World Cup, to just name a few, positioning Tamil Nadu as a preferred, trusted destination for major sporting events. We came together at the Tamil Nadu Sports Conclave in 2023 to focus on strengthening grassroots pathways, expanding district-level infrastructure, prioritizing athlete welfare, embracing sports, science and technology, and building strong public-private partnerships. And over the last 2 years, all of these conversations, every single conversation has translated into action. And today, ladies and gentlemen, we're all set to build on that momentum. And with that, no matter how much we evolve with technology and innovation, we always remain grounded in our culture and tradition. I'm going to request everyone present here to kindly rise for the invocation song. Can I request everyone to kindly rise for the Tamil Thai Valthu, please?
நீராரும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்து கெழிலொழுகும் சீராரும் வதனமென திகழ்பரத கண்டமிதில் தெக்கணமும் மதிர் சிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிறை நுதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசலை போலனை துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிலமை திறம் வியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Requesting everyone to kindly take their seats. And now to set the context for a get-together and to also formally welcome you all and to present the welcome address, I welcome the Additional Chief Secretary to Government of Tamil Nadu, Youth Welfare and Sports Development Department, Dr. Atulya Mishra, IAS. Can we welcome him with a round of applause, please?
Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, sir, dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, I would like to thank the Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, to guide us through a path which turns out to be quite glorious today. I will not talk about the years and months. In last 15 days, we completed our Junior World Hockey World Cup. Mr. Tayyab Ikram went on record to say it was one of the best organized Junior World Cup ever held. And Chennai turned out to be lucky for Team India. We got a bronze medal, again one of the first in the Junior World Cup. Soon after that, we had the Squash World Cup. Squash World Cup, first time India won the shield, won the trophy. Out of 4 players, 3 players were from Tamil Nadu. Jyotsna, Abhay, Sendil Kumar. We won the world title in Carom. Kirtina, Kazim, Netra, Honorable Chief Minister, sir, gave a total high cash incentive of 1.90 crores to them. In addition to this, we got our 6th award. 6th award, considering and telling that Tamil Nadu is the best state promoting sports in India. This all happened in last 15 days. First and foremost, I would like to welcome our Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, sir. Huge amount of infrastructure is being built in the state. In addition to the mini stadiums and the Water Sports Academy and the BMX and the Boxing Academy, we have built 4 Olympic academies and we are going to build a sports city very soon. Large number of events, they have already been narrated. In addition to the Formula race, Olympic Chess Olympiad, events of surfing, tennis, Khelo India, sailing. For sports persons, 152 crores plus only for the high cash incentive, 109 jobs, emphasis to para sports, our best practice of Tamil Nadu Champion Foundation, a lot of activity. Cricketer who has brought so much of glory to the country, ace wicketkeeper, her highest score, I still remember, is 175 runs. I welcome you for this gathering. I welcome Meghnath Reddy, our young, dynamic lieutenant of the SDAT. Today, a lot of work, they say divinity lies in details. A lot of detailed work has been done by him, which has brought us to this stage. And last but not the least, I just wish to convey that sports today is a very important part of the economy. Today we stand at around 1.1% of economy in the sports sector. It is expected to rise to 2%. World over, it is around 1%. There's a 15% growth in this economy. From $50 million, we are going to go to $130 million. There's a 20% increase in the growth of employment in sports. So when we do sports, when our Honorable Chief Minister emphasizes sports, when our Honorable Deputy Chief Minister leads the sport, we are also leading a very vital aspect of economy. Today is a very important seminar. A lot will be told about the seminar. We are already doing it for the second time. I will rest at this, and I once again welcome our Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, sir, and all the dignitaries, all of you, all the coaches, all the students, SDAT, youngsters, sportspersons, sportswomen, all of you to this particular podium, this particular seminar. Nandri Vanakkam.
Thank you so much, sir, for your warm words of welcome. And as sir pointed out, as far as sports excellence goes, Tamil Nadu isn't just participating, we are definitely leading the charge. And on that note, I'm going to request Dr. Atulya Mishra, sir, to kindly go ahead and do the honor of felicitating our Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Thiru Udhayanidhi Stalin, sir, with a small token of our appreciation for all the support, the guidance that he has given us over the last few years. Thank you so much, sir. Once again, an absolute pleasure and privilege to have you with us on this momentous occasion. May I request the DCM, sir, to kindly go ahead and felicitate the Great Wall of Indian Hockey, Thiru P.R. Srijesh, sir. A big round of applause for him. We also have with us Kamalini, who's had a phenomenal year from being the youngest player who debuted in WPL, winning her debut season, to winning the Under-19 World Championship. She has truly done Tamil Nadu proud. Thank you so much. Requesting everyone to kindly take their seats. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I take great privilege in welcoming the man who stood tall when the pressure was highest, the last line of defense, the heartbeat of Indian hockey, perfectly known as the Great Wall of Indian Hockey. He is somebody who, through his extraordinary contributions to Indian sport, has been recognized with major Dhyan Chand Khel Ratna Award, the Padma Shri Award, the Arjuna Award, and most recently, one of the nation's highest civilian honors, the Padma Bhushan. Without further ado, can we all put our hands together and welcome Thiru P.R. Srijesh to address the gathering, please?
Good morning, Vanakkam, respected DCM sir, and all the dignitaries, all the dash, and my dear friends. Thank you very much for this wonderful platform. Definitely, last week we were here having a wonderful time. Okay, in the Tamil Nadu, but in the sir, Sri, North Indians in Pakambo, Hindi la peswe, upper English la peswe, and a Tamil pesa matena. So, in a Terenja Tamil pesa, sir. Last one week, actually 1 month in Chennai, Madurai, Junior World Cup, Junior World Cup team, the chief coach. One of the best in the best Junior World Cup the last time. Tamil Nadu will conduct another. From the day we landed in Chennai to the accommodation out home, ground facilities out home, even any department, SDAT out home, even volunteers out home, police karangala out home, they supported us like anything. Edu prachane illama or complaint illama or tournament mudikana oru peri vishayam. So that was a fantastic thing, sir. Thank you very much. Adukaprom Madurai or stadium romba commit time kulla ellame finish panni on time la adu ready panni kudukanadum. Adukaprom definitely oru tournament mudichu ellathayum what it says, make everyone happy and send them back home with a smiling face. It's a great thing. Thank you very much for that. I'm a hockey player. I was a hockey player and I'm a hockey coach, so I should say this. Tamil Nadu is doing great job for development of hockey, so I should say this. The topic what I got is like 2036 Olympic Games. 2036 Olympic Games, the investment on students, kids. And another 10 more years, 2036. So Tamil Nadu got a Tamil Nadu schools hockey leagues. Almost 250 schools participate. That's covering almost 6,000 kids. in the place the in 10 years Olympics kaga aganam. So that's one of the best thing what I learned from Tamil Nadu. We are one step ahead of any other state. Second thing, so infrastructure. I mean, recently I heard that, okay, we got at least 5 to 6 AstroTurf, which is really good in condition, international condition. But we need to give opportunity for the players to come and play there. I mean, I know it should be available for anybody so that they can come, they can train, they get the feel of international level of standard ground so that they can perform really well. Aprom, third thing, the coaches, why you people are here. உங்களுக்கு எதுக்கு இங்கே வந்திருக்குன்னா உங்களால் தான் இந்த டேலண்ட்டை ஐடென்டிஃபை பண்ண முடியும். See, I'm a national level coach. ஓகே, இப்போ இந்தியன் கேம்பில் எந்த பிளேஸ் வரை அவங்கள நான் தான் ட்ரெயின் பண்ணலாம். பட் நீங்கள் தான் வில்லேஜிலும் ஸ்கூல்லும் போய் குழந்தைகளை பார்த்து அவங்கள ஐடென்டிஃபை பண்ணி அவங்களுக்கு ட்ரைனிங் கொடுக்கணும். ஸோ யுவர் ஜாப் இஸ் மோஸ்ட் இம்பார்ட்டன்ட். ஸோ தமிழ்நாட்டில் கோச்சிங் டெவலப்மெண்ட் ப்ரோக்ராம்ஸ் கூட நல்லதாக சார் போயிட்டு இருக்கு. தட் இஸ் ஒன் ஆஃப் த கிரேட் திங். அண்ட் மோர் ஓவர் தட் இஸ் லைக் நம்ம வந்து 2036 வந்து ஒரு ஒலிம்பிக்ஸை பார்க்கக்கூடாது. தட் இஸ் டெவலப்மெண்ட் ஆஃப் அவர் கண்ட்ரி. ஏன்னா நம்ம இப்போ வந்து வி ஆர் ஹாஸ்டிங், பட் வி நீட் டு பி what is it? It's a sporting leading nation. So adakaga we just need to work together. All the facilities what we are getting here, we should use it in a proper way, and we need to focus that, okay, we are going to achieve more medals in 2036. That's our target. From there, it should not be our target, that should be a milestone for us. That's all I wanted to say. And thank you very much, DCM sir, all the support what you are providing to us, especially to hockey. And once again, thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Srijay sir, for sharing your wonderful thoughts with us. நான் ரீசெண்டாக ஒரு இடத்துல வந்து ஒரு ஆர்டிக்கல் படித்தேன். ஸ்ரீஜய் சார் தன்னோட முதல் கிட் எப்படி வாங்கினாருன்னா, அவங்க வீட்டில் இருந்த ஒரே மாடை அவங்க அப்பா விற்றாரு. அதுக்கப்புறம் அவருக்கு அவரோட முதல் கிட் வாங்கி தந்தார். யோசிச்சு பாருங்கள், அங்கே ஆரம்பிச்சு டுடே he's one of those international superstars that has like inspired so many. Adu pattama he is the head coach of the men's Indian hockey team, a true inspiration. Idhe madri innum nariya athletes ku oru platform amachu tharano, avangala help pannanum solittu da ippadipatta oru conference STAT நடத்துறாங்க. And mukkiyama இன்னைக்கு they are launching a very very important initiative, the Sports Tamilnadu Athlete Management System, which is a powerful step towards supporting athletes at every stage of their journey. We're going to be bringing together performance tracking, training progress, athlete welfare, all in one unified platform, and it ensures that talent is identified early, guided effectively, and supported consistently. And we're going to be in Tamil Nadu nurturing champions, building a platform where you have a truly holistic, strong, inclusive, and future-ready sports ecosystem. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to welcome DCM sir to do the honor of unveiling and launching the Sports Tamil Nadu Athlete Management System. A very very proud moment for us, a one-of-a-kind initiative that is going to usher in a brand new era. I'm going to request everyone to put your hands together, join us in celebrating this moment. There are going to be hundreds and thousands of athletes that are going to be helped, promoted through this process. What an incredible way of bringing innovation and technology and making it serve such a brilliant purpose. Thank you so much for unveiling our brand new Sports Tamilnadu Athlete Management System. With that, ladies and gentlemen, the moment we've all been waiting for is finally here. Under this leader's guidance, Tamilnadu hasn't just participated in sports, it has pioneered a revolution. His vision has made the state a true hub of sporting excellence. He has shown us what it means when passion, purpose, and progress come together. Without further ado, can we all put our hands together for our Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, Udhayanidhi Stalin, sir? I'm going to request him to kindly address the gathering. A big round of applause for him, please.
Thiru Atulya Mishra, IAS, ACS, Youth Welfare and Sports Development Department, Government of Tamil Nadu. Thiru Megnath Reddy, IAS, Member Secretary of SDAT. Thiru PR Srijish, the legendary Indian hockey player and the coach for the junior Indian men's hockey team. G. Kamalini, eminent player of the Indian women's cricket team. The guest of the dais, experts and coaches and panelists, athletes, SDAT officers and staffs. SDAT hostel Vidudi Manavargal, friends from the sporting fraternity, press and media, Anivarukkum Iniya Kaalai Vanakkam. Good morning to everybody present here. It gives me immense pleasure to launch the Tamilnadu Sports Conclave 2.0 2025, a premier initiative of the Sports Development Authority of Tamil Nadu. I'm also happy to have launched today in front of you the athlete management system at a cost of rupees 5 crores, which was announced in the budget by Honorable Chief Minister. For the first time, we are bringing together training, wellness, performance, and medical insights into a single intelligent digital platform. Today, we have the esteemed guests, the legendary Indian hockey player, Thiru PR Srijish and Kamalini of Indian women's cricket team here amongst us. Thiru Srijish played a crucial role as both the captain and goalkeeper of the Indians men hockey team. Hockey fans fondly call him the great wall of the Indian hockey because of his great goalkeeping skills. With his with his talent, strong leadership, and firmly saves India won the Olympic bronze medal at the Tokyo 2020 and Paris 2024. His style of play and dedication continue to inspire millions of sports lovers across the country. As a coach of Indian junior hockey team, he guided the team win bronze in the recently held Junior Men's Hockey World Cup 2025 in Chennai. We are also delighted to have the most talented women cricketer of our time, Kamalini, on this very stage today. Through her hard work and determination, Kamalini was selected for the Indian under-19 women's team, which went on to win the World Cup later. In the finals, she made both the nation and our Tamil Nadu very proud by emerging as a player of the match. Her journey towards teaches every young athlete that with her hard work, discipline, and good support, big dreams can indeed come true. I thank and wish both Srijesh and Kamalini for the future endeavors a great success. Since 2023, TASCON has emerged as a powerful platform for the exchange of ideas, innovation, and inspiration in our sports development. TASCON focuses on various parameters like grassroots developments, allied performance, science and technology, policy, and partnerships. விளையாட்டுத்துறை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் முக்கியம் வாய்ந்த பல நடவடிக்கைகளை தொடர்ந்து நம்முடைய அரசு, நம்முடைய முதலமைச்சருடைய அறிவுறுத்தல் படி பல்வேறு நடவடிக்கைகளை தொடர்ந்து எடுத்து வருகின்றோம். We are proud to note the Chief Minister's Trophy Tournament has emerged as the Tamil Nadu's Olympics. Our Honorable Chief Minister allocated rupees 35 crores just prize money, and about 15 lakh participants took part in the CM Trophy Tournament last year. CM Trophy Tournament மூலமாக கிராமப்புறங்களில் உள்ள விளையாட்டுத்துறை திறமையாளர்கள், முக்கியமாக மாற்றுத்திறன் வீரர்கள், அவர்களையும் நாம் தொடர்ந்து அடையாளம் கண்டுபிடிச்சு வருகின்றோம். To establish sporting infrastructure across the state. We are constructing the Chief Minister mini stadium in all the constituencies of the state, each at a cost of rupees 3 crores, with minimum 5 sporting facilities. After our government assumed office in 2021, Tamil Nadu has been hosting several national and international events. Recently, we have hosted the Men's Junior Hockey World Cup in Chennai and in Madurai. Likewise, we conducted the SDAT Squash World Cup in Chennai, where India emerged as the champions. எப்படி சர்வதேச போட்டிகளை தமிழ்நாட்டில் வெற்றிகரமாக நடத்தி வருகின்றோமோ அதே மாதிரி பல சர்வதேச போட்டிகளில் இன்னைக்கு தமிழ்நாட்டு வீரர்களும் வீராங்கனைகளும் தொடர்ந்து வெற்றிகளை குவிச்சிட்டு வராங்க, சாதனைகளை படைச்சிட்டு வராங்க. நேற்றைக்கு ஸ்குவாஷ் வேர்ல்ட் கப்பில் வெற்றி பெற்ற இந்திய அணி வெற்றி பெற்ற வீரர்கள் 4 பேரில் 3 பேர் நம்முடைய தமிழ்நாட்டை சார்ந்தவங்க. அவங்க அத்தனை பேரையும் உடனடியாக முதலமைச்சர்கள் அழைத்து பாராட்டியிருக்கிறாங்க. அதே போல் உலகக்கோப்பை கேரம் போட்டியில் சென்னையைச் சேர்ந்த தங்கைகள் கீர்த்தனா, காசிமா, மித்ரா ஆகியோர் தொடர்ந்து பதக்கங்களை பெற்றிருக்கிறாங்க, சாதனைகள் படைச்சிருக்கிறாங்க. We are providing financial assistance to players through Tamilnadu Champions Foundation even before they are participating in major events. We also encourage them with high cash incentives after they win the medals. அதே போல் விளையாட்டுத் துறையில் சிறந்து விளங்குகின்ற விளையாட்டு வீரர்களுக்கு ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ் கோட்டாவில் 3% இடஒதுக்கீட்டின் மூலம் உடனடியாக அரசு வேலைகளையும் எவ்வளோ சீக்கிரம் முடியுமோ கொடுக்குறோம். Last year, we gave more than 100 jobs to the sports persons in Tamil Nadu for the first time in the history of Tamil Nadu. This year as well, our Chief Minister has given us a target of minimum 100 athletes, including 25 para-athletes to be given government jobs this year. The initiatives taken by the government are receiving recognition from various quarters. I'm proud to share that last week, our department received 2 back-to-back awards. One of it was CIA's Best Sports Award 2025, where our state, Tamil Nadu, received the Best State Promoting Sports Development Award. Recently, 3 days back, FICCI has also honored SDAT with a special recognition award in the Turf 2025 Sports Award function. I would like to highlight that in the last 3 years, our sports department bagged 6 awards for its performance in sports development. இது வெறும் நம்முடைய துறைக்கு விளையாட்டு துறைக்கு கிடைக்கின்ற ஒரு அவார்டாக விருதாக மட்டும் நாங்கள் நினைக்கவில்லை. நம்முடைய மாநிலத்திலிருந்து செயல்படுகின்ற தொடர்ந்து சாதனைகள் படைக்கின்ற விளையாட்டு வீரர்களுக்கு கிடைக்கின்ற ஒரு அங்கீகாரமாக தான் நாங்கள் இந்த விருதுகளை பார்க்கின்றோம். ஆகவே அதன் தொடர்ச்சியாகத்தான் இந்த கருத்தரங்கை 2வது வருடமாக தொடர்ந்து நடத்தி வருகின்றோம். Over the next 2 days, participants will engage in thought-provoking panel discussions and keynote sessions led by some of the finest minds in the sporting world. I'm especially pleased to see focused discussions on women in sports, para-sports, athlete safety, and sports psychology. The government of Tamil Nadu remains fully committed to strengthening sports infrastructure, scientific support systems, coaching excellence, and policy framework. We strongly believe that progress in sports is never achieved alone. It's going to be a team effort. TASCON is a platform where ideas turn into action and vision turns into reality. I urge all the participants to make the most of these 2 days, learn openly, network meaningfully, and return with renewed purpose. Together, let us ensure that Tamil Nadu produces champions and builds a sustaining sporting culture. I wish TASCON 2025 a very grand success. Thank you. Nandri. Vanakkam.
Thank you so much, sir, for your presidential address. A big round of applause for him. And on behalf of the entire Tamil Nadu sporting fraternity, we'd like to extend our heartfelt gratitude and appreciation to you, sir, for all that you've done for us. And on that note, I'd like to welcome the Member Secretary, Sports Development Authority of Tamil Nadu, Thiru J. Meghnad Reddy, IAS, to present the closing remarks.
அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். At the outset, I would like to thank and place on record my gratitude to Honorable Deputy Chief Minister Thiru Udhayanidhi Avargal for gracing this opening session of TASCON 2.0 2025. Sir, in fact, I remember your question during the pre-budget session as to why we took a gap of 1 year for TaskOn. It was your prodding question that ensured that we brought back TaskOn 2.0 this year from TaskOn 1.0 in 2023. Thank you very much, sir. And also, I would call this a very historic day for SDAT. In particular, what we have launched today, the athlete management system, will be the biggest turning point that SDAT has seen in the last 1 decade, without doubt. We are probably the first state in the country to be launching its own digital athlete management system, which will track each and every athlete that we train, and which will give the coaches a big digital tool towards sporting excellence. Thank you very much, sir. I place on record my gratitude to Thiru Srijesh, legendary hockey player and coach. Srijesh, I was one of those rare lucky guys to have witnessed your exploits at Asian Champions Trophy 2023, Paris bronze medal, as well as being a coach winning bronze medal at Chennai recently. I must place on record my deep gratitude on behalf of SDAT for immediately accepting the invitation. Your presence is an inspiration to all the coaches here. Cricketing sensation, Tamilnadu, you're a run machine now, chasing records after records. All we wish is that your glory should continue and you should keep achieving more and more. And many congratulations on the maiden Sri Lanka call-up. It's a huge call. Many congratulations. My sincere thanks to Thiru Atulya Mishra IAS, our Additional Chief Secretary. Sir, thank you for your constant guidance and insights for making TaskOn 2.0 a reality. I place on record my thanks to partners KPMG, Sri Ramchandra Institute of Sports Science, Ortho One, for their invaluable contribution. I place on record my thanks to and welcome all the wonderful panelists and speakers from across the country. Thank you so much for being part of this conference. It truly means a lot to all of us. I also thank the incredible team at SDAT head office for putting together this fantastic conference. As people say, how can a SDAT keep doing so many events and so many things, without a break? The answer is the fantastic team, a small but beautiful team that we have at SDAT head office. I thank each one of them for doing this. It's not easy to be hosting 2 World Cups in the same city at the parallel time, and only probably Chennai and Tamilnadu could do it. So the credit goes to the SDAT team. Thank you very much. And Honorable Deputy CM Sir's vision in conducting this TaskOn 2.0 was simple: to ensure that the most important people in SDAT's system, which is our coaches and our sports persons, our entire rung of sports administrators, from RSMs to DSOs to coaches, that they should benefit from this conference. So to all the coaches and sports persons who are here today, this conference is for you, for your benefit, because only when it is you who carries our dreams into reality. So a big welcome to all of you. And to all the legendary players who are here, particularly Anupama, foreign coaches, expert coaches, everyone, a big welcome to you. It's a pleasure having you here. And I thank the media for their incredible support. And most importantly, as we close this opening session, I look forward to 2 days of discussions, deliberations, ideas, and actionable points, which will push SDAT's slogan, Grassroots to Glory, towards sporting global excellence. Thank you very much, and looking forward to a fantastic 2-day TaskOn 2.0. Nandri.
Thank you so much, sir, for presenting the closing remarks. Once again, a big round of applause for all the dignitaries on the dais. With that, we have officially inaugurated TaskOn 2025. Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, reminding you all that we have an amazing, engaging panel discussions lined up for you. Once again, our heartfelt gratitude and appreciation to DCM sir. Thank you so much for being here with us. Thank you, Srijesh sir, and thank you, Kamalini, and wishing you all the very best for your India debut. Do us all proud, like you always do. Thank you, Dr. Atulya Mishra sir and Meghnad Reddy sir. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm going to request everyone to remain seated. Please, kindly remain seated and make way for our dignitaries to step outside. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to the Tamilnadu Sports Conclave 2.0. We're all set to begin with our first session, but we're going to take a quick 10-minute break. We're going to break for tea and coffee for the next 10 minutes. And then we shall begin our first session. Our first panel discussion is all about coaching young athletes, motivation, mechanism, and mindset. And I'm going to request you all to kindly come back to the event hall in the next 10 minutes as we gear up for our first panel discussion of TASCON 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your kind attention, please? We're all set to begin with our first panel discussion. Can I request everyone to kindly grab a seat and settle down? I repeat, ladies and gentlemen, we're all set to kickstart our first panel discussion of TaskOn 2025, requesting all of you all to quickly grab a seat and settle down. Also reminding you all to put your mobile phones on silent mode. Thank you. One final time, requesting everyone to join us inside the event hall and also settle down. Nariya per inno vele ninnitrikkinga. It's a humble request. We want to stick to our timelines. We have lots of engaging, interactive, thought-provoking sessions lined up for you. Our first session will be focused on coaching and high peer performance ecology. So requesting all of you all to kindly join us inside the event hall and requesting all of you all to settle down. All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to the Tamilnadu Sports Conclave 2025. Our first session will be focused on coaching and high performance ecology. Our first panel discussion will be all about coaching young athletes, motivation, mechanism, and mindset. To moderate this session, we have with us the Additional Chief Secretary to the Government of Tamil Nadu, Youth Welfare and Sports Development Department. Can we all put our hands together and welcome Dr. Atulya Mishra, IAS. Thank you, sir, for joining us on the dais, and he's going to be moderating this session. And joining us as the panel discussion members, we have with us Mr. Sanjay Sundaram, STAT tennis expert coach. A big round of applause for this wonderful gentleman. We also have with us Mr. Alan Soiza, STAT foreign squash coach. A big round of applause for him as he joins us on the dais. And last but not least, we have Mr. S. Raman, STAT table tennis expert coach. A round of applause for him as well. All right, with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's begin with our first panel discussion. I'm going to request Dr. Atulya Mishra, IAS, to kindly take over.
So once again, welcome to all of you. Before I introduce the panel, I must say this is a very important seminar. Sports science has taken a paramount status in the canvas of sports. We are now living in a world where medals are won by nanoseconds, by camera finish. And in this world, sports science is an input which cannot be ignored. So whether it is sport physiology, nutrition, psychology, analytics, artificial intelligence, all these inputs become very important. You must be remembering a case where We lost a gold medal in, or at least a silver medal in Olympics, Paris Olympics, just because one of our wrestler did not get a proper nutrition advice. There has been sports injuries which have brought down our teams, brought down our sportsmen. And there have also been large number of success stories of quickly rehabilitating an athlete back to the sports field. Last time in the same seminar, Sharat Kamal had mentioned about his sports injury and how a good treatment was able to bring him back and we could have our legend between us. So sports science, sport physiology, knowing the right kind of nutrition, knowing the right kind of psychology. I had gone for the Commonwealth game when our ace Gopi used to play. And between the games, he used to meditate. So in those days, meditation and, looking inwards were little less known in sports. But now there is a trend that between your games, you have to sit quiet, imagine your game. A lot of psychological inputs are required to go ahead and win the next game. Today I have very illustrious gentlemen. Sanjay Sundaram, as you know, he is one of our foreign coach in SDAT, one of the very accomplished tennis player and a tennis coach. Today, a large number of our tennis young men and women are getting trained under him. We have set a center of excellence in SDAT in Nungambakam Stadium, which he is managing. And soon you will see the results of his training. Alan Soiza, Malaysia, he has already proved his mettle. He is also one of our foreign coaches. SDAT has engaged him. India winning the Squash World Cup is not a simple, not a normal event. The best we were able to do was being a second runners-up or a runners-up. But this time we won the game and we won it in a very convincing manner. This kind of conviction, this kind of psychological, psychological winning, that we can win and we can win convincingly, we can win aggressively. I think Alan has a major role to play in that. He is also a very good player. He has won the Bangladesh Open Championship and he is coaching a large number of squash players who are going to be the icons of tomorrow. Mr. Raman, he needs no introduction. Commonwealth gold medalist, national champion multiple times. I think he is coaching the Indian team for TT and he is our SDAT expert coach. So a large number of TT players are being trained by him, groomed by him, and Tamilnadu has certainly come up as a center of gravity in table tennis because of people like Mr. Raman. The topic of today, coaching young athletes, motivation, mechanism and mindset. All of you know we have to catch them young. We have to bring our athletes when they are in younger ages. In Olympics, in Paris, the Olympian gold medals start from 11 years of age. So now you can imagine how young you have to catch them. With sports like skateboarding, sports like gymnastics, sports like artistic gymnastics, trampoline, breakdancing, we require younger people to get into sports. We have to motivate them, catch them young, create mechanism by which they can be trained young and their mindset can be to win and not look at their age. Whether they are young or old, they need to win. So coaching young athletes is a very, very important aspect of sports. It requires a lot of motivation. There has to be mechanism to coach them. There should be backup of the sports science. A lot of psychological input has to go into them. And in our society, in Indian society, motivating people to come and play, bringing them out of classes is a very important aspect of motivation. So I would like to first request the panelists to slightly tell about their journey, because many of my spectators may not be knowing about your sporting and coaching journey. Tell about your journey, and then tell how you are motivating younger children, motivating the young talents, and what kind of mechanism is being followed. Soon after the first round, we will go for a question and answer round. Thank you. I'll start with you.
Thank you, Dr. Mishra. My journey into tennis started in the year 1975, and it started quite late. I first started held a tennis racket only at the age of 18, because I was very keen to represent Delhi University in their tennis team. In about 1.5 years, after first holding the racket, I did manage to make it to the team, and the kind of work that I put in those 1.5 years was very hectic. To be able to catch up with all those players who have been playing for at least 10 years before me, to make it to the team and play in both the North Zone and the All India Inter-Varsity Championships. I managed to do it for 2 years, and I thought that's the end of my tennis career. I got a job in the shipping industry and started working in Mumbai. But soon I realized that I can't be too far away from the court, and decided to choose on a career which gave me a good balance between work and sport. And I was fortunate enough to be selected as an officer in the Indian Air Force, where I spent 11 years. And it was definitely a good balance, because they gave me the opportunity to train and play, to be the #1 player in the Air Force, to be the #1 player in the services, and to represent the services tennis team for 10 years in the national championships. After spending 11 years in the Air Force, I decided to take premature retirement and get into the field of tennis coaching and administration. And that took me first to the Britannia Amritraj tennis scheme in Chennai, where I worked for about 2.5 years, and then for 6 years as Director of Junior Development in Malaysia. And since 2001, I've been living in the US, basically working as a Director for elite programs both in New York City and New Jersey. I was very fortunate that I got the opportunity to come to work here at SDAT as the high performance coach. And it's been a great experience to train all these kids, not only from Chennai, but from small towns, and all the enthusiasm that they show. And I just want to share my knowledge and experience with them. So far we've been doing well, but still have a long way to go to catch up internationally.
Hi. I'm Alan Soiza. I'm Malaysian, but Chennai is now my second home. Okay, I started off as a squash player in 1992. Late bloomer, late starter. Was called up to the national team for the 1998 Commonwealth Games, where squash was held for the first time ever. So my playing career was actually very short. I didn't like playing too much, but I enjoyed helping younger athletes come through the system, and that's why I became a coach. Now, having been a coach for 30 over years, there is a system. I believe there is a system that we need to have for us to be very successful. And today's topic is a very, very interesting and very personal to me, because systems need to be in place. As a coach, I started off as a state coach in a little state in Malaysia called Penang, very well known for its food, also very well known for the little India that we have, which we hold the biggest Thaipusam festival every year. So from there, I moved on to the national setup, being in Penang for I think 7-8 years. We were the only state, like Tamilnadu, we were the only state that was outperforming the national team actually. Our state outperformed the national team. So then I was called on to do national service. I spent 7 years in Malaysia as the director of coaching. At the end of my tenure, we won like 12 Asian Games gold medals, two Commonwealth Games gold medals, 2 World Junior Champions, multiple Asian Junior Champions, and so on. My next destination was Singapore, the neighboring country, who was in the 80s the number 2 nation in Asia for squash. But since then, they've fallen way down the ladder. Spent 3 years there as their technical director, getting Singapore back up to a level where they were comfortable with, and then moving on. Took a 2-year sabbatical, no, actually a 3-year sabbatical because of COVID, doing my own coaching before I got called to come to Chennai to work as the high performance coach for SDAT. It's been 1 year since I've been here, and I've enjoyed my 1 year thoroughly, working with all the Tamilnadu players. And as we can see, sometimes it's not what you know, it's also how you do things. And so far, I seem to be the lucky charm for Indian squash, because we won 3 gold medals at the Asian Doubles Championship, which was a clean sweep. No nation has done that. And this time, with the World Cup, the first time India has lifted that trophy. So I have a lot to share. So let's move on to the next panel, and we'll come back to me.
I'm Raman. Very good morning to you all. I started my journey as a table tennis player way back in my schooling days when I was 13, 12 and a half, 13 around. Pretty late to start with, but being a twin, I was a born left-hander, so that paved the way to, come up the rungs quite early, I must say, for having started so late. So I started playing for India by the age of 19, and then played for India for almost over 1.5 decades. Went on to win first ever Commonwealth doubles gold medal for the country. Became the first Tamilnadu Olympian. But what interested me most when I was, so to speak, hanging my boot was my interest in coaching and teaching. And I think my mother inspired me a lot. She was a teacher by herself. So she inspired me to, draw this wealth of coaching and teaching. And for the last 1.5 decades, I've been a full-time coach running my high-performance center. As they say, it takes 2 hands to make a noise. I've been fortunate to have some wonderful talents coming along my way, and I've been able to produce multiple Olympians, Arjuna awardees, Commonwealth medalists, Asian medalists, and so on and so forth. And hence, government recognized me with the Dignitary award. So I'm humbled to say that I'm the first and only ever Arjuna and Dignitary recipient in table tennis. Now, from my coaching perspective, I have seen that, players are doing very well, exceptionally well. It all requires commitment to the work that you're doing. I have also served as Chief National Coach for the Indian team at the Commonwealth Games, the last edition. I've coached the likes of Sharat Kamal, Satyan, to win the best haul of medals in the Commonwealth Games. I've also been the chief coach when India beat Germany, a formidable table tennis nation, which went on to win the silver medal at the World Championships when we beat Germany in the group stages. But we ran into tough luck in the knockout stage when we had to play China, and there was a very formidable team to beat. So we lost out in the round of 16. And they're also the Olympic silver medalist team. So I have had some good, as one of our panelists said, charm and luck going my way. And of course, the players have been very supportive in hearing out and doing what they need to do. And that's been my journey as a player and then as a coach. And I would like to continue in this journey in being a coach and serving the state and the country. I'm honored to be part of the expert panel of coaches. I thank the government of Tamil Nadu. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen, for although most of us who are sports lovers know you, but this insight was very significant. The three areas of coaching young athletes: motivation, mechanism, and mindset. So we will have one query on each: motivation, mechanism, and mindset, and you can build on that query, build around that query, and through your experience and through your journey, you can tell how best this could be useful for this seminar. Motivation. In Indian context, it is very difficult to find time for sports and space for sports in our schooling system. How do we motivate a child who has come to a sports field or to your academy to remain in the sport? Because there is academic pressure. People still feel that sports alone will not take them along. And as sports are getting very, very strategic and very competitive, how do you keep them motivated to remain in the area of sports, to come back to the court every day? So this is my first question. I wish all of you could answer in your own way, because you must have experienced very good players, a very good raw material, not convinced enough, or their parents not being convinced enough, or their peer group not being convinced enough to provide so much of time and energy for sports.
So I think the most important thing for a player who comes into coaching or high-level, high-performance coaching program is they should genuinely enjoy playing. If you look at all the top tennis players, people like Novak Djokovic or Roger Federer, Rafael Nadal, they've gone on to win more than 20 Grand Slam titles. They could have stopped with one. And if you see Novak now, he's won 24 Grand Slam titles, has had a whole history, a lot of injuries, but he's still there, trying to do his best against younger talents like Alcaraz and Sinner. And the only reason he's playing is because he genuinely likes to play and he genuinely likes to compete. So that would be the starting point. You have to make sure that the trainee who comes into your program enjoys the sport. It shouldn't be a burden. The sport should be something like his friend, a companion, whom they can carry along with them for the rest of their lives. I mean, we're not sure how far they're going to go. Some of them could just be state champions. Some could win the nationals. Others could go on and maybe even win a Grand Slam title. That we have to find out as time goes by. But the most important thing is they should enjoy the game. And secondly, they should enjoy competing. I've come across a lot of talented young kids who like to play, but they can't compete. And competition becomes a burden for them because there's a lot of pressure, peer pressure, parental pressure, pressure from society, and they tend to walk away from the sport just because they can't handle it. I mean, even at the highest level, you see where mindset plays a huge role. So it's very important right from a young age that they enjoy competition and treat it as a way of growth. So like in our center at the tennis stadium in Nugambakam, we have young kids who have a long way to go. So when I speak to them, we don't talk so much about winning and losing because losing has its own stigma. So I try and tell them that everything is learning. If you win and you learn from it, if you lose a match and the score goes against you, you learn from it. That would be the first way to make sure they stay motivated. In a larger perspective, I think goal setting is very useful in motivation. And I would say the ultimate goal setter, just to give you an example, would be someone like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Schwarzenegger is 78 years old, and in this span of 78 years, he set himself 3 goals in 3 different careers and came out on top in all of them. The story goes that when he was young and walking in his small town in Austria, he went past a bookstore and saw a picture of the then Mr. Olympia, Reg Park, the usual with all the muscle like that, because I'm not a good candidate to display muscles, but I'm sure you can imagine the whole body with muscles bulging out, and Schwarzenegger says to himself, this is the man I want to be. And according to him, that gave him a lot of clarity of thought, because he was very sure that what he wanted to do, and his whole life revolved around getting to his destination. There was no confusion, there were no distractions. He just put himself in that path, and although Reg Park, his idol, was Mr. Olympia only 3 times, Schwarzenegger went on to win this title 7 times and 6 times in a row. Later, he decided to move to Hollywood in the US. In spite of not speaking English properly, he became a legend action hero with his famous movie Terminator. And finally, he decided to join politics and ended up being the governor of California. The point I'm making is goal setting is very important. If you get a kid into the program and they don't know where they're going, they'll probably drop out. So if someone comes to my program, let's say I have a 12-year-old, and she's right now in the top 10 in the country. And I set a goal. I set a goal that, okay, by the age of 15, we'll try and make you top 10 in the under 18. By the age of 16, you should be the national champion in the under 18. By the age of 18, you could be a Grand Slam singles winner. But the second thing is, I got to explain to her in detail what is the price that she has to pay to get to the target. And price I mean by effort. And always when I speak to these kids, I tell them that, listen, if you're going to have like 2 lakh rupees in your pocket and you're going to walk into an automobile showroom and you expect to drive out with a Ferrari, it's not going to happen. At best, you may probably end up driving out with a Tata Nano. So they have to be clear in what is the price to be paid to get there. You have benchmarks along the way. And then, of course, I'm sure it's not going to be a bed of roses. Everyone's journey has its ups and downs. But as long as, like Schwarzenegger, they have clarity of thought, they know where they're going, it will be a good way to keep them motivated to stay in the system and ultimately, attain their potential, and in some cases, even go past their potential.
All right. I think Sanjay has covered a lot of parts on motivation. But when we deal with young athletes, it's the simple things that keep them coming back. And I think he touched on it. Make it fun. What is fun? Fun can be different for everybody, but over my 30 years, no kid who picks up a sport wants to be known as a loser. Everybody wants to win. So to keep them motivated, you must find different ways of showing them small achievements. Okay? For me, personally, I use the record. We have a whiteboard or a notice board where we put weekly runs on there. Okay, we put a weekly run. So if every week you are improving, a kid can see that. They are happy. They want to come back. And sometimes over a span of a few months, they develop some sort of rivalry with their friends. I want to run faster than you. So that's one of the ways they get motivated to do better. Right? So that's motivation in a simple way. We don't talk about the big goals yet. We just want to get them coming over and over again. Now, as they get better, and we're still talking about young kids, I'm not going to go past the age of, let's say, the highest, we talk about 17-year-old kids, right? And I still call them kids. They need simple things. The more simple it is, the easier it is for them to understand and to go forward. So small goals, I beat this person, I got a game off this person, I got 1 point, I scored 1 goal. I've never scored a goal, but I scored 1 goal. Trying something new and being able to do it, that's all small motivations for them, to keep them motivated, right? For coaches, I think that's the other part. How do we keep you motivated so that you can keep on motivating these kids? Because I know how hard it is. It is absolutely difficult for coaches, to come every day and see sometimes no improvement or very little progress, but we still need to motivate these kids to make them try harder, right? So we have to look at ourselves as well. What drives us? Okay, I have I do one thing when I wake up in the morning and I'm feeling really bad, nothing's been going my way for the past week, been hell at the training ground, home, kids driving me up the wall. So what do? I wake up every morning, I don't feel it, I say I'm gonna just fake it. We have to fake it first. To keep our athletes motivated, we have to fake it. 1. Number 2, motivation also comes with what I call setting standards in your training sessions, in your training environment. If we do not set a certain standards of expectation, we may not get the kids motivated. We need to challenge everybody. So again, it comes back to a system. I said earlier, what kind of system do you have? You will need to have multiple systems for a group of athletes. If I get 20 kids, 1 goal, right? They will all be different. There will be 4 or 5 of them who will be highly driven. Everything is too easy for them. They want to be challenged. You will have another extreme where they come, they are really good, but they are so timid. They're so scared. You need to find a way to get them to showcase and get them moving forward. So you would have to need a system, which one is for which, right? And you got the general kids. Then we have to look at parents. Without parents, if you're talking about under 17, parents play a big role. In fact, it's a bit of a culture shock for me on how big a role parents play right up to the age of 25 here, right? In Malaysia, by the time you are 18, you are an adult, you decide what you want to do. But here, up to 20-something, parents still have a big say in what an adult does. So we need to try to get the parents motivated. We need to get the parents to see what can be done. How does the sport help them, right? I think Sanjay and me, we have a very big benefit of Ivy League in US. Because squash is played in the Ivy League, so we get a lot of players trying to play squash in the juniors to get their ticket to the Ivy League in US. And that helps parents stay motivated. Okay, but we do need to taper what is motivation and drive against unrealistic expectations from parents. So this motivation thing comes in multiple facets, and we need to understand how do we deal with the multiple facets and different levels. Okay, so at the youngest level with the athletes, it's easy, it's fun. You got to make it fun, you got to make it challenging, you got to make it, get them to see small improvements. You're fine, right? It's when you get to the first competitive level, and like Sanjay said, they must relish challenges. They must love competition. If they love competition, you've got that group of kids that will go a lot longer, a lot further, right? Those who don't love competition, then we will have to look at a different way of handling it, and you'll have a group of kids, which will form the biggest number of your training squad, the 70% of them that are there. They will love competition, but will they pay the price? Will they do the work? Right? So then that motivation is to get them to do the work that is required to achieve goals. Again, the best players that I've coached do not necessarily have the best skills. What do they have? they have the best mindset. So we are looking to motivate athletes at a young age to have the correct mindset for elite performances. There's no elite athlete up to the age of, we don't call a 7-year-old an elite athlete. We don't call a 9-year-old or even a 15-year-old an elite athlete. Okay? They are not elite athletes. They are far from the finished product. But they can have an elite athlete's mindset. And I think that is something very important for us coaches to try to instill at a very young age. Elite athlete mindset. All right? The discipline, the focus, the drive that they need to go further. All right? I'll pass over to Raman.
Before I dive into answering this question, Sir was asking about how do we keep players interested and motivated in the sport and help them continue in the sport. So let me, dive into the shoes of all the SDAT coaches here, who are doing a wonderful job in their own districts. First of all, we need to understand that many of us, like me, like my protege Satyan, anybody would have picked up the sport primarily for two reasons. One, their parent would have pushed them because they have a lot of energy and they're being very naughty at home and they want to probably, put them in some sport. And so they pick up the sport that is accessible. Like Satyan picked up table tennis because it was accessible. From his house, there was a coaching program held in Vaishnava College. He went in there. I picked up the sport because in our school, I studied in a Christian institution, Santhom High Secondary School, where the visionary principal made it mandatory for every student to pick up a sport. And being a twin, I was very thin. And I'm not joking here. I picked up table tennis because it was played by a celluloid ball back then, and now it's a plastic ball, played by a 2.5 gram ball. I didn't want to get into cricket. I didn't want to get into basketball. I was really bony and thinny. And that's how, by accident, I got into that sport. But the fact is, once I got in, I got so interested. My first love became table tennis. I would write board exams and then go play in the school table tennis hall for 1.5 hours, sweat it out, and then I would take up the next day exam without having to sleep through the night. That's because I would just study just for exams. My passion was sport and sport of table tennis alone. And it remains so even today. So for all the SDAD coaches, they need to ensure that when the parent puts their child into coaching or when the child comes for playing, they keep kindling this passion. They keep kindling this interest. That interest has to be around the sport and in the sport. So the coaches, as Mr. Allen said, have to be motivated, have a fake motivation to motivate kids. They also need to bring interesting ideas on sessions where it will be very interesting for them to do something around the sport and in the sport. It can be learning a particular skill. It can be hitting a very, shot of the day kind of shots. You could do this exercise for 10 minutes, 15 minutes. You can plan it out, but it's very important that you allow them to exhibit, you allow them to be free, let free, without any boundaries of these court markings, and let them play and have fun. And that's very important to sustain their interest and passion in the sport. We talked about, keeping the fun alive. To keep the fun alive, you need to do some activity. And today, with all the technology available, you can do so many activities, engaging them in many different ways. And you need to, just go and pick them. And I would say, keeping their interest alive, their passion alive is very important. Because many would have come to the sport by accident, but They would be drawn to the sport by the program that you're giving in, by the interest that you are developing in that child. Results are going to drive them, but everybody wouldn't be able to get the desired results from an early age. Some might be late bloomers, but what will keep them in the sport, as Sarah was asking, is keeping their interest alive. And to keep the interest alive, I think we need to find multiple ways to interest them to play around the game and in the game. And that would be my first thought in this. The second would be is, of course, competition is important, performance is important. And today's kids, we were also kids in our days, we always want validation. But in today's world, I can tell you, we deal with our own children, a lot of kids in the center. Validation is very critical. But it's important that coaches moderate those validation. It's important to give validation, but please moderate those validation when you appreciate them. And even more moderate when you are going to be critical in your viewpoints. Because today's kids don't take the way that our generation took. Primarily because of the exposure, their social exposure, their peer pressure, their exposure to this world of technology is very high. They are very sharp kids, but they are very mindful kids. So you need to give a good round dose of validation and a tinge of some critical areas they need to be working on. Gone are the days that I would listen to my coach for 15 minutes standing on the playing hall. On a lighter note, I don't mind sharing this. My own son, when he was growing up at 15, he would say, "Appa, I love what you're doing. I really respect what you're doing, but keep your ideas or keep your suggestions, keep your critical comments for 60 seconds. Today's kids are only able to listen in for those 60 seconds or even lesser. It's like an Insta reel almost. So coaches need to be mindful of not giving long lectures because one, the kids are very sharp. They are much sharper than us when we were at their age because of their exposure. So we need to keep it very short and very crisp and give them good dose of validation with a little small dose of critical elements that they need to also sink in. So that would be the second thing. If coaches can take that, because you talk to them for more than 1 minute, their mind is gone. They're very attentive, but not for long.
We are getting into the in front of you, and certainly people would like to know something from you. Mechanism, mindset, and mentorship. These were the three broad areas we had to talk about. A lot of sports science has come in. Many of you have, all of you have spent your entire life in the sport. First as a sports person, then being coached by somebody else, then taking a role of being a coach. Many of you also are doing some sports administration. So you know your sports in and out. Now, 2-3 things. One is you may be finding that some child has a potential, but there is a psychological input which is needed. So what kind of experience you had with regards to sports psychology? Do you always do it yourself or do you ask for expert help in that particular area? What are your success stories in sports rehabilitation from your experience? And how much role sports nutrition is playing in today's competitive world? These are the three areas where I would like your personal experience and personal insight. Maybe you can take a case study if you wish, 2 to 2.5 minutes each one of you. And the last point, you people are also, ultimately a sports person is a human being. A young child comes to you, you groom him, and first time he outbeats you. What do you feel at that time? Because this is a psychological aspect. You bring a child he's no voice to sport, and within few months, the child is able to beat you. So what do you feel at that moment? So these are 3-4 points I would like you to maybe 2.5 minutes each. You can take a case study if you wish. Thank you.
So, firstly, let me address mindset. Being involved in high-performance coaching, mindset is everything. We hear a lot of elite sports persons, elite coaches, and expert sport commentators saying that it's all between the ears. I mean, not here, but in. So why do they make that statement? And there is a reason for that. So let me just quickly take two quick examples to explain it. First of all, I'll talk about a tennis player by the name Alexander Zverev. Just about a month back, they had the ATP Tour Championships, which Yannick Sinner won. And at the end of the championship, Jim Courier, who was a 4-time Grand Slam champion, made a statement that Zverev will never win a Grand Slam. And the reason he says is, he has the skill, he has the fitness, but he backs down when it comes to crunch time. He just doesn't have the mental fortitude to be able to go for it and cross the finish line. So this is one end of the spectrum where you have a player who plays with fear, who plays without self-belief, who plays without confidence. Let's go to the other end. And I'd like to give you a quick example about India's former attacking opening batsman Virender Sehwag. When Sehwag burst into the scene, most people felt that he'd probably get a couple of hundreds at the most. Nobody even thought that he's going to get a triple century. But in 2004, during a tour of Pakistan, Sehwag in Multan, Sehwag was already reached about 295, 296. And at that point of time, most batsmen would nervously scramble and take a few singles to get to 300 because it would have been a historic achievement as no other Indian batsman had ever reached triple figures. But not Virender Sehwag. Saqlain Mushtaq, the Pakistan off-spinner, came up to bowl. The wicketkeeper was right behind the stumps. Sehwag steps out of the crease and clobbers that ball over long on when there is a fielder stationed there. So here you see a player, fearless, audacious, believes in himself, trusts his ability, completely opposite of Zverev. So why is there a difference? So this is the thing that we need to focus on, because in high performance, you can have the best skill, you can have the best fitness, but if you don't have optimal mindset, then it's going to be a problem at the highest level. Because at the highest level, the margin between winning and losing is razor thin. And this is what makes a difference. Then coming to Dr. Mishra's the second point about nutrition. Sure, during our playing days, it didn't matter that much. We didn't give it too much of importance. But right now, there's so much of science that's gone into it that nutrition plays a huge role. I mean, you look at Virat Kohli, and the other example I can give is Novak Djokovic, plant-based, gluten-free, dairy-free, and it's a simple change that he made that has propelled him to 24 Grand Slam titles. There was one point of time when he almost gave up the sport because he didn't know that he was allergic to dairy products. And a little bit of research went into it, and now we have someone with the 24 Grand Slam titles. And lastly, if I train somebody and they're just too good and they beat me, to be honest, I'd take them out for dinner. Because, what more can you expect? You train someone, you've been giving all the instruction, and if he finally beats you, that means something has gone into a system and your training has actually been fruitful. Right? So with that, I'll pass it on to Alan.
My point is, for the sports sciences, I think, let's make it simple. All coaches will need to know the basics of the sports sciences, right? We talk about psychology, physiology, nutrition, all this. You will have some kind of knowledge. For me, it's the application of it, right? It's important that we apply it. But let's face the reality. I cannot have a nutritionist, a psychologist, and a physiologist with me all the time. It is impossible. The funding doesn't cover that. So what can we do? We need to be practical. Okay, we need to be practical. What do we need more? If you need a physiologist, get a physiologist. If you need a psychologist, get a psychologist. But if you don't have, okay, it's like for squash, physical preparation is key. So what do? We get a physical trainer, right, for that. Doesn't mean we don't do psychology. We do psychology. Who does the psychology? Coaches. We do it in a practical way, right? We need focus. We get them to focus. In a simple way, we teach them how to do centering, right? Look at the racket strings, bring your mind back, simple things like that. Practical. We do not need to have a psychologist because we know how to do it. And as an ex-player, we have experienced that. Nutrition. Yes, if you have the money to spend on a nutritionist to go and do the testing for you, fine. But we are talking about kids here, right? Go the practical way. Balanced diet first. Look at how they eat, what do they put in the system, how they hydrate. Are they doing it the right way? Make it a ground rule that everybody has to bring a bottle for training. You know, if you're playing hockey, if you're a hockey coach, make sure it's a bigger bottle. Right? Even if you're a chess coach, you're teaching chess, make sure they bring a bottle. Hydration is important. A smaller bottle. So be practical with the sciences. What can you use to implement in your daily training, in your environment? I think that's the key here. Okay? Do not forget, we all want the best. I personally want the best research center. You know, I want my good friend there, Dr. Saju there, to be my physiologist to make sure that my players are all tip top, but I can't have him. All right? So we have to be practical.
And the last point.
My last point.
When you are beaten by somebody whom you...
Very simple. We are all coaches. Do we train the athletes to lose to us? If our athletes keep losing to us, something is wrong. The athlete should be able to beat us as soon as possible. Then we are on the right track. There should not be any animosity. You should not feel sad. You should be very, very happy. Your athlete has gone past you. All right? Thanks.
Yeah, talking about mindset, I think there are two key pillars for an athlete. The first one would be the right attitude. Coaches need to work on developing right attitude with each and every athlete. And it has to be horses for courses. Everyone needs a different approach. While the general teaching to develop a good attitude might be same, but then it branches out depending on their temperament, depending on the background they come from. It's very important to develop a right attitude, because without right attitude, mind you me, they might be the most talented player or athlete, but they're not going to go. They're not going to go far. I've seen in my own career, in my own lifespan as a player and a coach for 4 decades, a lot of great talents have faded away to nothing because of lack of this first pillar. So right attitude is very key. The second one would be is consistency. How consistent they are in day-to-day training. How consistent they are in putting their best efforts. In our center, we follow the philosophy of, helping them to coin them a word called quick. Now, this word is not Q-U-I-C-K, but it is Q-I-C. Now, Q stands for quality, I stands for intensity, and C stands for consistency. And I echo to all my athletes in saying that if you put these 3 quick, because today in a world of instant world, they want everything quick. So I said, let me coin them that will interest them and capture their mind. I said, if you put these 3 on a day-to-day basis, and when I point a finger and tell the athlete, it's not them alone, it's also the coaches. The coaches can put the quality, intensity, and consistency on a day-to-day basis. I think, that will cover a lot of their mindset. The second one is about nutrition. Let me take a case study, sir, with your permission. Way back in 2012, when Satyan, he was a junior India player, wanted to take my coaching. SDAT back then, identified him as a good prospect and took him in the elite scheme. He went into engineering and there were a lot of kickbacks. A lot of them questioned whether he can do it. He went into full-time engineering, pursued his engineering in IT. He went to college daily and attended classes whenever he was in India, whenever he was in Chennai. That was his commitment to studies. But we went through the grind. And back then in 2012, sorry to differ on what Ms. Allen said. I believe that we need to have an entourage around him, a complete sports science going with him, be it a nutrition expert, be it SNC, be it mental conditioning. And I said, I'm not all in all Adagasundaram. I don't believe in that philosophy. Okay, here and there I might be able to contribute my bit, but I know that I'm an expert table tennis coach. But I interact with all my team, but I ensure that they are doing their best to help the athlete. So from then till date, he follows a very strict diet with one or two odd cheat days and all that going in. And recently, I had an encounter with one other junior athlete who's 16-year-old. He said, sir, I cannot eat this. I don't like it. Fruits, we're talking about fruits and dry fruits. Then Satyan intervened. He said, you won't believe the way I was eating chocolates as a 17-year-old. And he said, it just takes a huge spike and then drops you dead. And as an athlete, you're not supposed to. I learned this when I was 17. And thanks to this exposure, that helped me to learn this. And he said, today, I hardly eat chocolates, sweets, ice creams. I too love sweets, ice creams at my age. Who doesn't love it? But it's very important that they get the exposure to sports science. And with the launch of such a wonderful, integrated app, I think, these athletes, coaches, and the entire ecosystem will benefit a lot with a lot of information and data. Sleep is a very important aspect. Kids, when they are growing and a teenage, sleep is a big issue. And today's children, they have even bigger issue because they have phone all the time in their hands. So that needs to be taken care. And going to the third one, how do you feel when you lose your, protege? As Ms. Allen said, that's what we work for. I want the likes of Satyan to achieve more than what I could achieve. And he has done that. And we are proud about it. And that's what each and every one of us should let go of our ego, our pride, and say, this is what we work for. And we want our protege to climb up the ladder and achieve great laurels for our country. Thank you.
What we'll do is maybe we will take 2 or 3 questions, and anybody from the audience can ask, and we will quickly take this question. So yeah, please. You have raised your hand.
Check. A quick one to Mr. Sundaram and Mr. Allen, and maybe this might not apply to Mr. Raman. Since all of you are with racket sports, and most racket sports are played by persons who come from privileged backgrounds, how do you see those who come from lesser privileged backgrounds becoming a part of racket sports, especially like tennis and squash, which definitely is not accessible for them unless they belong to a club, and they're never going to belong to a club? Do you see the numbers growing in this?
Yeah, sure. So I left, to go overseas in 1995, and there's a huge shift from the time when I left to the time I came back here in 2023. You're absolutely right. I'm talking purely about Tamil Nadu. In 1995, most of the tennis was centered around Chennai and Coimbatore. Maybe a few players from Madurai and Tiruchi. So when I landed here in 2023, that was right during the time when the CM's trophy was on. And I walked into the stadium and I had a look at the draw sheet. And I was really blown away. I saw names of kids from Sivakasi, from Tiruvannamalai, and Salem, and various other small towns where I never thought tennis would have reached. So it's all credit to the state who have set up centers in these different parts so that the sport is accessible to the kids. So right now we have SDAT centers in about 6 places with qualified coaches, and over and above that, they also have star academies in small cities. I don't know exactly. I know there's one in Karur, there's one in Ramanathapuram. So that's the only way to do it. Because right now, thanks to social media, everybody is aware of sport. They would like to take part in it. But unless they have access to it, it's not possible. So the only way is you can't expect them to come here. But we did that too. Once we got here, we got 50 of the best kids all over the state to come and spend some time at our stadium in Nungambakam so that we could share our experience and watch them play. And also, I traveled to the districts to mingle with them and to share ideas with the coaches. But to your point, it has changed. It's not like before, and it can get better. I'm sure the actual talent is in the rural areas, and they just don't have the opportunity. There are fantastic athletes there, and tennis right now is a physical sport. Just being a good tennis player is not enough. You have to be a good tennis player and an athlete to make it at the international level. If you just can take the sport to them like we're doing now, and hopefully it expands even more, from quantity, we will get quality. It's only a matter of time.
Very well answered. Any other question? One more question I'll take, yeah.
Hi, the question to coaches. Do you see differences in mindset between women and women? If yes, how should coaching adapt to it?
Whom are you addressing it to?
Anyone can answer.
Yeah. Can you repeat the question, please?
Do you see a difference in mindset between women and men? If yes, how the coaching should adapt?
I think today's women have grown a lot more, aggressive, and I would say the reverse of it. The boys have become timid. The boys have become distracted. But women are very focused and very driven. So there's a huge potential available, and numbers don't lie. If you look at the international medals, be it in the Olympic Games, Asian Games, Commonwealth Games, women are outnumbering men. Earlier it used to be a scenario where they were only outnumbering in academics, but now they are outnumbering in sports also. So thanks to the understanding of parents, which is where it starts, emanates, where the parents are saying that, so what, my child is a girl child, so what, but I want to empower them. And they're putting them into sport. Yes, they have biological issues as a teenage going through, but they don't see it as an impediment to their growth and their development. So
Mr. Raman is married to a sportswoman. Your own wife is herself a very significant sports person.
Yes.
Mr. And from your point of view, you are new to India, you are staying here. How do you find women in sports growing up?
Okay, so basically I find that there is a different mindset now compared to previously. However, in Asia, and this started with China, okay? China dominated athletics in the 5,000, 10,000 meters in the world with mass army, all female. No male athlete ever did what they have done, right? And till today, if you look at sports in general in Asia, the women are outdoing the men. And I think it is something that I feel that India has picked up. In squash, India's most successful players have been female. Joshna Chinnappa and Deepika Pallikal, right? And I was having this discussion with Sanjay earlier, we tend to ride on the women's success to push the men's sport forward as well. So, for all of us here, sitting down here, with 1.4 billion population in India, our focus should be on the women first. Get the success and push the men. right? However, there are predominantly some sports which are men, and we need to focus on that. But every sport has two genders. It's a lot better, in my personal point of view. Don't take it on face value. It's easier, and when I use the word easier, it's in inverted commas. It's easier to get the success to push the men's sport forward. Okay, that's my point of view. Don't take it as fact.
Very well taken, very well taken. So, gentlemen, we'll, all good things have to come to an end, and this need to also be completed because many more panels have to come. So, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, each one of you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. I'm going to quickly invite Ms. Kala Anand, Director of Sports Advisory, to come forward and present these gentlemen with a small token of her appreciation. And thank you for the chat. That was definitely quick. When I say quick, I mean it had quality, it had the intensity, and was consistent with the expectations we hold from a chat like this. Thank you once again. Just a quick reminder, there was RCB women's team that won the trophy before the men's team, just adding to that conversation. Of course, for so beautifully moderating that session for us. Thank you so much, sir. Can I request all of you all to just come together for a quick picture? Ma'am, you as well, please. Thank you so much for giving us an incredible start to TASCON 2025. We're going to quickly set up the stage for our next Fireside chat, an exciting chat that's coming your way. Every great league begins with a vision, but its true success is measured by the legacy it leaves behind. It's not just trophies and titles, but the culture it builds, the talent it nurtures, and the generations it inspires. Ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to quickly get the stage ready for the Fireside chat. A Fireside chat is going to take us through leagues, legacy, and beyond. And we have three very special gentlemen who are going to be taking over the stage. Sorry. All right, with that, I'd like to welcome onto the stage the moderator for the session. We have with us Mr. J. Meghanatha Reddy, IAS, Member Secretary, STAT. A big round of applause for him. He's going to be moderating the Fireside chat. And joining us, we have Mr. Anupam Goswami, League Commissioner, PKL, and Mr. K.C. Vijayakumar, Sports Editor, The Hindu. A big round of applause for the two gentlemen on the dais, and of course one more person who's joining us virtually. And with that, I'm going to request you to take over.
Anaivarkum vanakkam. A pleasant afternoon to one and all. Before I get into this fantastic session, let me ask a straight question. I know it's tough to get an answer with sports, so many sports persons in the room. But 20-25 years before, when you started in a school, how many of your parents discouraged you into playing sports? You can raise your hands. You tried playing, but your parents said, no, please don't play. Focus only on studies. Okay. So, 20-25 years ago, the majority response of parents in this country when their child asks that I want to play a sport is a big no. In my case, one day I went to play cricket on a Sunday. My father by evening declared that you are unfit for studies. You will not become anything in life. 25 years down the line, one of the first questions that most of us ask when we go back home to our kids is, did you play a sport? Did you attend this coaching? What has changed in this 20-25 years? Amongst many things, it is the commercialization of sport, it is the leagues that has changed the face of Indian sport. There are many other reasons. I'm not denying any of that. Satellite television, multiple other things. But leagues change sports forever in this country. In fact, we can go a step further ahead and say that Indian sports can be divided into two phases, pre-league and pro-league era, post-league era. And to discuss on this league's legacy, the legacy that they bring and the future, have two fantastic speakers joining me. First and foremost, we have Mr. Anupam Goswami, needs no introduction in the world of leagues. Presently the Commissioner of Pro Kabaddi League and Director at Martial Sports. One man who revolutionized the game of Kabaddi and the sport of Kabaddi in this country through PKL. So it's my fortune to be interacting with Mr. Anupam online. He was supposed to come and join us here. He had to wait for 4 hours at Delhi airport yesterday and the flight got cancelled, but he was nice enough to say that, I'll join online. And along with me here on stage is Mr. KC Vijay Kumar, the sports editor at The Hindu and its affiliate Sports Star, with almost 3 decades of fantastic sporting ecosystem experience. So since Mr. Anupam is online, I'll first take the session with Anupam first and come back to Mr. Vijay Kumar. Anupam sir, am I audible? Yes. Yeah, fantastic, sir. So before taking any question, the first question that always I had in mind to ask you was, how and why did PKL start? Tell us the story, tell us the behind-the-scenes story of PKL.
Thank you for having me at this very august and relevant TASCOM 2.0. And let me please start by just making an observation that the fantastic work done by Tamilnadu in pioneering modern practices for growth and development of sport is well noted among all schools. We got what we are doing for. And the very strong institutional initiatives on the part of the Tamil Nadu Sports Development Authority, similarly so. And I think it's truly a privilege to be on the same panel as Mr. Vijay Kumar. The Hindu has been a very strong supporter of Pro Kabaddi League in particular, and it has allowed us to really reach out to the great Kabaddi core geography of Tamil Nadu very well. Coming to your question about what led to PKL, it was a very simple matter of commitment to a full area of sport. We all sport need facts. And I do, as a league manager, I do not think that sport is possible without facts. That's an essential thing. So, around 2012, the broadcaster that we were part of in India was ESPN Star Sports. There was going to be a demerger between ESPN and Star Sports. And the visionary leadership of Star Sports was fully convinced that a country with such a great geographical diversity and sizes would always be ready to treat a grassroots, so-called native sport, indigenous sport. They would totally be prepared to accept it as in a very modern avatar. And that is what led us. We had 2 or 3 other options, but we chose Kabaddi. We came pro Kabaddi. Totally committed, totally believing that we could position Kabaddi as a world-class model program. That is what led us to UK.
Right. So, but that also takes me to one question. When you started out Pro Kabaddi League, it wasn't Kabaddi was, Kabaddi is popular, was popular always, But from a eyeball perspective, from a league, I mean competitions perspective, Kabaddi was winning. There were no major competitions, no major takers. Also, IPL had set in, a competitive ICL had flopped in a big way. So, what were those initial challenges when you navigated through setting up of PKL and what you have brought it to today? What were those challenges and how did you overcome them?
So the challenge is thought first. You're right. Venkaji, you articulate the key starting issues that Kabaddi faced, and we were aware of. Actually, but I would say I will go to the challenges and say that all sports which try to do a league for the first time have to square up to these challenges in some version or other, particularly indoor sports. A league in India is a drop-down concept. It's in the sense that we are hunting for and creating sports franchises, and they don't come with any legacy asset for sport. In the sense, they have not been clubs around for a long time, which are converting into a franchise of a league. Because there is no legacy asset in the form of the team, then actually many other aspects are also relatively weak, whether the sport may have been around or may not have been around. Particularly the athlete fighter. So, and then the other quality of sport, and it's a unique quality of all sport, it can create heroes, it can create influencers and inspiring figures like no other genre of human activity perhaps. So, what we had to do was first of all, was to organize it in a very modern setting. The quality of Kabaddi doesn't need indoor arena. We were going to do indoor, the league was going to be indoors. There is Kabaddi is one sport which doesn't have any dedicated stadium in the country. Most of the indoor arenas in the country are meant for, they focus less on the spectator and the consumer aspect. They focus more on the conduct of play in a center. There was no sense of narrative of Kabaddi. Again, if you're going to hook on to a fan, what is more important is what is the communication and content for the fan. And there was no sense of Kabaddi narrative. And also what often happens is that in traditional sports, or in sports in its conservative sense, is more bothered about something called the purity of sport. And it has got it is approaches the issue of what will make the sport popular in a slightly tender way, and it's not aggressive about it. But each of these were areas where we were going to address and solve in a very determined fashion. We wanted to make mistakes, but we were going to learn quickly from them and get on with the solution. So, on the very first day, Mashal Sports' main concern was on the very first day of Pro Kabaddi in 2014, we were going to present Kabaddi as it had never been seen before. But that means for all the values of sport, we were going to be unprecedented. Strength, action, athlete quality, athlete appearance, and most of all, the catering to a spectator and to a television audience in terms of communication and content. And that exercise itself, it happened very strong. It happened largely because Star India was a media partner. But we went through a lot of iterations. I think we postponed our launch at least 3 times in order to ensure that whatever we were going to do would be absolutely perfect. And 2014 is also the year of the FIFA World Cup. In 2014, in season 1, the viewership of Pro Kabaddi League was bigger than the viewership of the FIFA World Cup in India. That is the aggression with which you have to go into doing sports.
Fantastic, sir. I mean, in fact, that brings me to a connected question. I mean, it's baffling that a sport, a game which never had a stadium of its own, as you rightly mentioned, indoor stadia were always volleyballs, basketballs. There were never dedicated kabaddi anywhere. And there were no names even that a particular state heard of, kabaddi heroes. Now, they're all national heroes. Someone from, Pune team or Patna team will have fans in Tamilnadu, deep down south. And at the same time, there were many sports and games which tried their hands at leagues but could not succeed. We also saw what happened with football today. What are those fundamental principles at PKL that you followed to have achieved this sustainability of success over the last 1 decade? There must be something core that must be working, which made this success possible.
So maybe there is one, I mean, the concept of sports leagues, modern sports leagues in India is still in its nascence. We are all very young. The best sports league in India, and it's a league of global class. It's a world class, it's one of the world's biggest leagues, IPL. That started only in 2008. So it's 17, 18 years old in its conception and action. We respect all sports and all sports leagues which have tried to be in the Indian sports game. And yet it can be noticed, you're right, many sports leagues from even more established institutionalized sports, they have point of inflection somewhere around the season 4 or 5, and they suddenly find it very difficult to carry over. Currently outside cricket, PKL is perhaps the only sports league which is, we have just completed our season 12. And I'm fairly sure that the next league which will reach season 12 outside cricket will have to wait at least 8 years or 9 years to achieve. Well, the 4 or 5 fundamentals. First, fan centricity. You do a sports league for the sport, but you do it even more so for the fan. You have to have the fan permanently in your areas. And it helps to have a very strong media partner. And PKL was lucky in the form of Star Sports as a media partner. That's been a tremendous reason for our success. But to the fan, what is the fundamental promise you're giving to the fan? The fundamental promise is that you will offer him the best-in-class competition and communication that they can imagine. Because the modern sports fan, and I was hearing an observation about media devices such as telephones. But the modern sports fan is going to be consuming modern media. And unless we really understand how, as managers, as custodians, as trustees for the sport, we show that our sport communicates in all modern and next generation media, then perhaps the leagues will find it difficult to sustain. But best in world competition means that you have to really recreate, reinvent the whole ecosystem of training elite athletes in the sport. That's very important too. Athletes sustainable sports league, one factor would be athletes would be earning more and more. I think for a long time, the highest paid elite athletes in pro kabaddi were the highest paid elite athletes outside IPL. I think it's still both. But what is important is, what are you doing at the base level? How much is your bottom level athlete being compensated for? And the compensation is important because it's the whole worldview about the athlete in your sport. He has to be he or she has to be aspirational. He or she has to take pride that they're an athlete of that particular sport. And the biggest transformation which PKL achieved for kabaddi athletes was within 2 or 3 years. We started in 2014, but by 2015, 16, kabaddi athletes across the country were taking pride in saying that they were kabaddi athletes. That is what we achieved for. And the last part is that if you are going to ensure that the nation can sustain the affirmation in the athlete, you have to have very sound governance. That is also going to be very key. I think pro kabaddi has been a bit more, we have labored a bit more, we have worked a bit more in each of these aspects.
So coming to the governance point that you mentioned towards end, which is very pertinent, how does the league's ecosystems interaction with the national sports federations and at times state sports associations work? And in your case particularly, where Kabaddi Federation and associations have undergone a lot of major upheaval in the last 2 decades, many of them non-existent, many of them in court cases, how did it work in your favor, or how did you make it work in your favor?
Maybe all work is work in progress as far as sports leagues are concerned in India, and especially more so for a sport like kabaddi. But NSFs are the custodians of the sport. There are many areas where their work is absolutely vital for the sports league, especially because a sports league comes for only a few months in a year, and we are the biggest sports league in India for number of matches. But even pro kabaddi is around only for 2 months. What happens in the rest of the 10 months will be very big by the conduct of federation. I think there were several relevant points made in the previous panel on elite training. But building up elite athletes for any sport competition. And the ground of the competition will come only from the federation. And the federation which is well federated, which is what strong state associations. We talk about cricket. IPL brings 12 to 15 great athletes to display for the first time every season. But that comes out of a BCCS program which has more than 1,200 odd matches in different formats in different age groups in the year. I can talk about the Kabaddi Federation. I think we have a total of about 300 matches in a program which is cumulative program is less than a cumulative of about 20 days in the year. Yeah. So the National Sports Federation is a great strong group. There's one general principle, and we have been very lucky there. The federation has to be open to understanding what will be required for the modern fan and what will be required for modern media content. So we have the I used to do hockey India League. I used to be producing the broadcast of hockey India League when I first joined sport. The whole business of quarters in hockey instead of halves came only because we want the hockey set of fast game. We wanted to create opportunities for narrative, promotions, recaps, highlights. So we fully supported the move of hockey towards quarters. In Kabaddi, we tried to. It was a traditional game, so we wanted to create modern high points and efficiencies. The federation has been very open from the very beginning. So, for example, we introduced something called a do or die rate in 2014. In 2025, we have created extensions for that principle, and we have had collaboration with federations. So, and the other thing federations will have to do, that only the national federation can help the sports league, is availability of athletes. Because the Indian ecosystem for sport is very distinct in a particular way. With most athletes, their primary employers are public sector institutions or the services or the government. Whereas sooner or later, a sports league team or sports league franchise will look for longer term association and availability of players. So this is a very key area of ongoing engagement between federations and the leagues. And lastly, the development of athletes as role models in society through programs which create the relevance of the sport for society is very important. These are all areas of long-term cooperation between custodian federations, including the state level units and the sports league itself.
Sir, I know you have a flight to catch, and I don't want to miss, another flight today. But I'll leave you with just one question, particularly from a sports authority of a state perspective. While there is good harmony between NSFs and leagues, somewhere we feel that the leagues can also contribute a lot to the state authorities and state associations. How do you think the leagues and state authorities can also work together? Do you find any gaps in that where we can step up and bridge the gap?
It's till now there's no accident that most of the state sports leagues in India are represented by or find home venues or find home bases in a handful of states in India. And that is because of that is conditioned by infrastructure, which is sport and logistical, as well as the encouragement shown by the states for sport. And Tamilnadu is very much in the forefront as a state of choice for nearly all sports. In fact, I would say every modern sport league will just try to have a base in Tamilnadu. The sports league, for all its curriculum towards mass consumption, is also looking for objectives which are actually very common with the state sports authorities, and sports is a state subject. So we are looking to create a talent pipeline, and a talent pipeline which is going to continually improving standards for athletes in the sport, for gameplay in the sport. And we are always looking for grassroots development, not only as a funnel for elite athletes and talented athletes, but also for the popularization of the sport. So, I think the working with state state sports authorities is very, very important. Plus, for most of the time, especially for Kabaddi, the arena, the stadium, are owned by the state authority. So that all these come together, there has to be very strong engagement between sports leagues and home winning states in the league. One thing which I also feel perhaps is that there will be some people may say it's a board statement, but I do think that we should help state authorities and sports franchises in those states should have a very structured, constructive and cooperative program in getting athletes from the state to be part of the sports teams. And for me, it's a very simple thing. It is very evident to me in Pro Kabaddi. The best and the most popular PK teams are those who have invested a bit in developing local catchments of talent. But I think I think all these, if you are genuinely going to create a multi-sport, multi-demographic culture for sports in this country, there should be more structured programs for cooperation between state authorities and state franchises, which would lead to opportunities for definitely not quota, but definitely a pool of athlete talent from those states finding way to the sports teams. And I think I take it's a great source of satisfaction and pride for Pro Kabaddi that we have steadily seen the advent of Tamil Kabaddi players to the forefront of high performing or let's say champion athletes in Pro Kabaddi. And as part of it, there is also a lot of grassroots development. If you look at Tamil Kabaddi athletes on Insta, for example, we regularly find academies which surprise us with the size of their athlete batches, as well as the quality of the training they are imparting at a very disaggregated level in the state, and they're very, very good. I think a closer program between sports leagues and state level sports authorities will generally do two things. It will increase the availability of locally sourced talent and locally sourced high talent for franchises in the state, in the respective state. It also will really help leagues to acquire big, enlarge their fan bases in the state.
Right.
Ultimately, that will also lead to commercial benefits like merchandising, like gate money to receive, and for local sponsorship.
So thank you so much. It was really nice of you to have joined us through Google Meet. I know you couldn't come yesterday. I felt I'll be missing your presence, but thank you so much for joining. Fantastic insights of what went into making PKL one of a very inspiring success stories on how to revive sports through a sporting league. Thank you very much again, sir, for joining us online. It's a pleasure to have hosted you. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you
So,
so much.
almost 3 decades or more than that, you've been following sport. You have a ringside view of what is happening in the sports of this country. And probably ஒரு லீக் என்ற அந்த வார்த்தை இல்லாத ஒரு டைம்ல இருந்து we are now with national leagues, state level leagues. We recently, our boxing academy hosted kickboxing league. And we have TNPL, Kabaddi League here. How did you observe, or what were your initial reactions when the leagues were taking off and they changed the game and sport forever?
Thanks. அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். Good afternoon. So I've been part of sports journalism, in the pre-league era, and now it's neck deep in the league era. What I could say is, pre-2008, when I say pre-2008, pre-April 18, press notes about some coaching camp in academies, or learn to swim, or a billiards or a snooker, indoor sports would happen. But otherwise, just academies and enough and more press releases to be issued. That's about it. So we could also plan our leaves accordingly, April, May. Right? Most of us could plan accordingly. But then with that April 18, 2008, everything changed. To be honest, I was at Chinnaswamy Stadium. None of us had a clue what it was. As you rightly said, it was a BCCI reaction to the ICL, Indian Cricket League, which was a rebel cricket league. So in a counter to that, because some of the players became gun for hires and they were going there, the BCCI launched the IPL. And I don't even think the BCCI thought long term. It was just a reaction to ICL. All of us were there, just wanted to win. So then the pressure actually built, and then the players realized that, it really, really matters, So then, after that, there was a mushrooming effect. Be it football, be it hockey, be it kabaddi, you name any sport, every sport had its own league. And then, it's extremely busy being a sports writer these days. Like one of my junior colleagues is here, Prasanna is here, and he's a young father. Probably spending more time in grounds than with his own child, right? And that's a reality. So planning becomes a pain for all of us, in the sense that we have multiple events, multiple accreditation letters to be issued, who's going where. Last week was chaos because of Indigo. Most of our reporters were stranded in airports and cancellations and all that. It's hectic, but it's nice. It's a problem of plenty is always better to have than not do any work at all. So it's very, very hectic. And I think it's very good for sport that so many leagues are in, because only X number of players can play for India. X number of players can play for a particular state. But because the leagues are in, there are so many players who get opportunities, and sport has truly become a source of livelihood. You don't necessarily have to play for India to earn a living. Obviously, you got to aspire for that, but even if you play for a state, you play for a club at the league level, you're kind of pretty settled. We had the case of P. Amarnath for CSK. Obviously, he didn't play for India. He didn't play much for Tamilnadu, but he's made a livelihood because he played for CSK for a few seasons. So it makes a huge difference.
You made a very pertinent point. நம்ம ஃபர்ஸ்ட்ல டிஸ்கஸ் பண்ணதா ஸ்போர்ட்ன்றது ஒரு நான் லுக்ரேட்டிவ் ஒரு அவென்யூல இருந்து இன்னைக்கு it has become lucrative and attractive because there are leagues. There is some sense of confidence in the players as well as parents that okay, the boy and a girl can find their own path and settle well if you pick up sport. Apart from giving that stability to a player, career and tenure, as a journalist, probably looking from a distance, how did you think, in what way the leagues impacted the very way the game is trained, coached and looked at? Did you find any changing trends in this last 2 decades?
Yeah, I think all sport has become faster. Athletes have become fitter because they got to be fit. There is no lean season as such. And it's also spawned a lot of parallel economy. In terms of hospitality, hotels need to be booked, aviation sector is busy, data analysts are really perpetually busy. In fact, Ramji is sitting here as one of the pioneers of data analysis in India, and he was with the Indian team, and number crunching is very, very important when they pick teams in June or July, because at the end of the day, even if it's a T20 format, you're playing in packed stadiums, the pressure is real, there's live television, the commentators are after you, all of us are reporting it. So the pressure is kind of quadruples, and then you also kind of understand the mettle of a player. So there are a lot of players who kind of got into the teams because of the IPL stints, because you perform under pressure. For instance, even Ashwin, for instance, he's a solid off spinner, but then what he did for CSK caught the selector's eye, or a Bumrah with Mumbai Indians, or Hardik Pandya. A lot of players could make that leap quicker because they could handle the pressure of the ground, of packed stadiums, of fans asking for an improved performance. And obviously franchise owners being very tough taskmasters. So I would say sport is improved, the quality of sport is improved. But the flip side is probably a 25-year career in the highest level you wouldn't see, like what Sachin had, right, playing from 1989 onwards, more than 2 decades plus. You won't see that kind of a career at the highest level because players are going to cherry pick, be it football or hockey or cricket. They would say, I mean, I can't play throughout the year because the leagues are also there. So I would rather play for 10 years or 12 years, and then you would also do this segregation. Like we have a case where Rohit Sharma and Virat are just playing ODIs, right? So people will make their choices. So you're no longer going to see a career that's very storied and successful and consistent for 2 decades at the highest level. So that's a sad bit because all of us want our heroes to play for a longer time. But in terms of overall performance, overall athleticism, I think the leagues have all improved, have kind of enhanced. And I see the confidence levels in athletes because you're rubbing shoulders with foreign athletes. So you're not overawed when you face them turning out for India. You're not overawed by them because you already rub shoulders with them. You've spoken to them, and then your communication skills also improve. So I would say leagues have only improved sport in India, and also leagues have also kept infrastructure ready.
Very true.
Right? Otherwise, you have a stadium which probably hosts a few games, and then it probably makes more money conducting home loan expos or textile expos or whatever.
No, that's true. In fact, in the last 3 years, Jawaharlal Nehru Indoor Stadium used to be our hunting ground for volleyball and basketball, has hosted PKL, has hosted even pickleball of Tamilnadu. Yeah. So you're ready. I mean, you're right when you say that, it will also generate a good infrastructure. Going forward, I always believe, what internet did to a mobile phone in this country, leagues did to the sports. But at the same time, while one side of the, one side is very, very green, very, very fairy, you have many leagues which have started, which have lost their steam. And we know what's happening with football today. I mean, from your perspective, from a journalist perspective, why did you think some leagues flourished and some leagues could not? I'm saying this again from a perspective of Kabaddi. In the decades of 1990s and 2000s, Kabaddi was seen as almost a near-dead game. But today, Kabaddi is extremely popular after IPL. Why did you think some of them lost their way? Why did some of them succeed? Were there anything that you peculiarly observed as to why certain leagues succeeded?
I think it's the nature of sports administration in India. To be very honest, if you look at a lot of sporting governing bodies in India, cutting across states, there'll always be 2 factions. There'll be the president's faction, there'll be the secretary's faction, right? And both of them are competing, and it's like the president is constantly staring over his shoulder, so obviously he cannot think ahead, right? So that creates issues. Now, when you have a league, you want the parent body to be in synergy or sync with the league, right? So BCCI and IPL is like Siamese twins. They're together, so you can't go wrong. So even if there were minor controversies or whatever, it survives, it tides past. But when it comes to football, there are issues with the governing body, right? And it could be issues even within state associations, right? And even the city associations. So you have the I-League, then you have the ISL, and therefore there's a lack of synergy. Of course, there is a lot of demand for ISL. I mean, there are, in fact, within our own office, the demand for tickets for IPL is high, but equally there's demand for ISL. There are people who want to go and get a pass and go for an ISL games. There is demand. It's just that there are issues within the administration side of it. So people are pulling in different directions, and that's a bit sad. So if there is synergy between the administration and the league commissioners, sport won't die. I mean, a particular league won't die. But if there is no synergy, and then you have competing leagues, then there is an issue. Like for instance, cricket, okay, you have a Ranji Trophy, you have a Diodha, Dulip, you have a challenge. I mean, so many tournaments are there. At the same time, there is an IPL, but there is a clear window for it. It's all seamlessly, blending into each other. But that doesn't really happen in other sport. So there are issues there. And if administrators can get together and get past this whole faction thing, then I think these leagues will also prosper. And I think it's also about politics, because every association will have politicians, because it's also soft power. Sport is soft power. So there are contrary pulls, contradictions. I think that's one of the reasons why some of the leagues don't really take off, even though there is a huge support base. For instance, it's a little funny in the sense that the Ranji Trophy, for instance, doesn't get the crowds that an IPL gets. Or for instance, the Ranji Trophy in Bangalore may not get the kind of crowds that a local football league gets in. Forget ISL or I-League. The George Hoover Cup in Bangalore gets a lot more crowd than even the Ranji Trophy. So every sport has got a unique fan base. I think it has to be tapped into. Like for instance, Kabaddi you said. I mean, I think all of us who've grown up in Tamilnadu or Chennai, went to school here. I'm sure most of us would have played Kabaddi at some point. We also have played one funny game called French cricket. I don't know how many of you know French cricket. Some of us would have played. So there is a link with Kabaddi. You mean, okay, football, you just need on football, but Kabaddi, you just need your limbs, right? And you got to be fit. All of us have played Kabaddi at some point. And Kabaddi is the rural sporting heartbeat of India. It's a fact. I mean, you can't run away from it. So what Anupam has done is phenomenal. So he's kind of glamorized it. He's got given an incentive. Like, for instance, the way the movie recently ran, Bison, it threw a light on Kabaddi, and there was a time I remember BC Ramesh, BC Suresh were like the kind of leaders of the Indian Kabaddi team. You approach them for an interview, they would come to the Hindu office. Okay. Instead of you going, seeking them out, they will come to the office and speak to you because they also are desperate for coverage. They're desperate for mileage, right? But it's completely flipped. So there is a difference between how cities in India view sport and how the rural heartland views sport. For instance, in cities, there is a lot of appreciation for cricket, tennis. When I say football, it's European football. A lot of people would burn the midnight oil, watching European football rather than turning up for an ISL or an I-League game. Golf is big. F1 is big. I mean, these are the very niche sport you have. Tennis is big. But if you go to the rural India, obviously they love cricket. It's the most popular sport. But the sport they play often is Kabaddi. Or it could be badminton, or wrestling, or whatever. So that's how it is.
No, I mean, that brings me to one question from what even Anupam spoke. Is it end of the day, the way some of the games have packaged themselves to the new age audience that led to their popularity? Should we understand it in that perspective? I mean, they've packaged it well, made it look glamorous, made it look fast, the kind of publicity they brought in. It's not just about game, it's about the way they presented themselves. Is it true for the leagues also?
Marketing is huge in sports. The way you market, the way franchises build loyalty, fan base, like a CSK here or a BFC in Bangalore, using Chetri's expertise. You need that. You need, for sport to succeed, you need heroes and heroines, right? For instance, there was a time, not just the Hindu, Times of India or Express, or you take any paper, there was more space for women in badminton than men in badminton because the women are doing extremely well. Saina Nehwal or Sindhu, they're doing extremely well. So that's what, I mean, you get an achiever in sport, that sport flourishes. And if every sport can throw enough achievers, there is a fandom. For instance, IPL, in the early years they did a survey and they found out that it wasn't city-specific loyalty in terms of TRPs. So wherever Sachin Tendulkar plays, people will turn up. Or if Tendulkar is playing for Mumbai Indians, those games will be watched. Similarly with Dhoni with CSK, right? Right now is Virat with RCB and Rohit with Mumbai Indians. So there are players who cut across city loyalties. So you also need those kind of superstars. And you also need the right kind of television, broadcasts. You don't want an ad often. I mean, obviously you know that ads provide the money, provide the sponsorship. But at the same time, you cannot have an ad cutting in when there is a hat-trick happening, right? So they need to strike a balance. But packaging matters. Packaging matters. Infrastructure matters. And that's where people like you step in. Because are the grounds ready? Do you have clean toilets? Is the access roads clear, right? Is the lighting enough? Do women feel safe to come for a league game late in the night? And is there enough public transport to get back home? So there has to be synergy between the leagues, the governing bodies, and the state government and the sports ministry. And that, I would say, I would appreciate what Tamilnadu has done, what Odisha has done, and some of the other state governments. They've gone out of the way to back these leagues. For instance, the way you have the MRT is running in Chennai when there is a CSK game, or the metro being stretched. These are all adds value to it.
One last question, sir. I mean, picking from your word, I really loved it. Any sport to develop need heroes and heroines. You need some face to be shown to the world that this is how you're going to be in the future. I mean, we have a lot of coaches here. I mean, these are people who, who bring heroes and heroines from our hostels, from our academies. From your sporting, journalism perspective, what is that goes into creating these heroes and heroines from sports in this country?
Infrastructure all over. Like what Tamilnadu has done is every district has got a ground, right? Earlier, across states, you have to migrate to the capital city. If you're in Maharashtra, you have to be in Bombay, right? If not, you got to be in Pune, right? But here, you have to be in Chennai. Or in Bangalore, in Karnataka, you got to be in Bangalore, right? So, you need to decentralize that power structure. Yes, the capital city is important, the resources are there, most of the bureaucrats live there, I agree to that. But you need infrastructure in almost every district, right? Within a 5-kilometer radius of an athlete's home, there should be a ground. There should be an access to a venue. That is A. 2 is, which is what cricket has done, BC has done, is standardizing of coaching. You can't have different coaching parameters at different age levels, at different district levels. So if a player trains in a particular academy, and then he turns up at the NCA, he's already tuned into it, right? So you need to standardize coaching, and that's where the coaches have a massive role. I mean, in fact, coaches are very underrated because probably there was a question earlier was raised that would you be okay with your athlete outperforming you? I think all the coaches want the athlete to outperform them, right? So that's very important. So you need infrastructure, you need the right coaches, you need a standardized coaching pattern, you need enough support like nutritionists, you need a lot more data analysts, you need a lot more Ramjis in the country, right? Who are doing number crunching and telling what to do where. And you also need a supporting media environment. I mean, when I say media environment, it includes me, where it has to start at the level of empathy. Every athlete lives with this 5 a.m. alarm call, right? They have to wake up, they go for a run, they go to the gym. It's not the case with us, So you got to have empathy. Not everyone will turn up and play well for the club or the state or the country, and every athlete, who perspires has to be a hero. It's not linked to whether he or she has done well or he or she has got medals. The fact that they turn up and train and perform and compete, like the number of runs that Tendulkar's scored or number of goals that Messi has scored, there's always an assist for a Messi. For a Tendulkar, when he runs for a 2, there's a non-striker who's also running a 2. So we got to even appreciate that. I think even within the media space, sometimes we get a bit carried away with the criticism. I think we've got to be more gentler. People are vulnerable. And the thing in sport is, sport and the movies is, when you succeed really, really well. And when you fail in the public eye. Your failure and my failure is part of the private thing, right? It's not, the public can't see it. But for an athlete, the scrutiny is high. And so I think, there should be empathy towards the athlete. We need to build from that. And the other thing is, even governments, you cannot, and even corporates, you cannot reflexively celebrate sport. Like someone wins a medal and then you pump in money, right? But that money is only invested in that particular athlete. And if that athlete is going to open an academy, great. If not, that money is probably not being utilized, right? So you have to invest in grassroots. You need to provide the right infrastructure. Yes, you got to praise the athletes who win the medals and who score the runs, who get the wickets, who win the Grand Slams, agree to that. But also invest in under 12, under 16, under 19. That's where people need money. And scholarships, which I think governments are doing. Tamilnadu is doing well, Odisha is doing well, a lot of other, Madhya Pradesh is doing well. We need that kind of a support. And in associations, in governing bodies, politics and the factions, then sport will survive. And the other thing, very important, is to have clean sport in India. Doping is an issue. We cannot run away from it. Doping is a real issue because you probably win a medal at an athletic meet, you're probably hoping that you get a job in the railways, right? And sometimes you cut corners. So we need to have more stringent measures. Every time India wins a medal, my first thing is, I hope the athlete is clean. It's a genuine fear, all of us. Maybe it's journalism, maybe we're cynical about it, but there is a bit fear. So yeah, that's about it.
Right, thank you, sir, for that fantastic insights. In fact, speaking of heroes and heroines, I should appreciate the fantastic role played by somewhere down. They put photograph of Abhinandan winning a TT national championship. They put photo of SRM IST team winning some Chennai-wide basketball competition or volleyball competition. So, which means a lot. So for countless Abhinandans who look at newspaper, and show, okay, here is my photographer winning and the whole world will see. That goes a long, long way in sustaining those heroes and heroines in this country. Thank you so much, sir. We have gained a lot from your insights. And I also thank Anupam, sir, for joining online. It was a brilliant pre-lunch session. Thank you for making it such wonderful insights to all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen, for that exciting fireside chat. May I quickly request Mr. Abhishek Binakia, lead sports advisor and sports entrepreneur, to kindly come forward and present the gentleman on the dais with a small token of our appreciation. Thank you for so generously sharing your insights with us. You know what they say, leagues and legacies aren't accidental, they are intentional, and here's hoping that we usher in a brand new era of many more such intentional, successful leagues and legacies. Thank you, gentlemen. Once again, a big round of applause for our moderator who had all the right questions and beautifully moderated that session for us. Thank you. Thank you so much. We've had a brilliant morning session, two very interesting, engaging conversations. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for lunch. We'll be back sharp at 2:30. 2:45 for our next session. Sharp at 2:45, we shall begin with our next session. So requesting you all to kindly step outside, join us for lunch, and come right back sharp at 2:45. Thank you. Check. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your kind attention, please? We request all of you all to kindly return to the event hall and settle down. We have our next speaker who's all set to take over the stage. And he does have a flight to catch a little later today, so we do not want to delay him too much. So requesting all of you all to kindly settle down. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you're done with lunch, requesting you to kindly return to the event hall and settle down so we can go ahead with our next session. A very interesting session to look forward to that's going to take us through AI across sporting universe. It's going to be an interesting chat, so requesting all of you all to kindly join us immediately. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, one final time, requesting everyone who's still outside to kindly join us in the event hall. We're about to begin with our next session. Check. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're slightly behind schedule and we have some very interesting sessions lined up for you. So we want to strictly adhere to our timeline. So one final time, ellarum dayavu senju ulla vandu ukandrunga. If you're done with lunch, requesting you all to immediately join us. நீங்க எல்லாரும் வந்து செட்டில் டவுன் ஆகிறதுக்காக தான் வெயிட் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கோம். Our speaker is ready. We're all set for the next chat.
check, check. Check, check, check. Check, check, sound check.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, one final time requesting all of you all to settle down. We hope and pray that all of you all enjoyed lunch. With that, once again, welcome to the Tamilnadu Sports Conclave 2025. Our next chat is going to take us through AI across the sporting universe. And we have with us Mr. Abhishek Binake. A big round of applause for him. He's a sports entrepreneur and a sports industry advisor. And joining him, of course, we have our member secretary, Thiru Meghanatha Reddy, IAS sir as well. A big round of applause for the two of them, and I'm going to request them to take over.
Hi, am I audible? Yeah, I think so, yeah. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Hope you all had a good lunch. I know this is one of the most difficult sessions after lunch. People are generally a little lethargic. So hopefully, this discussion or this talk on AI, which is a very sort of hyped up topic, will get you, sort of away from the slumber. First of all, thank you for Thiru Meghnatji and Thiru Atulyaji and the SDAT for having me here to talk about AI. So the topic for today's discussion, or at least, and let's keep it interactive. Whenever you feel, you have a question, please feel free to stop me and ask me a question, and we'll go from there. Otherwise, it becomes a bit of a monologue. Right, so I'm going to talk about AI across the sporting universe. How do we turn hype into winning outcomes for fans, for athletes, and even nations? Right, so we've all heard the buzzwords: artificial intelligence, machine learning, big data, digital twins. But buzzwords don't win us medals. Split seconds do, centimeters do, and smart decisions do. So it's time now, we've been talking about AI for a couple of years, it's time to convert all the hype into hard outcomes. The question that I want to explore with all of you today is how can we leverage AI to ensure a bigger medal tally for India, better career for our athletes, deeper fan engagement, and also while making sure that all of this is done in an ethical and fair manner. Right? This is one, and I'll talk about ethics a little bit later on because it's a topic that's ignored, especially when we talk about AI and data. So let's look at some facts before we delve into what the world is doing. In Paris 2024, we won six medals at the Olympics. Right? You contrast that to the US, 126 medals. China had around 96. Even Netherlands, a country of about 17 million people, won 34 medals. So what's the reason? Is it just about money or something else, right? So what if I told you that the gap between what India is achieving today in international global competitions and some of the so-called sporting superpowers is not just about funding, it's not about infrastructure, it's not even just about genetics, it's about data, right? It's about making intelligent decisions, and now more increasingly, it's about how you intelligently use AI. So what I want to do is look at examples from some of the best leagues across the world. We'll talk about what the NFL is doing, what the NBA is doing, some cricket leagues, and how can we use some of those best practices and deploy it into the Indian sporting ecosystem, right? So let's start with essentially AI and how it's transforming some of the leagues in the global setup, right? So NFL, one of my favorite leagues and one of my favorite sports. I spent 15 years in the US, so I follow that very closely. Every NFL player uses an RFID sensor on their pads. Now what this does is that it tracks your position up to 20 times per second. This powers what we call next-gen stats, right, which Amazon is a partner of the NFL as well. This tells me how fast a player moves, how quickly they change direction, how much load can he or she take over the course of a game or in a practice session. Now this data is extremely important because one, of course, it does a great job in preventing certain types of injuries, right? Around almost certain injury types have been reduced by about 80 to 85% using next-gen stats, using simple data from RFID chips, which is there on every single player in the NFL. Now, you use this data also in your training and in your coaching. So, for example, today, a coach doesn't need to come and tell you, hey, you look tired, take a day off. Instead, you have an AI system that essentially tells you that, look, this player over the last 10 days has been in a high-risk zone given his workload. You need to either change his training regimen or you need to sit him or give him a break. Right? You look at the NBA. NBA launched something revolutionary. They partnered with SportsView. And they started tracking, again, how a shooter moves, where they shoot from, how they defend. And that revolutionized how the NBA and how the team started approaching what they're playing. They found out that certain three-point shots, for those who understand basketball, three-point shots are taken from a longer distance, are actually more efficient and have a higher probability of conversion than contested two-point shots. Right? And Golden State Warriors, which is basically a dynasty in and of itself, saw a 20% increase in their points go up per game once they started using SportView. So this is not rocket science. These are basic, you capture data from cameras, obviously you build AI models, and you can really deploy them and see tangible differences in performance. Even in cricket, right, a sport which is so close to all of us, unfortunately, it's not the IPL that makes all the innovations. You see innovations primarily coming in Big Bash. You've got ball tracking sensors now. You've got bat sensors. In fact, I run a company which makes bat sensors that go on AI. That tells you exactly where the ball has impacted on the bat, what your bat swing is, how many revs are going to be on the ball, the trajectory of the ball, the distance the ball is going to travel, the power with which that shot was hit. So it's not only important for analytics, but it's a massive boost even for fan engagement to give fans the kind of data they want and they deserve. Right? So these are very important technologies that are now shaping global sporting leagues worldwide. The second part that I want to touch upon is talent identification. Right? So you again look at clubs like Liverpool, Man City, even Barcelona. What they do is they track through simple video recordings. They have data for youth games, for 12 to 14-year-olds. Massive amounts of data. Now this data is then, what does this tell you? You match it up with AI models and it'll tell you, again, the speed of a player, how they move, how they defend. And you compare that with an existing database of elite and sub-elite athletes, thousands of data points. And you'll know exactly, with a great amount of accuracy as to which of those youngsters whose data you've looked at have skills that match some of the elite athletes. Obviously, they're not going to be elite at the age of 10, but it'll give you a good sense of probabilities that, yeah, out of the 1,000 kids that I've seen data on, these 5 or 10% do have that potential. Data has also shown that using AI and for traditional scouting, right, versus traditional scouting, has almost increased identification of elite talent by about 25 to 30%, which means as compared to just a coach going and seeing all the games, right? So the point is not to replace, obviously, coaches with AI. The point is to use AI, augment the coach's knowledge, their intuition with these AI models to help identify talent. And that's something that, as a nation, we have to do. The same thing is done in tennis. You've got Hawkeye that'll give you your swing, your spin trajectory, and again you compare it with thousands of data points that you have for tennis players, and the models will tell you exactly which players are likely to succeed and which are not. Right? Now, it would be unfair not to talk about fan engagement because sports is not just about athletes. Right? It's fundamentally how we treat fans fundamentally affects the business of sports. And we're moving into a stage of extremely hyper-personalized fan content. So again, I go back to the NBA or the NFL, where you have essentially custom highlights given according to your liking. So if you like a particular player or you like a particular team or certain types of shots, that is curated for you, that is given to you. And it's not very hard. Again, you have AI commentary along with those clips that are sent to your mobile phone. And that's shown fan engagement to increase by about 40 to 50%. Now, what that does when fan engagement goes up by that much, is there's massive value for sponsors, right? You have more money coming in, the entire ecosystem thrives. So fans obviously in India unfortunately have been extremely ignored. Even in, I'm sure you guys have gone to an IPL match, right? I mean, we are subpar when it comes to the ease of entering, the cleanliness of toilets, the ease of ordering food, even basic Wi-Fi access. So those are things, you know, you've got to now leverage technology to sort of come up with these models that keep the fan at the center of whatever we do. Now, let's take a look at India's sporting gaps, right, where the gaps are, and then how we can use some of these technologies to fill those gaps. So from 1900 up until now, India has won a grand total of 41 medals. You compare that again with countries like UK and Australia, who are close to 900,000 medals each. I think this data point was mentioned earlier as well, that as a country, we spend only 0.1% of our GDP on sports. A sporting superpower, an average sporting superpower, for them, that number is about 0.7 to 1%. So there's a massive gap in terms of what we spend as well, right? For a country of 1.4 billion people, we, of course, you know, we're very proud to produce a PV Sindhu, a Neeraj Chopra, Mirabai Chanu, but that number does not do justice to the volume of athletes and the people that we have in the country. So I think there are some systemic challenges, right, that we have to look at. And one of them, of course, is talent identification. Our talent pool today, maybe we've got tens of thousands. You can use AI to bump that up to millions, and there are ways to do it, and we'll touch upon that. Second is the training infrastructure, right? 75% of our elite athletes come from tier 2 and tier 3 towns. Yet they have access to only 10% of the advanced training infrastructure, because most of the advanced infrastructure sits in big cities. So how do you get your core group that is going to give you medals into these centers? That's where, again, AI comes in. Third, there's a big data disconnect, right? Today, a lot of our athletes, even elite ones, they train more from feel and gut intuition as compared to hard data. So, you know, as an athlete, I may think, look, you know, I think I'm faster now. I've done a few things, or I feel stronger this week. That is not the right approach, right? There is no load monitoring, there is no biomechanical analysis, there's no recovery analytics, or it's done in a limited manner where only elite athletes have access to it. And you look at countries like the UK and Netherlands, who have a very strong youth system where they deploy AI to have the youth of those countries have access to these technologies and identify the load that let's say a junior athlete is taking, what sport he or she might be good at, and then they go on that track. So obviously there's a gap there that needs to be plugged. The point is not to feel bad. The point is that if others can do it, I mean, we certainly can. In fact, we are at an advantage because we can directly jump into AI native systems and bypass legacy processes, right? So that's the advantage we have, and we've got to awaken to it and take that forward. So how do we change this? How do we deploy AI and AI models to help with these 3 or 4 facets? So let's look at talent identification first. Imagine now that you have a 13-year-old in Chennai, right? Good athlete. What are the chances in some rural area or a village? How is he or she going to be noticed? Maybe a PE teacher sees the talent and brings them up, or they somehow get access to a district camp, or a local scout, right, comes in. So there's a lot of chance involved. Now, you flip that script and give access. Now, everybody has access to a smartphone these days, right? A simple smartphone, Android smartphone camera equipped with AI models. Give that to the child and tell that child, go run a sprint in front of the camera, a short sprint. Do a vertical jump, right? Quickly change direction. And that model, AI model, will spit out the kind of information that you would never have access to before. It'll tell you the balance and stability of that individual, the acceleration. You know, it'll give you information on coordination, on reaction time. All of this can then be used to then say, okay, look, this child is in the top 5% of athletes with explosive power at this age. Or this child is suitable for export, right? And you can do that now with anthropometry as well. So now look at the scale that we can take this to. We have 750 million smartphone users. we can build a national AI data pipeline. We're not doing that. And I'm very happy today to see SDAT launch the AMS, because that's the first step into getting there. And now, you integrate that with AI models, and you've got a robust system at your fingertips where athletes can be identified at a very young age and then taken forward, right? The impact that this will have is going to be ginormous. I mean, you'll expand your talent pool from maybe 50, 60,000 to tens of millions, right? You'll be able to, more importantly, also tap into rural and low-income communities who generally are left out, whose athletes are left out of some of these elite setups. So it's absolutely imperative that we use our smartphone penetration, we use these simple AI models to sort of identify the talent and take them forward. Then we move on to the second point, which is elite training, right? Let's talk about our elite and emerging elite athletes. Today, a lot of our top athletes also rely heavily on the experience of their coaches, on some occasional foreign camps, right? And then, of course, trial and error. So what does AI bring here? Biomechanical analysis is the low-hanging fruit. You don't need advanced motion capture labs now to get the kind of data that you can get with 2 or 3 standard cameras coupled with AI models. So what this will do is it can reconstruct your 3D joint positions. It can give you your full comparison of your technique with the world's best. And it will analyze angles, speed, a bunch of metrics that are relevant for an athlete. Now, let's take Neeraj Chopra's example, right? His throwing technique of a javelin is a national asset. How can you now leverage that to help other javelin throwers? You do a biomechanical analysis of his technique. You capture the acceleration he has when he goes to run, the separation between his hip and his shoulder, the angle of launch. You create a template, which is basically a guide for other javelin throwers who can use that template and learn from him, right? So all this can happen fairly easily. It's not, again, rocket science. Easily doable. We just have to show the willingness and the gumption to go ahead and do it. Then we go into personalized training programs. So what can AI systems do? AI systems can learn how your body responds to different types of training programs, right? How quickly you recover, what works for you, what doesn't work for you, how do changes in that training program affect your body. And similar systems are used now in Britain, especially for their cycling. I'm taking that example because they've seen tangible improvements. Minor improvements of 1% each in different areas cumulatively lead to a massive improvement in how the benefit that is being seen by their cyclists. And overall, it's taken them to a lot of success in that area. So for India, again, that would mean using AI models and your basic smartphone setup to create personalized training models that you then use in terms of your elite athletes that are going out into world events, international tournaments, and give them data on load management, on performance, right? Which again is going to translate to better medals and more medals for India. Third is in injury prediction and load management. So typically, as I spoke about earlier, roughly you see about a 25 to 30% reduction, or at least a better prediction of injuries as compared to if you're not using any AI models. So that can be deployed. Now, when an Indian athlete goes to perform, right, in a world event, there's obviously a lot of pressure. One, there's only a limited number of events that they participate in. There's intense competition, and there's a pressure of 1.4 billion people wanting you to win. Now, all of this, these models that look at injury, that look at load management, can help structure a program for you and tell you and basically guide you in a way where you peak right before the event and don't burn out prior to when the tournament is taking place. The third piece is smart sports infrastructure and also strategy, right? So AI is not just about athletes, it's also about systems. How do we make our infrastructure a little smarter? So AI augmented training centers. You've got training centers across the world, across India. You've got elite centers. You've got sub-elite centers. You can easily deploy AI models there that will monitor environmental conditions. So whether it's heat, humidity, it'll take workload data that you have from wearable sensors. You're wearing sensors. All of that data goes into a national database, and it'll tailor programs for you, training programs for you. Basically predictions in terms of performance-specific metrics. All of that can then be deployed. into when an athlete actually goes out into these competitions. A sort of less spoken about point is how do we use AI to strategically allocate resources, right? Now, we've got history. I mean, India has obviously done well in specific sports. We've got history of several years. We've got data on global competitions as well. So AI models can predict which 10 or 12 sports, obviously, that the country is good at. It can also tell you, and we've got our own physiological and genetic setup, right, which again is a very important input. So you marry that into an AI model, and it'll give you a list of sports where the probability of having success or winning medals is higher. It can also tell you which state bases their cultural setup and the traditional talent pool that they've got would be good for X, Y, or Z sport. So you've got to start now strategically also allocating your resources and using AI in picking the right sport and then investing in those 10 or 12 sports as compared to 40 or 50 sports. Another last but less spoken about topic is mental performance, right, and your mental health. Now, for an Indian athlete that goes out, obviously we have a massive population, there's a lot of pressure to go out and win. How can AI sort of help there, right? Now you combine AI with immersive technology, right? We talk about mixed reality, which is a combination of virtual reality and augmented reality. You can simulate an Olympic stadium on a VR headset, right? You expose an athlete to that noise, to the lights, to the entire setup that he or she is going to experience when they go out into an actual tournament. You've now trained them for it so that when they go and play in actuality, then they've already had the experience of sort of doing this. We've seen this in cricket where, for example, Kohli could be sitting in Lord's, he wears a VR headset, and in the dressing room, you do mock batting drills at the exact same swing and pace that the pitch outside is demonstrating. So that has to be translated to other sports as well, right? So yeah, cricket has the money, but again, as a nation, we've got to focus on growing our traditional sports, especially sports that are Olympic sports and where we won medals. Second is biometric monitoring of stress, right? Now, wearables can track your heart rate variability, your sleeping patterns, and all of that can create a unique stress signature for each athlete. And again, that helps significantly in your preparation, both in your training and in the actual tournaments that you go out and play in. So let's now shift to the other side. AI, let's talk about AI when it comes to fan engagement and the economics. Now, for Indian sports to be sustainable, right, we don't need just medals. We need a thriving sports economy, and that's not possible without fans. So I spoke about hyper-personalized fan experiences. That is happening right now to a lesser degree in Indian sport, right? So we've got to pick from some of the Western sports that I spoke about. But I want to sort of be able to see a time where, a child sitting in Odisha or Tamilnadu can get commentary for whatever sport they're watching in their language, right? Which is again AI generated with the data points and the statistics that they're interested in. That'll significantly help your private sponsors to come in. And don't get me wrong, India has done reasonably well, but they've done well despite the fact that private sector does not invest enough in Indian sport, right? A lot of the funding today comes from government, and there's a variety of reasons, and it's a topic for a separate discussion. But you have to create value for a private investor or a company to come in, and fan engagement is the key driver for that. And you've got to use AI to take it out. Now, this will also increase not only viewership sales, but again, merchandise sales as well. At the end of the day, it's going to add value to the sponsor. The sponsor will see value, will put the money in. It's a cycle that will boost the economy, the sports economy. Grassroots monetization, again, is a very important thing. We've got so many indigenous sports that our country plays, right? And these are broadcast, if at all, in a very limited way. There are companies like SportWatt and Crick Heroes that are doing their best to sort of get these local sports onto the mainstream where people can sit and watch, but there's still work that needs to be done. And once we're able to do that, you're now enabling local sponsorships. You have local companies sponsoring local heroes, and you're creating a micro-level economy at the grassroots level, which is very important. And this is all possible through just simply using simple AI technologies to create automated broadcasts, automated highlights, automated commentary, get fans more engaged, and more viewership, which will again drive local sponsors as well. Now, in any AI model, whether it is sports or otherwise, ethics, fairness, bias are a natural concern, right? None of this matters if we get that wrong. And because AI in sports touches extremely personal data, right? You look at biometric data, you look at health data, you look at psychological data, data from minors, right? So we've got to be careful, we've got to be a little deliberate and principled in how we use that data. So there are three facets again to it, right? You've got privacy and data collection. So if you've collected data from, let's say, a 13-year-old athlete, who owns that data? Was consent taken before that data was captured? Who is using that data? Is it being used by sponsors for commercial purposes? All those questions are very relevant. You know, can that data be deleted if the family so wants? And you've got to be able to answer those questions in a positive manner before we get into even data collection, right? So what's needed is a very clear consent mechanism, right? The athlete or the athlete's parents, in case of minors, have to consent to that data being collected. You should be able to anonymize it, especially when it's being aggregated for research. So when I'm looking at thousands of athletes' data, I don't need to know personal details, right? Because the models don't care about that. They care about the technical metrics that are coming in. And then strict limits from a commercial standpoint on who can use that data and how much can you commercialize that data. That becomes very important. The second important part is bias and fairness. Are we collecting data only from urban athletes? Or are we collecting data only from academies in cities? If you do that, then your models that you're creating, AI models that you're creating, are inherently biased and wrong, right? Because you're ignoring rural communities, certain physiques, you're ignoring certain genetic types. So you have to be, your data that you collect has to be inclusive, has to be from a diverse set, right? Now, once you've got the data, it's also important to do regular algorithmic audits, because every time you do an audit, the gaps that were there in the first round sort of get corrected, and the model becomes stronger and stronger as you go forward. Third piece is regulation and governance. So I believe India has to have a national sports AI ethics and governance board. And what this body can do is it can set standards on data collection, on storage, on usage. It can define boundaries between what is acceptable performance enhancement and what is unethical manipulation. If we can do this, India can not only lead in sort of getting medals, but it can sort of lead the conversation on the use of ethics in AI models across the global sporting ecosystem. And I think that's very important. It's a topic that's seen a lot of friction, especially in US and all, in non-sport areas specifically. But as I said, the kind of data that you're looking at for an athlete is extremely personal, and it's even more important that ethics, biases, and fairness are incorporated into any AI models that we would generate later on. So the vision 2036, right, is what we want. We want to get the Olympics here. We want to see our athletes do well. Imagine it's 2036. India is hosting or seriously competing for medals in a variety of events. I want to see us win 50 medals in the normal Olympics and 100 medals in the Paralympics. That's a goal that's absolutely achievable if you're able to deploy some of the technologies that are available to us and it's not very expensive. Now, it's going to take obviously some drive and some ownership. We have to set up a 10-year program, commit to investing about $500 million into the program, and we'll see the results come in. If that happens, I expect to see a $10 billion sports economy by 2030. We'll have a data pool of athletes that will consistently keep increasing. Our medal counts will keep increasing. So to conclude, right, when an Indian athlete stands on an Olympic podium in 2036, we don't want to say you got there despite the system. We want to say you got there because we were able to deploy an AI-driven system that gave you the tools to succeed and win a gold for India at the global stage. We've got the talent, we've got the technology. What we need is the will, we need the partnerships and the cooperation between federations, between state governments, between private players and startups to make this successful. Thank you. Any questions? More than happy to take. Yeah.
Good afternoon. My question is about the psychological part you told, which was given a least attention. So, how can a AI-based analytics improve the decision making and tactical understanding in real times for the players and the coach?
See, the use of, in fact, we were having this conversation earlier, how do you use AI to make real-time in-game decisions, right? Some sports don't allow it, right? But the models today that you have, for example, and I'll take the example of American football. You've got essentially a coach that sits in a booth upstairs primarily who sees the formation of how the defense has set up, right? So you've got 11 players on defense. They either play coverage, zone, man-to-man, right? It's a little technical. But now, and then you input in the play that you're gonna sort of gonna drive. Basis that play and the setup that person has entered in, it'll tell you the optimal play to run real time, right? The quarterback has a earpiece, you can transmit that data, you can get it. Let's look at cricket, for example, right? Which is a sport we all understand. You're not allowed to, to have a earpiece, obviously, on the field of play, right? So if you've seen Brendan McCullum, he puts up numbers 5, 7, 8, which means something. So that tells you. So, for example, in a particular game situation, and you've got to build models, obviously, that are trained on thousands of data points, right? Otherwise, as I said, the output will not be accurate. But if you're able to do that, then given the setup, it will give you a probability that, look, this guy has hit me for 3 4s. The probability that if it's Jasprit Bumrah bowling or it's going to be a wide Yorker, right? So as a batsman, then I'm sort of prepared for that delivery. So it's absolutely possible to use AI models in real time.
And one more. So this is for the elite athletes. So what is the minimum level of technology that we can use for the sports hostel or state level athletes?
You need a simple Android smartphone with a standard camera. That's it.
Any metrics you want to mention?
Metrics as in?
I mean, the indicators that we can...
Measurable. So as I said, right, you put the phone in front of the child, right, in front. You tell them to do a short sprint in front of the camera, 20 meters, right? Tell them to do a vertical jump, quickly change direction. Once you do that, then it will give you a full set of analysis on multiple metrics like balance, reaction time, coordination, all of that. That can then be compared to your database of your elite athletes and tell you where the gaps are and even identify the right talent.
Thank you.
I'll ask Paul. Okay, before that, I'll just speak a bit about AMS. Thanks, Abhishek. I also have 2 questions, but before I take the 2 questions, or I ask the 2 questions, since almost many of my coaches are here, from across various regions, our DSOs are here, who run the coaching system at the field level. We launched AMS today, right? SG80 Athlete Management System we launched, and Abhishek also spoke about it. A question is, how many individual Olympic medalists do we have from Tamil Nadu at Summer Olympics? This is for the coaches. How many individual medalists do we have from Tamil Nadu at Summer Olympics? Sorry? No. Not 4. I said Summer Olympics. We have none. We don't have any individual medalist. Nothing to be worried about because India itself is getting 6 or 7. So let's not. But I'll tell you the bright side of the story. You know how many Tamilians went to Paris Olympics in Summer Olympics? Leave Paralympics. Paralympics we sent 7. That's a big number. In regular Olympics, how many Tamilians went and represented for the country? Sorry? Around 12, 11, 12. Depends on whether you take Vishnu Saranan into Tamil Nadu or not into Tamil Nadu. That's probably the second largest contingent. I'll tell you another fact. If SDAD coaches don't answer this, I'll be very upset. Starting from GM. How many Tamilians were there in track and field for the country? Brilliant. 7. How many from SDAD hostels? 5 or 6? 5 or 6? Fine. So now this is the inspiration. We rolled out athlete management system for SDT hostels. Nothing else. When I thought of athlete management system 2 years ago, it was not out of any personal agenda or anything. One, you have to use technology, but what inspired me technically was, if you're sending 6 track and field athletes from Tamil Nadu, 5 of them came from SDT hostels coached by people here. We didn't have foreign coaches, we didn't have people out of from anywhere, they were coached by Indira, Sugandhis and all. People sitting in this room. The dream now is, okay, we have sent so many people, good. But I always believe the first individual medal to Tamil Nadu should come from SDAT or its institutions. So that should be the goal we should be working with. And that's the reason AMS will be a very, very critical feature, because we run close to 45 hostels, academies you call it, hostels you call it, centers of excellence you call it. These are centers where you have bright young coaches who are just finished their career and have come in, want to do something, give it back to the field which gave them a lot of recognition. But how do you track 2,600 athletes across the state? Okay, they'll come in the morning, they'll go to coaching, they'll go to training, go to school, come back, then train, then go back. No, but how do you track them? There is a very famous saying in English which goes like this: what gets measured alone gets delivered. You don't measure something, it won't be delivered. It could be any field. It could be any field, whatever we are working or anything. And this is more so important from a sports perspective. So think of those 2,600 young boys and girls with brilliant rustic talent waiting in their wings to fly. And what we need to do, we are improving our infrastructure, getting the best FOP, helping them left, right and center through TNCF. The missing piece in the puzzle was, how do you measure them? How do you track them? So that's the reason, AMS, I believe, since we spoke so much about technology, is very critical. And to all the coaches in this room and DSOs, we have to use AMS to the fullest and ensure that we get results. Because today's sports world is completely and only technology driven. You don't adapt to it, you fall behind. There is no second thought on that. It's just technology driven, nothing else. Rest all is just numbers and just some facade. So that's where AMS gets crucial, that's where AI gets crucial, that's where technology gets crucial, and we'll have to stay ahead of time and ahead of the curve to use it. So Abhishek, I mean, the reason I told is, I thought I'll set a context on AMS also, and the inspiration behind getting AMS. One thing that has always nagged us, when we thought about AMS is, do we really have solutions for grassroots talent development at, using AI and technology, or it's still restricted to elite, sports development? And if you think there is a gap, how should we fill the gap?
No, there are solutions. I mentioned, it's something very basic. What is needed though, for the models that I spoke about to have the effect that they should have, is a database of elite athletes, and it doesn't need to be just Indian athletes, but you have to compare them to what we believe or what the coaches believe are the top in their field, right? Once you've got, let's say, the movement or the speed or how, let's say, a sprinter or the top 50 sprinters in the world coordinate their games and their sprints, then you have a reference to compare the data that you're picking up from your youth to. So what that does is two things. One, it helps you identify talent that shows similar traits. Obviously, you don't have the same speed, but you'll have enough that will tell you that, look, there's enough that I see in terms of the output that I'm getting, the metrics that I'm measuring, that this person has a high probability of being in the top 5 or 10% runners in the country. You can only have that if you've got the data to compare it. Second piece is the collection of the data, which is the easier part. Because as I said, now if you've got a standard Android smartphone, there are standard apps available that will give you this output. You capture that data, you have to find a way to plug it into your AMS, which is again not very hard. There are APIs available everywhere, you can plug that in. And then build that out, which will then help your coach. So coaches will need to be very diligent in ensuring that the correct data is entered. It is entered on a regular basis. And then once you have the model sitting behind it, then the comparison comes up.
Any questions left?
Yes, sir.
A great initiative of getting started with the AMS is just fantastic. Getting started at the grassroots level, I like your vision, and so the whole thing is about implementing the right way, ensuring that people are educated on using the system in the right way, and the system will get you the results. If you don't use it the right way, then the results are not going to flow through. So one of the main things, like for instance, the testing protocols have to be standardized, have to be followed. And the numbers you get, the data you get from them, from the various sources, is actually actual data, authentic data, and not junk data. So a lot of care should be taken on the implementation side of it. There are technologies available, so many platforms available. You're spoiled for choices. The whole thing is about, it's not about the technology, it's about the implementation and the adoption. So how do we enable every coach or every player, athlete to adopt to the new technology? How do you make it easier for them to access it? And from experience, what we have found out that is, nobody has a time for opening a laptop or a desktop and all that. The adoption is much better when it is on the mobile. And if you are able to make it on the mobile, then the adoption will be, that will be a key to success for you all.
No, I totally agree with you, and I'll also rush to add that AMS launch today is just the beginning. We have a big Mount Everest to scale. The challenges, as you rightly said, is you have to get the right equipment procured. For example, I give a laptop or I give a MacBook, makes no sense. No one will have the time to open it. So how do I get this technology on a tab, something that we all can use very easily? And second, make it so well that coaches and players have the incentive and the urge to use it. See, it's not because MS or someone else sitting at the top or GM will be watching on the results. No. The coaches should feel that it's a fantastic equipment or a tool at their hand to get results. So these are two challenges that we have, and we are working on it. I must say that we are not rushing to implement it. We have good timelines to implement it. Probably somewhere in January. Before that, we'll have workshops how to go about it. It's a challenge, but at the same time, we didn't want to worry too much about the challenge of non-implementation. The idea was, let's just get going and solve the issues along the way. But yeah, we are very much aware, and we'll certainly keep that in mind.
Wishing you all the best. And one key thing here is to augment the coaching staff with a data science professional or an analytics professional. That will go a long way in increasing the adoption. Even at the early stage, you need to handhold the coaching community, because the coaching community, they are good at their sport. But this is a different skill set which is required. So somebody who is comfortable with data, ensuring that they are augmenting the coach, then the adoption will be much better.
No, fair. And I'll make one point. I think Alan earlier mentioned that you don't need a psychologist because he can handle it. I disagree with that, because I think it's a very specialized area. And while you can't carry a physical psychologist with you everywhere, but now, as I said, you've got these AI models that will tell you, at least flag out potential risks that are available, and those tools have to be deployed. Obviously, because you can't have physical coaches go in with athletes at every level across for every tournament. So I think that knowledge has to come in.
Right. Thank you, Abhishek.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining the session. And I know you have commitments tomorrow, but it was nice on your part. I met Abhishek at CA Awards, which SDAT received a week ago. So my invitation was just when we were discussing at the awards, Abhishek, why don't you come for the conference? And it was really nice on your part to have accepted and come here. And we could not have got a better person to speak about AI and technology. Thank you very much again on behalf of SDAT.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. I'm going to request Mr. Meghanad Reddy to kindly present Mr. Abhishek with a small token of our appreciation. You know what they say, the right tool in the right hands directed towards the right purpose can create wonders, and I think that's exactly what we have with AI. Thank you so much for that incredible presentation. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. you so much. We're going to quickly set up the stage for our next panel discussion. One of the panel discussions that I've been personally really looking forward to, we're going to be talking about women in sports. We're just going to quickly set up the stage. All right, with that, I'd like to welcome onto the dais our moderator for the next session. We have with us Ms. Kala Anand, Director, Sports Advisory. A big round of applause for her. Can we have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you. And it's time to welcome our panel members. Can we put our hands together and welcome Ms. Anupama R, Women's World Snooker Champion. A big round of applause for her. Thank you so much for joining us today. We also have with us Ms. Sangeeta Manoharan, Ultimate Frisbee player. Thank you for being with us today and joining this discussion. And last but not least, we have with us Ms. Niveta Jessica, International Motorsport driver. An absolute privilege to have such incredibly strong women on stage. Some girl power right here for you, and I'm going to request our moderator to kindly take over.
Thank you. Let's see that lunge come to action with powerful round of applause for our champions. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Can we have some, where are the girls in the house? Where are the girls in the audience? Make some noise. Where are you all seated? Fantastic. Good to see you're all scattered. Thank you so much. This, I know there's a lot of excitement over this session, so we said that let's make this as informative, as interactive as we can, but importantly, take home some important insights from all of you, for coaches and for the athletes today. My name is Kala Anand. I'm the Director for Sports Advisory at KPMG. As background, I've spent considerable years, 20 plus years in sports. I am a Chennai girl. I'm very proud to be back here. Played a sport called tennis-court. I don't know how many people in Chennai even knew that. This was in the early 70s. I played from 80 to about 95, 93, 95 when I left this city and moved on. It's interesting to be back. The sport no longer exists, but the city has given me a lot of love for sport. We're discussing women in sport and the theme of empowering with a her in it. What does the next decade look like? And I want to kind of start this session very quickly, of course, talking about my co-panelists. So we have Anupama here. Anupama is a snooker champion, as you heard. She recently won the World Championship and is the first Indian woman to do so. The first woman from India comes from here. We've got Sangeeta. Sangeeta is a Frisbee player. She plays Frisbee, Ultimate Frisbee, but the other hat she wears is president of the Ultimate Frisbee Federation. So you have an administrator and a player rolled in one. We're very excited to have Niveta, who is a rider. She's on her bike, started the story with on Enfield, but also wears the hat of Deputy Secretary of the Sports Wing. So all these three women are athletes in their right, but also have equally committed to giving back to the sport. So very happy to have you here with us. The theme more broadly at this conference is the next decade towards Olympics. And I thought it's interesting to see very quickly where the past decade for women's sports has been. So some quick stats for our own recap. This is a theme that's very close to my heart, but also for my firm, because we've invested a lot in the research of it, lot in supporting programs on this, and quite recently we launched a report on the commercial viability of women's sports. So let's look at very quickly some stats, okay, around this. In the last decade, if you have to take it, in 2014, there were like 20 global world events for women. Cut to 2023, which is about 10 or a decade later, there are 40, double the number of events for women in major sporting competitions. In 2012, there were like 2 professional leagues. Cut to 2024, there are 10 professional leagues for women, commercial leagues. 2012, there were 0 para-athletes. Women para-athletes were 0 para-athletes that went into the Olympics. 2024, we have 36 para-athletes. This is amazing progress of the year of how women have progressed. India's very first Olympic medal in the 2000 Olympics came from where? India's only medal, the first ever in 2000 Olympics, was Malleshwari from this land. So this state has a lot of rich history in supporting women in sports. And I think it's only rightful that we have this dialogue here. And that's the last decade. And currently, women's sports more broadly is almost touching $1 billion in commercial value. Because if you're talking about medals, but there is also commercial value in how women's sports is touching. So we are going to look at now, I think, there is enough to prove that if you invest in women, your ROI is pretty good. There were 50% of the contingent that went to Olympics in Paris was women, equally. Men and women were equally split in terms of ratio. So I think we have proven enough that invest and you will get. So what is the next decade going to look like is what we will discuss. Before I go to the 3 main areas we looked at in that, and I will delve that further, if I can ask each of my panelists to quickly, maybe so that the audience knows you a little bit, why did you choose this sport? Enna sport vena choose pannirkalam? Popular cricket, football, tennis, all of that. Why snooker? Why frisbee? Why bike riding? Unconventional sports. Why did that? Why did you choose the sport? Niveta, if I can start with you.
Respected Member Secretary, dignitaries, friends, coaches, and athletes, a very good evening. Why I chose motorsport? It's very simple, because nobody has chosen this. People always say that motorsport is only for men. So that's why I chose this as a sport. So it's just a spark when I was in a teenage. So usually everyone will start riding a bike or scooter, something like that. So that time the people started riding bikes in my areas, the kids. So they were like, women can't ride bikes. You should not, no, they didn't say that you can't ride, you should not ride. So that one thing sparks me, why we should not, why women can't? Because bike enikume sonadhu kadayadhu, it's only for men. It's just a motor, it's equal for everyone, right? So that's how I started this motorsport. And currently I'm a national champion in drag racing, circuit racing, off-road racing, and also I started especially for women motorsport club across India. We are in 11 states, so I'm a president for that club also. So that's how my journey started.
Fantastic. Just pretty much defying the motor. Over to you, Sangeeta.
Hello. Hi, vanakkam. எனக்கு ஆக்சுவலி இவ்வளோ ஒரு தெளிவான பிளான்லாம் கிடையாது. When I was growing up, I went to an unconventional school. And I was always used to playing mixed sport because my entire school had only like 300 students. So அங்கே வந்து divisions, district, அதெல்லாம் வந்து எங்களுக்கு யாரும் சொல்லிக் கொடுக்கல. So ஒரு பசங்க பொண்ணுங்க அப்படின்னு வித்தியாசம் பார்க்காம எப்பயுமே ஒரு மாதிரி எல்லாரும் லஞ்ச் பிரேக்னா விளையாடுவோம், இன் பிட்வீன் கிளாஸஸ் விளையாடுவோம். ஸோ ஐ திங்க் somewhere I realized I just loved playing sports so much. And in one way or the other, I just wanted to play something. I started off as a basketball athlete. I played for university, for my college and things like that. And when I found Frisbee, which is ultimate Frisbee here, I found out that it was a mixed gender sport. So I was like, oh, school la விளையாடின மாதிரி எல்லாரும் சேர்ந்து விளையாடுறாங்களே. And அது வந்து ஒரு unconventional sport, அது வந்து college school systemல இல்லைன்றனால எல்லாருமே வந்து விளையாடுற மாதிரி ஒரு இடம். So I think I enjoyed the diversity, the ability to meet new people who I would not be exposed to otherwise. And because it was mixed gender, because it was self-refereed, and it was all of these things, I sort of just stuck to it without really looking for any sort of recognition or anything from that sport. I just simply loved it and I continued playing it.
Very interesting. Thank you. Anupama, club sport. You play literally a sport that men hang around snooker tables. How did that happen?
Good evening, everyone. Like she said, it was never a clear plan. It wasn't that I started playing snooker and I immediately knew that I wanted to be a champion. I can't pretend I even knew much about snooker before I started playing the game. I think every summer, my parents used to tell me to join some sport or the other, start playing something, and every summer I would just wait for the summer to get over and for me to stop playing that game. But the year when I started playing snooker, I even say it as a joke now, but I had the choice between chess and snooker, and I was like, snooker is played in an AC room, so I'll start playing snooker. But I didn't know how much of how mentally taxing it'll be, and physically also. I didn't really think of those aspects back then. But I think as I started playing, I first entered into a state championship once where the sub-juniors, I ended up losing in the finals very closely as runner-up. And I think that was when I really understood the game was competitive and that I wanted to win. And yeah, that's really when I started training and getting more into it. And definitely when I started playing, I did not think that I wanted to be the best or be the champion. I just started because I liked playing the game, and yeah.
Thank you so much. I think that's very interesting choices, and it's interesting that you say, you just pick up a game because you like it, and that's pretty much how my life with Tennis Court started. Do school, district, went up to state, went up to national levels. And we were sharing notes within the break, and we said, what are the 3 critical challenges that women's sports will face over the next decade as we are looking towards the Olympic dream? And we'll discuss those 3 challenges today. The first one, so there's 3 levels to actually succeeding, for women to succeed in sport. 1, practice. 2, you win medals. 3, it should give you a living. So we talked about 3 things that will make it successful. Now, one of the biggest challenges in terms of the practice training, we realized, is safe spaces. Safety. Safety, which is not just physical safety places, but digital safety spaces as well. And I want to really delve into this deeper, that there are some statistics that really say, there are stats from the UK particularly that says 79% of women during winter, because it gets dark in the UK, they stopped running, the athletes, because they felt unsafe. And that impacted their practice. On the other hand, the digital one, there's 84% of women athletes in Australia who said that they face online bullying. And so the digital space was unsafe. The physical place was unsafe a little bit. So I wanted to ask you, do you see that creating more safe spaces will allow for women to train better, to practice better? And I also want you to touch upon, again, from the space that you're in this government, in this state, what are some things that you have seen that has come forward to make you feel safe in the spaces that you're training as well? Divya, I'm happy to start with you.
So when it's come to women, Initially, what I faced in a safety, we always want some other women to support, especially in sport. ஸோ நான் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணும்போது எனக்கு ஒரு எக்ஸாம்பிளாக ஒரு விமன் இல்லை, அண்ட் இஃப் ஐ வாண்ட் டு ஆஸ் சம்திங் இதை எப்படி லீடாக கொண்டு போகிறதுன்னு கேட்கும்போது ஐ டோன்ட் ஹாவ் எனி விமன். ஸோ அது வந்து ஃபஸ்ட்டு விஷயம். ஸோ அந்த விஷயம் எதனாலனா சேஃப்டி கன்சர்ன் அகெயின், அப்பார்ட் ஃப்ரம் ஃபிசிக்கல் சேஃப்டி, மெயின்லி அந்த ஃபியர் ஒரு எல்லா விமனுக்குமே ஒரு பேசிக்கான ஒரு ஃபியர் இருக்கும், எப்படி போய் பேசுறது, எப்படி ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணுறது அப்படின்ற ஒரு ஃபியர். ஸோ அப்படி தான் என்னோட இனிஷியல் ஸ்டேஜில் இருந்தது ஸ்போர்ட்ஸில். ஸோ அதுக்காக தான் வந்து I just opened up with everyone. எப்படி இந்த ஸ்பேஸை வந்து கிளியர் பண்ணுறது, ஏன்னா விமன் ஸ்போர்ட்குள்ளே வரன்றதே வந்து ஒரு டிஃபிகல்ட்டி. அது வந்து அப்புறம் இவ்வளோ சேஃப்டி கன்சர்ன் இருக்குது. ஆஸ் யூ சே தட் யூகே ரிப்போர்ட், அந்த டார்க்கான அப்புறம் வெளியே போக முடியாதுன்றது இட்ஸ் அ நார்மல், எவ்ரிவேர் இட்ஸ் ஹேப்பனிங், பட் ஸ்லோலி இஸ் சேஞ்சிங். அது ஏன்னா வந்து நம்ம விமனுக்கே விமன் வந்து அந்த ஒரு என்கரேஜ்மெண்ட், அந்த ஒரு செல்ஃப் மோட்டிவேஷன் கொடுத்துக்கிறதுனால தான் வந்து இட்ஸ் கோயிங் ஃபார்வர்ட். அது ஒன்று சொல்லலாம். அண்ட் இன்னொன்று வந்து முக்கியமாக நம்ம சேஃப்டி என்னென்னா வந்து எஜுகேஷன் ப்ரெஷர் வந்து இருக்கும் நம்மளோட ஃபேமிலி சைடில். அவங்க என்னென்னா ஸ்போர்ட்ஸை சூஸ் பண்ணிட்டீங்கன்னா எஜுகேஷன் இருக்காது, எஜுகேஷன் இல்லைன்னா நெக்ஸ்ட் லைஃப் இருக்காது, நெக்ஸ்ட் லைஃப் கெரியர் கிடையாது அப்படின்ற ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ் எடுத்தாலே ஒரு கெரியர் ஓரியன்டாக எதுவுமே இல்லாதனால அந்த ஒரு சேஃப்டி மெஷர்ஸும் இருக்குது. அப்பார்ட் ஃப்ரம் ஃபிசிக்கலி லைஃபுக்கான ஒரு சேஃப்டி எதுவுமே கிடையாதுன்ற இதெல்லாம் இருக்குது. ஸோ இதெல்லாம் எப்படி ஓவர் கம் பண்ணுறோன்னா லைக் அஸ் நம்மள இருக்க இங்கே இருக்க எல்லா அத்லெட்ஸும் வந்து அதை ஃபேஸ் பண்ணி சேஃப்டியை தாண்டி இவ்வளோ விஷயங்கள் எப்படிலாம் கொண்டு போகலாம், எவ்வளோ அடிகள் பட்டிருக்கோன்றத எல்லாருக்கிட்டையும் சொல்லி இங்கே வந்திருக்க அத்லெட்ஸ் கிட்ட சொல்லி அவங்களுக்கு புரிய வச்சு தான் வி ஆர் கோயிங் ஃபார்வர்ட். அப்பார்ட் ஃப்ரம் தட் ஃப்ரம் கவர்மெண்ட் சைட்லேருந்து சேஃப்டி விஷயத்தில் இப்போ பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஸ்பெஷலி தமிழ்நாடு இஸ் கோயிங் ஃபார்வர்ட். விமன்ஸ்க்கான விமன் கோச்சஸ் இருக்காங்க எல்லா ஸ்போர்ட்லையுமே கோச் பண்ணுறதுக்கு. வி ஹேவ் அ விமன் ஹாஸ்டல்ஸ். ஸோ இதெல்லாம் இட்ஸ் கம்மிங் அண்டர் சேஃப்டி. ஸோ when compared to other states, தமிழ்நாடு வந்து விமனை இன்னும் டெவலப் பண்ணுறதுக்கு we are bringing so many things. ஸோ இதெல்லாம் சேஃப்டியில் we are adding up சொல்லலாம் தமிழ்நாட்டில்.
Absolutely. And what you're saying is right. As I said, the only reason I lost out on even progressing in the sport is when I went up to a national level, it was being played in floodlights. And coming from that time, நாங்கள் நைட் போய் எங்கேயுமே ப்ராக்டிஸ் பண்ண முடியாது. So how do you go and play a floodlight? You never know what it is to play in the night at all. So again, there is those kind of concerns. And you particularly as well, Sangeeta, in terms of Frisbee, you're playing in large public spaces, beaches, people are going to see. There is a certain attire you have to wear to practice. How do you, is that a challenge?
It's a very interesting question actually when you think about safety. It's more about like the systems we are part of either make us feel safe or unsafe, right? And I think Frisbee being a very, like I said, diverse kind of a sport where everybody comes in, we have this innate thing of watching out for each other. Just like what, Jessica has pointed out about motorsports and needing an idol, needing somebody who looks like you doing these things. I think because it's such a publicly sort of, we play on the beach, right? So we don't really, எப்படி சொல்றது, அந்த all the vimarsanam, everything we are subject to. You can't really do anything, right? I mean, you have to be in shorts and you have to be in a vest to play there. You can't help it. We didn't have bathrooms till like 5 years ago. And if you had to play against another team, you had to quickly flip your jerseys. So there's no space for like shame and all of those things. So I think safety is a very much learned thing also, depending on who is around you, which systems you're part of. So like a good schooling system, which gives you a lot of self-confidence in everything that you do, right? Then safety becomes a very internal thing, where you're not looking for external things. Is it dark outside? Then I'm safe. I mean, or I'm not safe. If it's daylight, then I'm safe. So safety becomes something very innate. வளர்ந்த விதத்துலேருந்து நம்ம கூட இருக்கிற ஆளுங்கள்லேருந்து நம்மளுக்கு என்ன அவங்க சொல்லி கொடுக்குறாங்கலேருந்து. And I think even just like the cops that are there on the beach, right? They've been so supportive in everything that anytime something happens, because everything happens, right? In the way they've approached us, in the way they've helped us, I think it's been great. Fantastic. So I think it's the systems that support us to feel safe. So I think for the future, how do we encourage these systems to have more women who can determine these safety policies so that it's not an afterthought, but it's something that we lead with. I think that's where I would go.
Fabulous. Anything that you want to add, Anupama, in this space? Is that a threat for women to progress to the next level?
I think I had one important thing in mind, and அவங்க ரெண்டு பேரும் almost அதே தான் சொன்னாங்க, which is women supporting women. I think most important is that, you know, it's not just what happens to you or how safe you feel, but when you look at other girls or other women in a room and you have the instinct that they are not feeling a certain way, then I think speaking up for them is as important, because if you were in that situation, then you would. And it's really not about the big things. A lot of the times it could just be like, once you're done training late, walking with them back to the room, or waiting for your co-players, because especially I'm in an individual sport, so we don't have a team that trains together. So it's in those little things for supporting each other. And also, like when you're younger, to build the confidence to be able to say or speak up when, you know, you feel that you need to. That's, I think, yeah.
Overcoming that fear and being in safe spaces. So I think what we're trying to say is, the first step, I think the biggest challenge is, how can you create a safe space more for women to practice, to train, to compete? Given that there is capability, how do you make that spaces more safer through your coaches, through your systems, through your that? Which is probably the first challenge. And the second point here that I want to delve is sports science. Now, what has happened is, globally itself, the research around sports science for women is fairly low as well. By and large, whatever is applied for men has been adapted for women. A big part of my professional background, I've spent over 10 plus years leading the sports strategy and work for the Australian government. I remember going into one of those sports science centers, and I was telling my colleagues here that the physiology, our injury, our recovery rate, our sweating, where we sweat, how we sweat, when we sweat, all of this is very different from men, right? So it's all these little nuances where the physiology, the mental conditioning, we are again very different when it comes to men. So there is a big difference in how women athletes and male athletes are on the field as well. So I remember going to this research center where they were actually doing fabric research on looking at the jersey, hockey player's jersey, different fabric for girls and different fabric for boys. That's the kind of sports science research that some of those advanced countries are doing. So my next question is around the sports science end of it. How do you see sports science, which is coaching, biomechanics, mental strength and conditioning, nutrition, this whole thing, how do you see this for women playing out? Have you seen a change? Do you think the next decade belongs to, I mean, we will get more medals in terms of the success if we get this right? And where could we bridge that gap?
ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ் சயின்ஸ் வந்து எடுத்துக்கிட்டோன்னா, நம்ம இப்போது அது டெவலப் பண்ணது எல்லாமே வந்து மென் ஓரியன்டாக இருக்கும். லைக் நம்ம மார்னிங்கில் கேட்ட மாதிரி மைண்ட் செட் வந்து டிஃப்ரென்ஸ் பிட்வீன் விமன் அண்ட் மென். தேர் ஆர் டோட்டலி பயாலஜிக்கலி பேட்டர்ன்ஸ் வந்து நம்ம எல்லாமே வேறு. அதுமாரி ஆஸ் யூ சைட் இன்ஜுரிஸ் ஆனால் விமனுக்கு எப்படி ரெக்கவர் ஆகுறன்றது வேறு. ஸோ டோட்டலாக விமனோட மைண்ட் செட் பேட்டர்ன்லேருந்து, பயாலஜிக்கல் பேட்டர்ன்லேருந்து, இன்ஜுரி பேட்டர்ன்லேருந்து, எவ்ரி திங் இஸ் டிஃப்ரெண்ட். ஈவன் த ரெக்கவரி டைம் ஆல்சோ இஸ் டிஃப்ரெண்ட். ஸோ அதுக்கு ரிலேட்டடான ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ் சயின்ஸில் வந்து கொண்டு வந்திருக்காங்களா பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, சோஃபார் ஐ திங்க் ஸோ நோ. இட்ஸ் அ பேசிக் ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ் சயின்ஸ் தான். அத்லெட்ஸுக்கு என்ன இருக்குது, நியூட்ரிஷனாக என்ன கொடுக்கலாம், அது வந்து ஈக்குவல் ஃபார் மென் அண்ட் விமன் ரெண்டுத்துக்கும் சேர்த்து வந்து நியூட்ரிஷன்ஸ் இது எப்படி கொடுக்கலாம், ரெக்கவர் எப்படி ஆவாங்க, என்ன மாதிரி ஒர்க் அவுட்ஸ் கொடுக்கறது அப்படின்றது ரெண்டு பேருக்குமே காமனான ஒன்று தான் இருக்கே தவிர ஸ்பெசிஃபிக்காக வந்து விமனுக்குன்னு எதுவுமே இன்னும் கொண்டு வரல. நம்ம நீங்கள் சொல்கிற அளவுக்கு டாப் லெவலுக்கு விமனுக்கு அந்த ஒரு இது கொண்டு வரல. ஏன்னா அது கொண்டு வந்தால் ஆஸ் யூ சேட் அப்கமிங் ஒலிம்பிக்ஸ்லையோ இல்லை இன்டர்நேஷ்னல் ஈவெண்ட்ஸ்லையோ நம்ம விமன் வந்து இந்த சின்ன சின்ன விஷயத்தில் when compared to other countries, Indian women are facing so many things physically. We don't don't have nutrition habit. And the nutrition food எடுக்கிறது வந்து நிறைய athletesக்கு வந்து பாதி பேருக்கு தெரியாது. எல்லாருமே வந்து empowering சொல்றோம். Empowering, it comes under three way. We have choice. என்ன ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ் எடுக்கிறன்றது we have choice. And we have to do continuity. அந்த ஸ்போர்ட்ஸை வந்து கண்டினியூட்டி பண்ணுறதே இல்லை. அது ஏன்னா இந்த பேசிக்கான ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ் சயின்ஸ் இருக்குது. இந்த நியூட்ரிஷன், என்ன நியூட்ரிஷன் எடுக்கணும், எப்படி ரெக்கவர் ஆகிறது, எப்படி இப்போ விமன் எடுத்துக்கிட்டா we are facing physically so many things. Even when I used to race, we all have menstruation day, monthly days, so that time our mood swings will change and our entire body activity will change. But அது வந்து மென் கூட கம்பேரே பண்ண முடியாது. வி ஆர் ஆல் ஈக்குவல் எல்லாமே அதெல்லாம் சொல்லணும். பட் இன்னும் கொஞ்சம் அதை சயின்டிஃபிக்கலாக என்ன மாதிரியான ரெக்கவரி கொடுக்கறது, என்ன மாதிரியான நியூட்ரிஷன் ஃபுட் வந்து கொடுக்கறதுன்றதை விமனுக்கு ஸ்பெசிஃபிக்காக பண்ணி அந்த ஒரு ரிசர்ச் பண்ணி கொடுத்தா விமன் கேன் லீட் மோர். ஏன்னா இப்போது ஒன்றுமே இல்லாமே வந்து இந்தியன் விமன்ஸ், ஸ்பெஷலி தமிழ்நாட்டில் இருக்க எல்லா விமனுமே வந்து ஒலிம்பிக்ஸ்லேருந்து இன்டர்நேஷ்னல்லேருந்து எல்லாத்துக்குமே போய் பண்ணுறோம். ஸோ இன்னும் ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ் சயின்ஸ் வந்து விமனை ஓரியன்ட் பண்ணி அவங்களோட பாடியில் என்ன இருக்குன்றத தெரிஞ்சுக்கிட்டு ஃபைண்ட் அவுட் பண்ணால் we can give a solution easily and we can bring more women's.
Yeah, thank you. Again here, yeah, Anupama, I'm happy to reflect to you. It's, juggle the order a little bit. Like snooker, they'll say, yeah, it's not a physical game. Like, oh, it's only a mental strength and you should be able to do it. So why can't what I teach a man become the same for you? So do you see games like chess, snooker, and those kind of games which are not physically that you think are active? Do you think that there is no role for women for sports science, or could we do better with sports science?
Snooker is definitely one of those, I'd say, unique games which requires equal physical and mental conditioning. Yes, for when you're on the table, when you're playing the game, it's a lot to do with how you think, your ability to make good decisions, and but you can't completely say that there's no physical fitness required to play the game. Sometimes games go on for like 3-4 hours. When it gets tactical, could get longer. You are expected to train every day for 5-6 hours. All that requires a lot of neck, back, core strength, your feet, everything. And there are players in the past in snooker who have lost out and who have had to retire early because of neck injuries, because of back injuries. So yes, it definitely requires that women and the physical aspect of it is definitely different. And I think with sports sciences, and like she said earlier, I have read some where that when they started doing sports analytics and sciences on men athletes, they did not do it on women because they found different results every time they did it, because the women's cycle is so different and each week the results were differing. But that is in fact exactly why we need to do research on women, because mentally and physically every week, every day is different based on your biological cycle, and that needs to be analyzed and understood for you to understand really mental fatigue or physical anything, that those are the things that need to be studied on. Yeah.
Absolutely. And we heard a lot on the AI bit play out earlier as well, but I still think it's all very data driven as well, right? Even as far as the AI tools are concerned, if you see all those icons, they're all kind of designed, that's because women were never playing. So all your data points are from men, which is getting adapted. Just your thoughts as well on that, Sangeeta.
So I play a mixed gender sport, right? So this is going to start off at a very personal level first. Like science is great. Obviously, we need data backed and we need more women to be studied in all these spaces. But I think the first step is there's a certain amount of shame and sexuality, or like sexualization of the women's body itself that needs to be left. It's I don't know, it's 2025. We all have bodies, I think that's where we start. And I think there has to be a certain amount of self-awareness, regardless of gender, I think, what does my body need? How do I react when I have more protein? What do I feel when I eat more fried stuff? Or when do I feel tired? When do I take my supplements? What supplements are needed? Because now with the WADA, when anti-doping and everything, athletes have to be so careful about what goes into their body. Because a recent study spoke about how the artificial turf has led to doping claims or, tests being failed by athletes and to no fault of their own, right? So I think the first step in this is awareness as to what am I putting in my body, and also, and what is the purpose of that, and how does it make me feel? Because a doctor can keep prescribing medicines, just like even an injury, right? Like a physio can keep telling you, do this exercise. But if you don't understand how it's supposed to make you feel better or stronger, then I think that feedback loop is not closed. And with regards to injuries itself, and I think that's where my sort of insight started. I tore my ACL last September. And that's when I started researching even injuries, right? Because till then, you take it for granted. You don't understand the nitty-gritties. You don't understand how difficult it is. I used to jump whenever, nanachapodhu oduven, nanachapodhu gudipen. But the minute you injure something is when you realize how much of your body you take for granted.
Correct.
And even your mind, right? Because as an athlete, your mind and your body is completely connected. And you look at yourself as a performance machine almost. So when you can't perform, then who are you? It almost becomes like that, which is where it comes back to self-awareness about what am I being prescribed as remedy, or even rehab or prehab, and how is it supposed to help me? So a little bit of research, internalization, and the nambala sila எல்லா கேள்விக்கும் ஆன்சர் இருக்கு ஒருத்தங்க சொல்றாங்கன்னு இல்லாம நாமளும் கொஞ்சம் டைம் ஸ்பெண்ட் பண்ணி இது ஏன் நடக்குது அப்படின்னு கத்துக்கணும் அப்படின்றது my learning from my ACL injury. That's when I realized women are more prone to ACL injuries during their ovulation times, which is something I was completely unaware of. And the studies also, there are not many that really help women prevent that.
Yes.
So 100% for more research that puts women in front, in sciences, in psychology, and even in nutrition.
Yeah, it's very interesting you reflect that, because we spoke about how there's two elements to every athlete, right? The physicality, we're talking about the physiology, and then the mental strength and conditioning. And most often, women athletes are very associated to being resilient. We have a little bit more capacity to take failure. Our mental strength is very high, but imagine if there was enough investment done in purely the research of how sports science also works on our body, then we would honestly be a potent combination. And I think we also spoke at the end of the day, a medal is a medal, whether it's won by a man or a woman, and hence that investment would be worth its while for sure. So that concludes our second bit. So we spoke about, of the three challenges that face women's sports in the next decade to get us the medals, we said is more spaces, more safe spaces, and networks and ecosystem support to train. Secondly, we talked about science, which is the second S, is like how much is the sports science dedicated for women. The third element that we'll talk about very quickly is stability and sustainability. The third S, which is what happens if I have an ACL injury. I am prone to injury because very quickly I'm going to get injured, and as a woman you're injured and you can't play. So what happens to your career post that? We are hearing a lot in corporates, for instance, returning to corporate careers, and a lot of training happening there. So idhila vandu oru periya aspect is where is my income sustainability coming from? Because what if it's only a short-lived time as an athlete, right? So this is probably our third S that I want to talk about. Is this financial stability, sustainability aspect for women athletes, which comes back to what are my careers, what are my options. So my questions again, and this time Anupama, I'll start with you. What happens now? Snooker, you can't, of course, go on forever. So where do you think there could be better support systems that could come in when it comes to making sure that you have a sustainable career? And what do you think that entities like government entities and state entities or even private could come together to provide something like that for you?
I mean, when I first started playing snooker, it was 2015, 16. Snooker and billiards wasn't a sport that was recognized with the STAT. And I think in 2019 it got recognized. And after that, the sort of support that we've got from the state government has really been instrumental in. I recently was at a national level tournament, and another player from another state said to me that after I won the world championship, and if I had been from another state, I wouldn't have been known or seen as much, and that it was very good for the game as a whole that I'm from Tamilnadu and that they are supporting me to this extent. And that really made me happy, and a lot of people say that especially in snooker, I don't think any other state is supporting the snooker players as much as Tamil Nadu is. And not just me, I think there are a lot of other, I think there are two of us in the Mission International Medal Scheme of the Tamil Nadu government, which will, for coaching abroad, the next step, all that has been because of that. And more importantly, unlike when I started playing the game, now there is a path or a future that you can see. Obviously, there nationally or for overall for the game, there is a long way to go in terms of popularity or for people to know what it is. But it's definitely a start, and I'm genuinely glad to be playing the game at this time, and hopefully I'll continue to play it when it's more popular.
You've just started. I'm sure there's a massive machinery in form of SDAT that's backing you. Nivita, I mean, it's interesting in the way that you're giving back to the game as well. And when we talked about challenges, you're the one who vehemently said this whole careers bit is a big challenge. And how do you take the whole sustainability end of it? So again here, and in your role as well, that you're looking to do what you do, what has happened well, and what do you think could be done better to ensure that women see promise in sport beyond playing?
Women, sports, we are entering, but we are not staying. That's the main thing for women. As we discussed previously, safety concern, health issues, இதெல்லாம் வந்து இருக்கிறதுனால they are not staying. They don't have that kind of awareness. அந்த விமன்ஸ்க்கு அது கிடைக்கிறது இல்லை. ஸோ என்னோட மோட்டர் ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ் ஸ்டைலில் சொல்லணும்னா எம்பவர்மெண்ட் அண்ட் சஸ்டைனபிலிட்டி வந்து ஒரு ஒன் வே கேட் கிடையாது. ஜஸ்ட்டு உள்ளே வந்துட்டோம் அதுக்கப்புறம் போயிட்டோம் அப்படின்ற மாதிரி இல்லாமல் இட்ஸ் அ லாங் ரோட். we have to focus on a long way. So நம்மளோட கெரியர் பாத்வே ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ் எடுத்துட்டாலே we have to start young. அப்படி நான் வந்து எங்களை ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணல. மோட்டர் ஸ்போர்ட் இருந்தாலே ஒரு 3, 4, 5 இயர்ஸில் வந்து ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணிடுவாங்க மற்ற கண்ட்ரீஸில், யூரோப்பியன் கண்ட்ரீஸில். பட் ஐ ஸ்டார்டட் லேட் பிகாஸ் ஐ டோன்ட் ஹவ் தட் கைண்ட் ஆஃப் அவேர்னஸ். பட் இப்போ இருக்க 2025ல வி ஹவ் ஸோ மச் ஆஃப் அவேர்னஸ். சோஷியல் மீடியா இருக்குது, நிறைய டெவலப்மெண்ட் ஆகிடுச்சு. ஸோ அதனால் சஸ்டைனபிலிட்டி எப்படி ஆகும்னா வி ஹவ் டு ஸ்டார்ட் யங். ஸோ இப்போ இருக்க ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ் எல்லாமே ஃபஸ்ட்டு ஒரு 10 இயர்ஸ் பேக் 15 இயர்ஸ் பேக் பார்த்தோன்னா என்னென்ன ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ் இருக்குன்னு நம்ம யாருக்குமே தெரியாது. ஈவன் மோட்டர் ஸ்போர்ட்டு, ஸ்னூக்கர்ஸ் இருக்குது, ஃப்ரிஸ்பி இருக்குன்றது இங்கே இருக்க நிறைய பேருக்கு தெரியாது. இப்போ தான் வந்து அது எஸ்டாப்ளிஷ் ஆகிருக்கு. ஒய்? பிகாஸ் கவர்மெண்ட் இன்ஸ்டிடியூஷன். ஸோ தேர் பிரிங்கிங் இட். அவங்க வந்து அந்த சஸ்டைனபிலிட்டி வச்சுருக்காங்க, ஒரு கெரியர் பாத்வே வச்சுருக்காங்க. ஒரு அத்லெட்ஸை எடுக்கிறோன்னா வி ஹவ் டு ஸ்டார்ட் தெம் யங். அவங்களை கொண்டு வரணும், அவங்களுக்கான ட்ரைனிங், பேசிக் ட்ரைனிங்ஸ் வந்து என்னென்ன கொடுக்கணுன்ற செட் பண்ணுறாங்க. அண்ட் அவங்க எப்படி ரெக்கவர் ஆகணும். விமனாக எடுத்துக்கிட்டால் விமனுக்கான கோச்சஸ் கொடுக்குறாங்க, விமன் ரிலேட்டடான மென்டார்ஸ் கொடுக்குறாங்க. மென்டார்ஸ் ஆர் வெரி இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் ஃபார் ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ் பர்சன். ஏன்னா மென்டார்ஸ் இல்லாமல் நம்மளோட ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ் கெரியரில் சஸ்டெயின் பண்ணவே முடியாது. அதுமாரி டாப் லெவலுக்கும் நம்ம போக முடியாது. ஸோ அந்த லெவல் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நம்ம தமிழ்நாட்டில் எஸ்பெஷலாக எஸ்ஜிடியில் விமன் கோச்சஸாக இருக்கட்டும், விமன் மென்டாஸாக இருக்கட்டும், ஒரு கைடன்ஸாக இருக்கட்டும், கெரியர் பாத்வே நெக்ஸ்ட் என்ன பண்ண போகிறோன்றதா இருக்கட்டும். இப்போ 2 days பிஃபோர் கூட பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நம்மளுடைய சீஃப் மினிஸ்டர் வந்து கேரமில் வின் பண்ண காஷிமாக்கு வந்து 1.5 crores கொடுத்துருக்காங்க. நீங்கள் ஃபினான்ஷியல் ஆஸ்பெக்ட் பேசுனதுனால சொல்கிறேன். ஸோ ஃபினான்ஷியலி வி ஆர் பேக்கிங் அப் ஒன்ஸ் அகெயின் விமன். ஒரு ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ் எடுத்து ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணணும்னு நினைக்கும் போது ஃபஸ்ட்டு திங் வந்து ஃபேமிலி. ஏன்னா ஃபேமிலிக்கு வந்து ஒரு அவேர்னஸ் கிடையாது. எல்லாரோட பேரண்ட்ஸுமே வந்து ஸ்போர்ட்ஸில் இருந்திருக்க மாட்டாங்க. என்னோட பேரண்ட்ஸ் வந்து ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ் தான் என்னன்னே தெரியாது. என்னோட ஃபேமிலி பேக்ரவுண்டில் என்னோட ரூட்ஸில் ஸ்போர்ட்ஸில் யாருமே இருந்ததே கிடையாது. ஸோ அதே மாதிரி தான் யாருக்குமே இந்த ஒரு அவேர்னஸ் இருக்காது ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ்னால் என்னன்னு சொல்லிட்டு. வி ஹேவ் டு அவேர் தெம். ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ்னால் என்ன அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு நம்ம எக்ஸாம்பிள் வச்சு சொல்கிறோம்ல. ஒரு விஷயம் நடந்த அப்புறம் தான் அந்த எக்ஸாம்பிள் வச்சு இப்போ பேரண்ட்ஸ்க்கு வந்து ஒரு ஓகே இவங்களால பண்ண முடியுன்றத அவங்க ஃபியர் இல்லாமல் ஓகே சொல்லுவாங்கன்னா அது எப்படின்னா அவங்களுக்கான பாத்வே இருக்கான்றதை பார்ப்பாங்க. அது வந்து தமிழ்நாடு கவர்மெண்ட்டில் நிறையவே இருக்குது. பேரண்ட்ஸ் மெயினாக என்ன பண்ணுவாங்க, ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டி இருக்கா, விமெனுக்கு ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டி இருக்கா, இந்த ஸ்போர்ட் எடுத்தால் சேஃப்டியாக இருக்குமா, அதில் அவங்களுக்கு வந்து அந்த செலெக்ஷன் ப்ராசஸ் எல்லாம் சேஃப்டியாக தான் நடக்குமா, விமன் அந்த லெவலுக்கு போவாங்களா அப்படின்ற ஒரு கன்சர்ன். இதெல்லாம் போய் வின் பண்ணிட்டாங்கன்னா அவங்க கரியர் வந்து இதுக்கப்புறம் ஏதாவது ஜாப் கொடுப்பாங்களா, ஃபினான்ஷியலாக வந்து சப்போர்ட் பண்ணுவாங்களான்றது இதுதான் பேசிக். இந்த பேசிக் நீட்ஸ் எல்லாமே இப்போ இருக்க தமிழ்நாடு கவர்மெண்ட் வந்து தே ஆர் டூயிங் இட். ஸோ இந்த சஸ்டைனபிலிட்டியில் எல்லாரும் எந்த ஒரு அத்லெட்ஸ்னாலுமே சஸ்டைனபிலிட்டியை ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணும் போது நம்ம எதர் வி ஹேவ் டு ஸ்டார்ட் அப்படி ஸ்டார்ட் இல்லைன்னா நம்ம என்ன பண்ண போகிறோம், இந்த ஸ்போர்ட்ஸில் எப்படி கொண்டு போக போகிறோம், இதை நம்ம ஒரு கரியராக எடுத்துக்க போகிறோமான்றத எல்லாமே அனலைஸ் பண்ணிட்டு தான் நம்ம வந்து அதை ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணணும். பட் அதை ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணால் கூட எனிவே வி ஆர் கோயிங் டு ஃபேஸ் so many things as we discussed before. ஏன்னா ஸ்ட்ரகிள்ஸ் இல்லாமல் we can't climb anything. So struggles always come. அதை வச்சு தான் வந்து நம்ம upcoming generation and women athletes வந்து improve பண்ண முடியும். So it will come all the way.
Thank you. Sangeeta, I want your reflection wearing your hat as a federation. Now, I told you from so many global federations that I have seen and also seen some best practice. Anga eppdina when a player comes in, parallel to the playing pathway, career pathway irukum. ஸோ நான் ஒரு பிளேயராக உள்ளே வந்தேன்னா எனக்கு கோச்சிங் இருக்குது, பட் அட் த சேம் டைம் கேன் ஐ பிகம் அ கோச், அதுக்கு ஒரு பாத்வே இருக்குது. கேன் ஐ பிகம் அ கமெண்டேட்டர், அதுக்கு ஒரு பாத்வே இருக்குது. கேன் ஐ பிகம் அ ஃபிசியோ, கேன் ஐ பிகம் அ ஸ்ட்ரென்த் அண்ட் கண்டிஷனிங், கேன் ஐ பிகம் அன் அம்பையர் இல்லை. ஸோ ஃபெடரேஷன்ஸ் ஜென்ரலாக some good federations around the world have a very good career pathway. இப்போ Cricket Australia is a standout example. Every commentator you see there, whoever comes in, they have a contract to play, but they also must do skilling. Communication skilling பண்ணனும், coaching skilling பண்ணனும், analytics skilling பண்ணனும், so that once their playing time is over, அவங்களுக்கு அந்த சிஸ்டம்ல they can find a job. So federations are taking on that responsibility. So something like what you're doing at the Frisbee, and idilla, do you see that imparting that skilling could be a way in which you keep them much more secure about their future?
Yeah, absolutely. I think just for a quick reflection, right? I've been playing for India since 2015. And I always joke saying I have 2 full-time jobs. One is being an athlete and the other is, being whatever, my profession to pay to be an athlete. Because one, like people have pointed out, the systemic support is such an important thing in developing this athlete as a human being and as a holistic person who can contribute to this society. Because at the end of the day, it's not just medals, right? They're a person who is involved or invested their life in bringing that medal, which means the community, the systems, the federation is responsible to take care of them to a large extent. So Frisbee is a very interesting niche sport to comment about, and I will comment about, my expertise. Because we have so many different people there, from startup owners to all kinds of people playing Frisbee. And a lot of the kids who start playing, they start getting attracted into one of these careers. And they have these real-time mentors, like, a startup person or a gym owner who also plays Frisbee. They get taken under the wing and they find these real-time mentors to sort of cross career support, because Frisbee is a self-refereed sport. I don't think many people know that, but we don't have any referees. So the skills of conflict resolution is something that we absolutely need. For example, if I hit, you have to call the foul, and the discussion is between both of us. Namba pesi, then the game progresses. There's no external referee, right? So a lot of psychological development, knowingly or unknowingly, happens to the people who play Ultimate. And they become very good at communication, conflict resolution, and coaching. Because we don't have these steady, set systems outside, we end up coaching each other inside. So all of these other life skills we sort of pick up because of this. And one of my very favorite examples out of this is somebody who's a restaurant owner, who owns a pizzeria in Surat, has actually recruited an entire team to run all of his restaurants. So now we have people who are throwing discs, tossing pies, literally, and winning world championships in pizza making. And that is a legitimate career for themselves as well, and they're managing the restaurant. So I think this sort of cross-career training happens just because of the niche and the space Frisbee is in.
Thank you so much for your reflection. I think there will be just one generic question that will go across. So, yeah, as we said, if we really have to move to the next decade of women's sports in India, the last decade has shown that we can do exceptionally well, that, we are at par. There's nothing to prove otherwise, that invest in women, you're going to see results. But the three aspects we spoke about, which is safe spaces, security and sciences, will actually propel women's sports to a new domain. Before I open it out to questions, I do want three of you, there's a lot of young athletes, coaches who are coaching young women here. If you had one message to give to a lot of young girls, athletes in this audience here, what would be that one message from you to them? You can go in any random order.
One advice I always give to young girls, we should come out of comfort zone. Comfort zone la எப்பவுமே இருந்துட்டா next level நம்மளால போகவே முடியாது. So you have to start believing yourself. என்ன பண்ண போறோம்ன்றத வந்து நம்மளே நமக்குள்ளே சொல்லிட்டு fake it before make it சொல்லுவாங்க இல்லையா? So we have to fake it. என்ன ஆக போறோம்ன்றத நம்ம வந்து எவ்வளோ நினைச்சு பார்க்குறோமோ definitely we can make it. So அதுக்கெல்லாம் when we come out of from the comfort zone தான் பண்ண முடியும். So that's the one message I want to share to all the women, not only for the young athletes, to all the coaches, teachers and everyone.
Beautiful. Sangeeta.
I'd say...
Yes. Thanks.
I'd say be shameless. வெக்கப்படாதீங்க. உங்களுக்கு ஒன்று வேணும், உங்களுக்கு ஒன்று தெரியல, உங்களுக்கு ஏதாவது பண்ணணும் அப்படின்னா நேராக கேட்டுருங்க. worst கேஸ் என்ன சொல்லுவாங்க? முடியாது சொல்லுவாங்க. பரவாயில்ல. ஸோ முடியாது இல்லை, I can't. Let's not limit ourselves. So just be shameless. Ask for the things that you want. If you're in the space, demand for them. And if you get it, அந்த ஸ்பேஸை இன்னொருத்தங்களுக்கு கிரியேட் பண்ண ட்ரை பண்ணுங்க.
Fantastic. Be supportive of the system. Absolutely.
Perseverance, I think. There are a lot of factors that you won't be able to control that will play a role in your development. But the only thing you can do is to keep doing your bit. And you have to do that. There's really no other way. And one other thing I keep telling myself is just remember why you started playing the game. எல்லாருமே வந்து ஃபஸ்ட்டு அந்த கேம் விளையாடும் போது அவங்களுக்கு கிடைச்ச ஒரு ஹாப்பினஸ்னால தான் அந்த கேம் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணியிருப்பாங்க. யாரும் மெடல் வின் பண்ணும், சாம்பியன் ஆகணும்னு கேம் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணுறதில்ல. ஸோ அது எப்போவும் நம்ம ஞாபகம் வச்சுட்டு டெய்லி விளையாடினா ஐ திங்க் தட் இன் இட் செல்ஃப் it'll definitely be a game changer.
Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you to three of you. I think we might have a couple of questions, quick ones. We kept this a very fast panel, so fast, quick questions. And I think there was one here. And
a very good evening to one and all present here. My name is Senora. I'm a sports and exercise psychology student from Ramachandra. So my question, I have two questions. The first one is, being athletes, what were some of your personal or individual psychological strategies that you use during, pressure situations? And second question is, women face a lot of challenges, especially having menstrual cycles. So when you were going through a lot of menstrual cycles, how did you cope with your training, your competitions? I just wanted to know this. Thank you.
I'll start with the psychology question because I'm a psychologist. What I've realized is when you are doubting yourself, right? Like let's say there's a lot of catching and throwing involved in my game. So sometimes நம்மளுக்கே ஒரு டவுட் வரும் பிடிச்சிருவோமா அப்படின்ட்டு. ஸோ நான் என்ன ரெக்கக்னைஸ் பண்ணேன்னா எனி டைம் ஐ ஆஸ்க் தட் கொஸ்டின் பிடிச்சிருவேனா போட்டுருவேனா அப்படின்னு கேட்கும்போதே அதில் ஒரு டவுட் அண்ட் மை டர்ன் ஓவர் ரேட் வாஸ் மச் ஹையர். So I reframed it for myself to say pudi. Anytime I had that doubt, it was pudi. Throw. Catch, throw. So keeping it very simple and keeping it to exactly what I wanted to do instead of having like a big question around it helped.
Your physiological changes and how you coped with it.
Yeah, she asked about the menstrual time. So obviously, நம்ம women's எல்லாமே வந்து அந்த டைமில் we have a mood swings. ஹாப்பியான மூட் ஸ்விங்ஸே இருக்காது, சும்மாவே அழுவோம். அதுதான் நம்மளோட மெயின். அந்த டைமில் எதுக்கு அழறோம் என்ன ரீசனே இருக்காது. வி யூஸ்வலி க்ரை எமோஷ்னலி, அந்த டைமில் எமோஷ்னலாக இருப்போம். ஸோ நான் என்னோடய ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ் டைமில் அந்த மாதிரி டைமில் எப்படி எடுக்கும்னா எமோஷ்னலாக இருக்கிறதுனால அந்த டைமில் இருந்து வெளியே வர முடியாது. வி ஹவ் டு கோ த்ரூ. அழுணும்னு நினச்சா வி ஹவ் டு க்ரை அவுட் லவுட். அதுக்கப்புறம் உங்களுக்கு என்ன விஷயம் பிடிச்சிருக்கோ அது பண்ணுங்கள். சில பேருக்கு வந்து ஏதாவது சாப்பிட பிடிக்கும். நான் என்ன பண்ணுவேன்னா என்னோட ரேசிங் டைமில் இந்த மென்சுரேஷன் டைமில் எனக்கு இந்த மாதிரி மூட் ஸ்விங் வரும்போது ஐ யூஸ் டு லிசன் டு காமெடி வீடியோஸ் என்னோட மைண்டை வந்து ரீடைரக்ட் பண்ணுறதுக்கு. ஏன்னா நம்ம இருக்கிறதே ஒரு கோவமாகவும் ஒரு சேடான சுச்சுவேஷனில் இருப்போம். அது வந்து ஸ்போர்ட்ஸில் வந்து ரொம்பவே வந்து பாதிக்கும். ஏன்னா நம்மளது வந்து எல்லாருமே வந்து ஃபிசிக்கலாகவும் மென்டலாகவும் தான் வந்து ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ் பர்சன் வந்து செயல்படுத்தி ஆகணும். ஏன்னா மென்டல் ஃபிட்னஸ் வெரி வெரி இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் ஃபார் ஆல் தி அத்லீட்ஸ். ஸோ அப்படி இருக்கும்போது அந்த டைமில் எவ்ரி விமன் இண்டிவிஜுவல்ஸ்க்கு வந்து ஒரு டிஃப்ரெண்டான விஷயங்கள் இருக்கும். நம்ம அந்த டைமில் சில பேருக்கு வந்து நிறைய ஸ்வீட் சாப்பிடணுன்னு இருக்கும், சில பேருக்கு வந்து நிறைய இது காமெடி வீடியோஸோ இல்லை மூவிஸ் பார்க்கணுன்னு இருக்கும், இல்லை வெளியே போகணுன்னு இருக்கும். ஸோ அந்த டைமில் என்ன விஷயங்கள் தோணுதோ அந்த விஷயத்தை பண்ணுங்கள். அதை பண்ணாதான் வி ஷுட் அந்த சைக்காலஜி மைண்ட் செட்லேருந்து வெளியே வந்து நம்மளுடைய ஸ்போர்ட்டில் வந்து ஃபோக்கஸ் பண்ண முடியும். நம்ம எல்லாம் பண்ணுற ஒரே மிஸ்டேக் என்ன, இந்த கொஷின் எல்லாருமே கேட்குறாங்க. அந்த டைமில் ரொம்பவே இதாக இருக்குது, என்னை ஓவர் கம் பண்ண முடியலன்னா ஓவர் கம் பண்ண முடியாது தான். வி ஹவ் டு கோ த்ரூ இட். அதை வந்து நல்ல விஷயத்தை நம்மளுக்கு என்ன பிடிக்குதோ அதை நம்ம செஞ்சால் ஈஸிலி வி கேன் கம் அவுட் ஆஃப் தட் சுச்சுவேஷன்.
Anything from a training angle that is that something that you do, like from a physical training angle to tackle the cycles at all?
Physically, I mean, I don't think, like she said, there's anything you can do to eliminate it. It's something that is a part of us. And it's also, I think the fact that it's physically challenging is commonly known, but it's also equally mentally challenging. I myself, when I'm playing the game, I can tell from the choices that I'm making in shots that I'm not thinking straight, I'm not thinking the way that I would on a normal day. But I think it's about understanding that on that day you need to strategize better. And it's like she said, understanding your body and making choices based on those things. There's only you are the best judge. It's different for everybody and there's no one size fits all strategy really. So it's not a very easy question to answer, but the answer would be to understand what's best for you and do
your
that.
Body. Thank you.
I just want to add to that, if I may. I think if you're in extreme pain, you should take pills. You should just take the medication. And, if leading up you need more magnesium supplements, get blood tests done. See what you need so that you're better prepared. Because it's like monthly things we can't escape, right? So just learn to adapt around
And it comes back to the whole sports science we spoke about, that there's very less science that is actually backing
Yeah,
this
and
whole
because you
process.
can't go and ask some tournament directors to change the dates just because, you are bleeding, right? So it's just something we learn to live and compete through. So I think a lot of awareness and backed by science.
Absolutely. No, thank you so much. It's a fascinating panel. I've been asked to close. But the fact is that we come back to the fact that women's sports is set for greater achievements for the next decade. We've done so well in the past decade. We couldn't have been more proud at this point to sit here, to have wonderful athletes who've chosen unconventional sports. The world is getting bigger. Of course, what's happening in cricket is inspiring a lot of women. Commercially, we are touching a lot in that space. We are 50% of every athlete cohort that is there in this country. We're just hoping that as government and great work as that in the incentives and the programs that they've introduced. But if we can get a lot around the safe spaces, around the coaching, the sports science, as well as the sustainability in order, I think the medals are out there for us to grab. So thank you so much, you wonderful women, and a round of applause for them, please.
Thank you so much, ladies, for that incredible chat. I'm going to quickly request Sujata ma'am, General Manager, SDAT, to kindly come forward and present these 4 supremely talented ladies on the dais with a small token of appreciation. 4 women who have broken stereotypes, broken glass ceilings, and have paved the way for all those who follow. Thank you so much for being here with us and taking us through that engaging conversation. May I request all 5 of y'all to kindly come together for a quick picture. Thank you once again. So many great takeaways from that conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick 10-minute tea break. We're going to break for the next 10 minutes and then we will go ahead with our last and final session for the day. I'm going to request all of you all to step outside and return in the next 10 minutes. Thank you. check. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our last session of the day. I'm going to quickly request everyone to kindly return to the event hall. I repeat, ladies and gentlemen, we're set to go ahead with our next session. May I request everyone to kindly return to the event hall and settle down. And also an important announcement for all the SDAT coaches and officers. After this final session, we request all of you all to kindly stay back since we have a meeting lined up for you all. I repeat, SDAT coaches and officers, you're requested to stay back after the final session. We have a small meeting, so requesting all of you all to kindly stay back. All right, one final time, requesting everyone to quickly settle down, please. Our last session for the day, a very interesting one coming your way. If I may request everyone to kindly settle down. I hope all of you all are back, refreshed and ready to go. Our next panel discussion is going to be on sports analytics, and I'd like to welcome onto the dais the moderator for the session. Can we all put our hands together and welcome Mr. Venugopal, Associate Director, Sports Advisory. A big round of applause for him. Thank you so much for being here and thank you for moderating this session. And joining this discussion, we have Mr. Alvin Lawrence, Head of Scouting, Bengaluru FC. Thank you so much, sir, for being here. Can we welcome all of these gentlemen with a round of applause, please? We also have with us Mr. Ramakrishnan, Founder, Sports Mechanics. Thank you, sir, for being with us today. And last but not least, we have with us Mr. Aditya Chakravarti, Head of Football Operations, FC Madras. Now, these gentlemen have been here through the day waiting for their session. Can we welcome them with a lot of energy and enthusiasm? A big round of applause for them. Ellarume onna sendu. Thank you so much, and I'm going to hand it over to you, sir.
Check, check. Thank you very much. Very good evening, everyone. Hopefully everybody is fresh and looking forward to a nice, punchy end to the day after a long, long day, and I'm sure that there was a lot of great insights shared by some of the co-panelists in the previous sessions. And we are really, really excited with sports analytics. Before we start, a few housekeeping rules as well as a few announcements to be made. The temperature outside is 27 degrees. We have 4 exits to this room. Hopefully you don't need to use any of them during the session, and we should be able to keep you entertained. The crew here speaks Hindi, English, Tamil, and even Kannada, I suppose. So feel free to interact with us in any language that you feel comfortable with. Yeah. A bit of Bengali as well if we had Aditya's name printed wrong. Yeah. All right, guys. The reason why I'm saying all these things to you is because this session is all about one thing, which is information. I don't want to use a very jazzy term called analytics and kind of make it complicated. It's all about information that makes their life easier to help coaches, information that makes the athlete's life easier to help them win. I think that's what analytics is all about. And, it's all about using data, using technology, using video, using wearable tech, anything and everything that makes you competitive, that makes you win. And how can we make players better? How can we coach better? That's all this session is all about. Anybody who's interested in tennis out here? Any tennis coaches or tennis players in the crowd, in the audience? Perfect. Do you know the Andre Agassi story, sir? Andre Agassi and Boris Becker story about the service from Boris Becker? Any idea on that? All right. I'll tell you an interesting anecdote before we start off this session. And this will give you a perspective about how we are going to talk about analytics and technology usage in sport. So, in the 90s, if you had followed tennis, Boris Becker and Andre Agassi had always had a great rivalry. And the most difficult part of, Andre Agassi's playing style was picking up which way Boris Becker is going to serve. And that was something which was really, really troubling him. And you know how he figured out, Boris Becker's serve? By looking at videos, he figured out exactly when Boris Becker is going to serve straighter versus when he's going to serve on the corner. And you know how he picked up that stat or how he picked up that trait? He was actually looking at the video and he was actually looking at Boris Becker's tongue. And he saw that when Boris Becker's tongue is straight, he will actually serve straighter. And when his tongue is kind of twisted or tilted on the left, it will go on the corner. So that's the level of detail, guys, that we're talking about here. And that's the level of analysis that goes into sport these days to make it more competitive. So that's something which we're going to touch upon in this session. And I'll start off by introducing the crew out here. We have Alvin Lawrence out here. Alvin, welcome to the show. And just a brief introduction, Alvin is with Bangalore FC, with Bangalore FC for the last decade or so. And he started off as a performance analyst, and we all know what a performance analyst does. A lot of number crunching, a lot of video analysis, understanding what the players are doing on the pitch and giving feedback to the coaches. And now he's also a scout for Bangalore FC. So Alvin, welcome to the program. And a couple of notable wins that Alvin had is obviously the first I-League that Bangalore FC won in their inception session. Federation Cup titles, ISL titles, so the list is, pretty long. So welcome. Can we have a huge round of applause for Alvin? I think the next one, I don't think he needs any introduction. He is the OG of, sports analytics and technology in India. Mr. Ramakrishnan, fondly called as Ramki. Ramki sir heads sports mechanics, one of the oldest or maybe the first in India, the technology company that started off sports analytics and sports technology. And we are going as long as the John Wright and Saurav Ganguly days when Indian cricket was kind of at its peak, starting to rise. And Mr. Ramki has so many notable wins, which is it's hard to keep a count on. 2007 World Cup win, the T20 World Cup, inaugural one. 2011 one, which all the Dhoni fans here can rejoice in the room. And then Champions Trophy, and the list goes on and on and on. And he's also worked with so many IPL teams as well. So Ramki sir, welcome. It's a pleasure to have you on board. And then we have another good friend of mine, Aditya Chakravarti. I've known him for more than a decade as well. He has been on the forefront of using technology in sports for a long, long time. Notable, pieces of work that he's done is with Indian hockey team, with Hockey India. And he's, been a part of so many titles along with Hockey India as well. Pardon me? He started off with Mr. Ramki as well, so yeah, that's why I told that he's the OG, sports analytics guy out here in the panel. And yeah, Aditya has worked across multiple sports as well, and now he's heading, the analytics division for FC Madras. So huge round of applause for Aditya as well. Awesome. So yeah, just to start off, Ramki sir, I think it's fair to start with you because your journey has been a huge one in this industry. And, a generic question to start off, maybe when you started off in this industry in the early 2000s, what were the key challenges that you faced, as a person who's trying to promote analytics in sports from a coaching perspective or from a perspective of, showing technology to people who may not have seen that before? And, what kind of changes it brought to the system? And, what were some of the notable case studies that you could share with the audience?
Sure. Vanakkam. Good evening, everyone. Thank you, KPMG, for inviting us and sharing our experience and knowledge. So when I ஆரம்பிச்சது வந்து 2000ல I was a banker, and உங்கள மாதிரி for each of the athlete here I was also wanting to play for India. I was playing serious cricket, professional cricket. Got my school admission, through sports quota, college admission through sports quota, and got my first job with Indian Bank, in the sports quota. Played for Indian Bank, captain Indian Bank, played up to junior state, won the state bubbles, faded out after that. அதுக்கப்புறம் it kind of hit me as to what I was doing with my career. சரி என்ன பண்ணலாம் அப்படின்னு சொல்லுங்க, சரி டெக்னாலஜிக்குள்ளே போகலாம், அப்போ தான் டெக்னாலஜி இதாக இருந்தது. ஸோ இப்போ டெக்னாலஜி உள்ளே போகலாம் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி ஐ ஜாயின்ட் அ டெக்னாலஜி கோர்ஸ் வித் IBM. And concentrate பண்ண முடியல, so I took a sabbatical leave from the bank and then joined them. And then one of my friend was starting a payment gateway. So he said, Ramki, you don't look like a banker at all. Come and join us as a marketing manager. So I went and joined them as a marketing manager. Married, 34, with 2 daughters, straight from public sector to private sector, just believing in my own abilities. So I made the jump. அங்கே போனால் 2000 .com bubble burst. So all the plans got shelved of a payment gateway. So I was asked the question, என்ன போறீங்க நீங்க அப்படின்ட்டு. As a domain expert, you know only sports. I said I'll stick to sports and technology. I said I'll convert sports and technology. அப்போ தான் ஃபஸ்ட்டு visual based coaching we introduced in India. For 100,000 athletes, I have analyzed with all the top coaches in the world. Apra news spread around. John Wright heard of me and he gave me an opportunity. He said, Ramki, Indian team la or vacancy irukku as an analyst. Do you want to join? Money is not great, but I said no Indian would refuse that offer. I'm on board straight away. So I joined the Indian team in 2003. So join பண்ணும்போது வந்து எனக்கு வந்து it was more of skill development. I was working more on the skill side. So technique improvement, biomechanics, all that side of it I was working on. Once I joined the team, I realized that it was not technique, but it is about winning. And I realized that it is not about winning with data. That is where I can be different than others. So யாருமே அது பண்ணல, அதனால I thought I should get into that, and that really gave me an edge over others, and I got widely accepted within the team. So நம்ம ஊரில் எல்லாமே வந்து ஃபர்ஸ்ட் கொஸ்டின் இஸ், நீ போன உடனே இந்தியன் டீமில் எல்லாரும் லேப்டாப் வச்சு என்ன பண்ண போகிறாங்க, how is he going to add value to what we are doing? ஸோ யாரும் என்கிட்ட வந்து பேசக்கூட இல்லை, எல்லாமே நான் வாட்டுக்கு ஓரமாக உட்காந்துட்டு பண்ணியிருந்தேன், லேப்டாப் வச்சு பண்ணியிருந்தேன். But they didn't realize. First tour was Australia tour. நான் போனபோது சௌரவ் கங்குலியிட்ட கேட்டேன், எப்படி நீங்கள் ப்ரிப்பேர் பண்ணுவீங்க இதெல்லாம், ராகுல் டிராவிட்ட கேட்டேன். ஸோ அவர் என்ன சொன்னார் அப்படின்னா, டீம் மீட்டிங்கில் நாங்கள் எல்லாம் கோச் ரூமில் அசம்பிள் பண்ணுவோம், நிறையா ஃப்ரெஞ்ச் ஃப்ரைஸு சமோசாலாம் சாப்பிடுவோம், சாப்பிட்டு லாஸ்ட் 5 minutesல நாளைக்கு ரொம்ப இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் கேமு எல்லாம் சீரியஸாக ஆடணும் அப்படின்ட்டு, தட் வாஸ் கேம் ப்ரிப்பரேஷன் அப்படின்னாங்க. ஐ வாஸ் ஷாக் பிகாஸ் வி ப்ரிப்பேர்ட் வெல் ஃபார் அ கிளப் சைட். அப்புறம் ஐ ஆஸ் சரவ், உங்களுக்கு ESPNல யாராவது தெரியுமா அப்படின்னா, நான் இந்தியா ஆஸ்திரேலியா ஆஸ்திரேலியா இங்கிலாந்து சீரீஸ் இருக்கு, அதோட டேப்ஸ் வாங்கிட்டு வர முடியுமா அப்படின்ட்டு. அப்போல்லாம் VHS tapes, I don't know whether how many of you know VHS tapes. Those days it was VHS tapes. So my first week in Australia, அந்த டேப்லேருந்து I was digitizing it and mining that videos and getting the information about the opponents. So when I presented to the team, that was the first time ever in the history of Indian cricket, opposition intelligence was presented in a visual manner, and the team absorbed it and were very thrilled with the outcomes. So the first time opposition intelligence கொடுக்கிறது ரொம்ப important. இன்னைக்கு கூட lot of people are talking about sports science and a lot of things, but there is data science along with sports science which makes a difference. In certain sports, knowing your opponent is important. How well you know your opponent? So I can confidently say, if you give me 30 or 40 games of yours, of your opponent, I can help increase your win probability by 40%. That's the edge what data can provide. So அன்னைக்கு வந்து யாருமே அதை வந்து ஒன்றும் நான் பேசினா யாருக்கும் புரியாது. ஈவன் IPL டீம்ஸ் எல்லாம் போகும்போது ஃபர்தர் டவுன். When I went to Sports Authority of India, I'll talk about 2 case studies with feathers in my cap. One was Sehwag got a first 300 in Multan. So he was not scoring runs in Pakistan. He was down. And I was analyzing his video. அவர் நல்லா பண்ணியிருந்த போது வீடியோ பார்த்துருந்தேன். And out of form இருக்கும்போது என்ன, what is the, trying to see whether there is any change in his technique. And பார்க்கும்போது I found a difference. His spline angle, his back angle was 45 degrees when he was playing well. And it had come down to 30 degrees when he was not playing well. And he was not aware of it. So on those days we didn't have internet and mobile and all that. So I had the pleasure of making Sachin, Sehwag, Ganguly and all wait outside my room. So I called up Sehwag, are you working on your stance? He said, no. Why? I said, I wanted to see some videos. And I showed it to him. It kind of struck him as to what he was doing. He was able to remodel, and quickly he got scoring runs, and he got a 100, and he had the heart to dedicate it to me. So இதெல்லாம் முடிச்சிட்டு first tourலாம் முடிச்சிட்டு buoyed with that confidence. I always wanted to be in multiple sport because I just love sport. I played every possible sport, and when I was young I played every sport, and so I went to Sports Authority of India. Tell me somebody who's not going to qualify for Olympics. And அவங்க சொன்னாங்க, you take Sahana Kumari, high jumper, she's not expected to qualify for Olympics. She really lucky. So we worked with her for about 400 jumps in NS Patiala. எனக்கு ஹை ஜம்பை பற்றி ஒன்றுமே தெரியாது. அந்த 400 ஜம்ப்லேருந்து பேட்டர்ன் எஸ்டாப்ளிஷ் பண்ணோம். That every time she was hitting the bar, her takeoff point was close to the bar. So in the point வந்து திருப்பி again I went to the coach and the athlete, they were not aware. அவங்களுக்கு ஸ்ட்ரைக்கே ஆகல. When I showed it to them, they were shocked. Because naked eye coaching. So naked eye coaching, it's got its own limitations. So when they saw the video, they were able to see that, and within a month, you won't believe it, she qualified for Olympics. With just a handycam, வெறும் ஒரு handycam camera வச்சுட்டு, how one can enable somebody to qualify for Olympics. I mean, these are important milestones in my career, which I just cherish. Because ஒன்றுமே தெரியாத ஸ்போர்ட்டு, I was just beginning, but I was confident that I can produce an outcome. So அதே மாதிரி multiple sport, multiple experiences, ஒவ்வொரு வாட்டியும் ஒவ்வொரு போது அதே மாதிரி ஒலிம்பிக்ஸுக்கு 2012 ஒலிம்பிக்ஸ் we worked with weightlifting, boxing, athletics, table tennis, எல்லா ஸ்போர்ட்டுக்கும் பண்ணோம் பெர்ஃபார்மன்ஸ் சைடில். ஸோ என்னோட கலீக் ஒருத்தர் அனுப்பிச்சிருந்தோம் NS பட்டியாலாக்கு டு ஒர்க் வித் துரோணாச்சாரியா சாந்து. ஸோ ஃபோன் பண்ணிவிட்டு எனக்கு டெஸ்பரேட் கால், சார் என்ன ஒரு மனுஷனாகவே மதிக்க மாட்டேன்றார், என்னை பார்க்க கூட மாட்டேன்றார், என் கூட பேச மாட்டேன்றார், நான் எப்படி சார் பண்ணுறது, வாட் ஷுட் ஐ டூ அப்படின்னு. ஐ செட், வாட் ஆர் யூ டூயிங்? இல்லை சார், எல்லாரோட பாக்ஸர்ஸோட வீடியோ, திஸ் இஸ் 1 month பிஃபோர் த ஒலிம்பிக்ஸ். ஸோ ஜஸ்ட் லிவிங் ஃபார் ஒலிம்பிக்ஸ் 1 month பிஃபோர் இஸ் சேயிங் ஐ எம் டேக்கிங் வீடியோஸ் ஆஃப் த பாக்ஸர்ஸ் அண்ட் ஷோயிங் தெம் வாட் தே வர் டூயிங். ஐ செட், யூ பி கிளாட் தட் இஸ் நாட் த்ரோன் யூ அவுட். என்ன சார் சொல்கிறீங்க அப்படின்னா, இல்லைப்பா 1 month பிஃபோர் த ஒலிம்பிக்ஸ் ஏன் போய் கன்ஃபியூஸ் பண்ணுற, இப்போ அப்போசிஷனோட வீடியோஸ் கொடுத்தா அவருக்கு இட் வில் பி மோர் இன்ட்ரெஸ்டிங் ஃபார் தெம். உடனே சார் பாக்ஸிங் வீடியோலாம் கிடைக்காது சார் அப்படின்னாங்க. இப்போ தேடுப்பா, யூடியூப்பில் தேடு, எங்கே எவனா கடை எல்லாம் தேடி கண்டுபிடிச்சு கம்பைல் பண்ணு, அப்போசிஷன் வீடியோ ஒவ்வொரு ஆப்போனண்ட்டை பற்றியும் ஒரு டாசியர் கிரியேட் பண்ணு, கொடுத்து அப்புறம் சார்ந்துட்டு போய் காமி அப்படின்னு. அதை எக்ஸாக்டாக பண்ணோடனே ஃப்ரம் தட் டே a great coach became a fanboy of ours. He was absolutely convinced the work we were doing. So எல்லாமே நிறைய பண்ண we learned about every sport. I know every sport is different. And you're all very, very lucky to have an SDAT which is taking phenomenal initiatives to improve the coaching standards, to change coaching, make it more scientific. But எல்லா இடத்துலையுமே கோச்சிங் கம்யூனிட்டி எல்லா ஸ்போர்ட்லையுமே ஒரே பிஹேவியர் தான். எனிதிங் நியூ, ரெசிஸ்டன்ஸ் டு சேஞ்ச். அது இனிஷியலாக அப்படி தான் இருக்கும். அந்த இனிபிஷன் பிரேக் ஆகிற வரைக்கும் இப்படி தான் இருக்கும். ஏன்னா இந்தியன் டீமில் கேட்டாங்க, நீ என்ன கிரிக்கெட் ஆடிருக்க எங்கள்கிட்ட வந்து சொல்கிறதுக்கு அப்படின்ட்டு. திஸ் இஸ் அ காமன் கொஸ்டின் எல்லாத்துலேயுமே. அனலிட்டிக்ஸு, இன்சூரன்ஸு, பேங்கிங், எங்கே போனாலும் நான் 20 வருஷம் இந்த இண்டஸ்ட்ரியில் இருக்கேன், எனக்கே வந்து நீ இன்சைட் கொடுக்குறியா, சூரியனுக்கே டார்ச்சா அப்படின்ற மாதிரிலாம் சொல்லுவாங்க. But once they realize what value we can provide, then their acceptance becomes much more different. So all the coaches here, please accept an analyst if he's traveling with you, if there is an analyst, because he's got a skill which is very different to what you have. எல்லாமே ரொம்ப இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் தான். என்ன கட் ஃபீல், இன்ட்யூஷன் மோஸ்ட் இம்பார்ட்டன்ட். உங்களோட கட் ஃபீல், உங்களோட இன்ட்யூஷன் இஸ் மோஸ்ட் இம்பார்ட்டன்ட். அதோட சேர்த்து டேட்டாவும் நீங்கள் ஆட் பண்ணீங்கன்னா யூ வில் பிகம் அன் அன்பீட்டபிள் நெக்ஸ்ட் ஜென்ரேஷன் கோச். ஸோ இது வந்து ரொம்ப இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் டு அப்சார்ப், அடாப்ட் அண்ட் பிகம் அ நியூ ஜென்ரேஷன் கோச் which can provide tremendous opportunities for you to deliver outcomes. If you are becoming a next generation coach, delivering value, the players, you will get the players buy-in, most important. நீங்க என்ன பெரிய கோச்சா இருந்தாலும் பிளேயரோட buy-in இல்லைன்னா you can't deliver. So it's very important to have the same. எல்லாமே இப்போ ராகுல் டிராவிட் வந்து கோச்சிங் சேர்ந்த போது என்கிட்ட வந்து சொன்னார், ராம்கி இந்த ஏரியாலாம் எங்களுக்கு ஜாஸ்தி தெரியாது, we are challenged, you have to help us அப்படின்னாரு. And he gave instruction to BCCI that the analyst should always stay next to his room in all the tours. அப்புறம் ஒரு வருஷம் கழிச்சு I met him at a function and he said, okay, I asked him, how are you using it? He said, Ramki, it is a fantastic tool. Because when I start the conversation with the athletes, when they know that I am talking from data, armed with data, their acceptance, their buy-in is much higher. So it gives me a new tool to really reach out to the minds of the players. So these are the use cases and yeah.
Exceptional, sir. Thank you so much. I think that was, brilliantly articulated story from your, initial days of struggle to where it is now. And I'm sure that, all the coaches today will be much more adept to kind of, accepting technology. And I think what also helps, sir, is the key takeaway is that, during your time, like you spoke about VHS, obviously it tells you how old we are. But then, the athletes today, they have the benefit of, I think Abhishek spoke about a simple Android phone or an iPhone. That is something which really helps the athlete today, because you don't need those high-end video cameras that we used to carry a long time back. Technology has become more accessible, and this kind of becomes your evidence-based training approach, and that kind of is a big key takeaway from what I understood from what you spoke. And I think that is something which I'm sure a lot of these coaches and the athletes sitting in the audience will, take back as a learning from today's session from you, sir. Thank you. Awesome. Aditya, I'll come to you next. Well, your list of achievements, man, it's humongous. What do I say? It's 2014 Asian Games gold, 2018 Asian Games bronze, 2014 Commonwealth Games silver, 2016 Champions Trophy silver, 2016 Asian Champions Trophy gold, 2017 Asia Cup gold medal, and the 2016 FIH Juniors Hockey World Cup. So, there's so many achievements, and I'm sure that, data analytics and your role would have definitely had a key role to play in this success as well. So I just wanted to understand from you, was there any specific data-driven analytical approach which led to transformation in Hockey India, in the teams that you worked with? And can you share some case study of what kind of helped them do some changes in either technique or strategy that kind of helped them win?
Thanks for having me on this stage. I feel extremely proud to share this space with people who I've already known for a lot of years now. To answer your question, I started in hockey in 2011. I worked with Loughborough Hockey, and then I went to England under 21 men's before I came back to India and started working on different assignments. I was 23 years old when I started working with the Indian national team, and I think that itself, for a lot of us in this room, will be a dream. And my career is such that I've worked in two sports that I've never played. Okay, so I've only played cricket, but I've worked in hockey and football. But probably because I played to my strengths, that was analytics, it took me wherever I am today. So back then in 2013, there was a lot of resistance. First question, like Ramki sir mentioned, when I go to the coaches with some insights, the first question will be like, are you going to teach me? And this is not, coaches at local level that we're talking to. We're talking about players who've represented the nation in multiple tournaments. They've turned into coaches. They have experience of working at various levels. So one thing that I was very particular about was perseverance. I knew that the time will come when people will understand the importance of it. And I just put my head down and just kept working. So one thing that I did set up in Hockey India was the practice to collect data. And we're talking about 2013. Okay, at that time we didn't have enough software support and all that. So I still remember I used to sit with a spreadsheet and I used to draw tallies. The intention behind that was I knew that if I go to a coach or a player and I talk to him about a technique, probably he's going to quash it straight away because he's played the sport, he has the experience and all that. But if there was one area where I could make them understand what I was trying to say was data. So, I started collecting from the basics to an extent where by the time it was 2019 and I was about to leave Hockey India, we were collecting nearly 800 data points per player from every game. I still remember I used to sit after the game, I'll come to my hotel room, I'll start working at 10 p.m. I'll finish at 4 a.m. while the entire team is sleeping, and I'll send out the reports and I go to bed. And next day morning, the players know that where they can go find the videos and all that. So a couple of things, lots of experiences there, but one memory that does mean very special to me was 2014 Asian Games finals. Okay, and we were playing against Pakistan, which had won the 2010 Asian Games. And all of us know that if you win the Asian Games gold, you qualify for the Olympics. And there was lots of pressure because we hadn't won the Asian Games medal for 16 years before that. And we go into the finals and we get scored against. Okay, and we are 1-0 down and there's lots of pressure going on. And I still remember Kotajit Singh deflecting and getting a goal. And then he jumps nearly 4 feet up in the air and, we're ecstatic. And the final buzzer goes. And now I feel the most confident person in that arena when it went 1-1 final whistle was me. Because I know the game was going into shootouts and we had done our homework. I knew if this game went to shootouts, we are winning the gold medal. Because in every training session before, leading up to the Olympics, we had practiced more than 200 shootouts. We had given the opportunity to multiple athletes and we picked our best 5 shootout takers. And it so happened that in the semi-finals, Pakistan played against Malaysia and they went into shootouts. So now there was an arsenal. We knew what the weakness of the goalkeeper was. So when we did go into the game, into the shootouts, we knew where we were going to score. And we scored all 4 and Pakistan only scored 2 and we win the historic medal.
Excellent, that's amazing.
The story of hockey. I went and met Michael Nobbs, was the Gen hockey coach. I told him, I introduced myself and said, this is what I've done in cricket and I would like to do the same in hockey in 2011. And so he said, he being an Australian was pretty aware of cricket and he said, I'll support you whatever help you want, we'll provide you, but yes, let's see what you can contribute. And that's when we started with hockey. We didn't have any software, nothing, just self-belief that we can deliver value. Like Adi said, whether with a camera or with an Excel sheet, you can contribute if you want to contribute. So we started there. And so we recruited Adi. At that point of time, he had completed his Loughborough graduation and come back and joined us there. London Olympics. And we qualified for Olympics. After 6 months with the team, luckily for us, it gave us a case study. We qualified for the London Olympics. The team qualified and we played an integral role there. And after the Olympics, we did a study on how important data is, right? In terms of rolling substitutions. The data was not collected by us, but we analyzed and we got the data. The whole of Olympics, 2012, London Olympics, Germany made 480 substitutions. On an average, a German player played only for 4 minutes on the field. India made 240 substitutions in the whole of Olympics London. And our 6 or 7 players played the entire game. Compared to German athletes' fitness standards, compared to our fitness standards, they are playing only 4 minutes. And everybody was aware that they were going to be on an average only for 4-5 minutes. So full burst during that period. And they were not predictable because with all these video analysis and other things, everybody has a pattern. And you can establish patterns very easily. If you are predictable, you are gone in today's world. Your chance of winning gets decreased. So these are all the important data points. Even today, the rolling substitution data is not being collected. It's not being collected. It's so valuable data, but it's not being collected today. Tell me, I see a lot of hockey coaches here. Rolling substitution data points do you collect it today? Yes, if you can raise your hands if you're collecting it.
Any hockey coaches who would like to answer that question?
Yeah, there was one hockey coach who worked with us. Are you collecting rolling substitution data? So very vital data points like these. There is an explosion of data happening around the athlete. So இதெல்லாம் எப்படி collect பண்ண போறோம்? What technology you're going to use? It's not about the technology, it's about collecting the data, what you want. And most importantly, what you're going to do with the data. Collected data நம்ம எப்படி பண்ண போறோம்? இப்போ AMS இன்ஸ்டால் பண்ணியாச்சு, அதுல data populate பண்ணோம். அந்த data வச்சிட்டு நம்ம என்ன, what is the inference we're going to get from that? So that is very, very important of collecting the data, the discipline of inputting the data in the right manner, in a standardized manner. That's very, very important. Otherwise, a lot of these investments go waste because people don't adopt to it. So that's why I'm saying that the implementation of the whole thing is very critical to the success of the whole platform.
Very interesting, sir. Thank you, and thanks, Adi, for sharing all that interesting bit of information. I think 2 key takeaways is obviously practice makes one perfect, which is a famous saying in sport and in life as well. And plus, I think one really interesting takeaway which I understood and which I've also experienced personally is that the analyst is just a facilitator, an enabler. Technology as well is just an enabler, guys. So all coaches out here, we have a natural tendency of thinking that, the technology is going to come and replace me as a coach or it's going to make my job harder. Whereas it's the opposite. It only makes your job more easier. And I think it makes decision-making more easier for you with all data points that you collect. So I think that's something which I definitely would advocate for usage of technology in sport. Coming to my friend Alvin here, who's been quiet for a while. So I think, Alvin, your story is very, very different than these 2 gentlemen out here. I think with you, it's the opposite. You tasted success quite early. The first season itself that you worked with Bengaluru FC, they won the I-League. Subsequently, they won a lot of other titles as well. So it must have been a completely different experience for you in terms of, looking at what is those, finer moments that you can kind of focus on and maybe help the team. So, a quick question to you would be, how does analytics influence scouting and player development? And, what kind of key metrics do you use for talent identification?
So, hi everyone, good evening. I'm going to keep it short. So, more of analytics substantiated with video is what we look at. Because there's a lot of numbers out there, especially in football. But if those numbers do not have a video, it becomes more or less pointless. Especially when you're looking at XGs in football or you're looking at key passes. So these are things that you would like to see how a player has played under pressure. So when it comes down to scouting, the first thing we look at is in terms of the tactical side of the understanding of a player. Does he have the physiological side of it, the psychological, and the technical side? So these are 4 key metrics that we look at, but analytics just helps substantiate these things and it just helps make it a lot more easier. And just the way listening to Ramki sir and listening to Aditya as well, there has been a lot of resistance. Not a lot, but there is resistance somewhere in I think all sports, I see a pattern here as well, but it is getting better. Like when I started in 2013, I was probably the second analyst in the whole country. And luckily for me, I had someone who was from England, who was tech-driven, tech-savvy, so it made life easier. So that way, now we've got a team of analysts. There are people that are very data-centric. Coaches are getting onto the scouting side of things. So yeah, that's more or less how it helps. And again, it just helps you with patterns, like Ramki sir said. It gives you patterns. So it just helps you narrow down the good players from the not so good players.
Interesting. What also helps is the team winning as well, right? I think that's a big factor. Because you wouldn't want to be a part of a dressing room which lost a game or a final or whatever, because I've been in one and I know how, it kind of looks like a funeral to me. When you go inside that dressing room, nobody talks to anybody, everybody is sad, and that's where, sport is such a big leveler.
The dressing room is very different when the team is winning.
Absolutely.
And the dressing room is very different when the team is losing. And for me, when I joined the team, fortunately for us, we had the early momentum. So it was a pleasant experience. And then I settled down quietly into the whole thing. And then we had the disastrous 2007 World Cup.
Oh, yes. Who can forget that? Interesting. Adi, I'll come back to you since you mentioned about when you started off in this career, right? And you were just 23 years old. A quick question would be, what's one piece of advice that you would give to young analysts who are working in this field today, based on your experience and how you entered this field when you were so young, right? So what is that one piece of advice that you would like to give from your, background and experiences that you have had in this field?
Well, I think it goes for any field. I would say don't be shy to, fold your shirts and just get into the grind. The fundamentals are extremely important. So when I was doing video analysis without a video analysis software, and I still remember that I was working with VLC Media Player, snipping videos, and then making them into compilations and all that. And then I was doing the stats on a spreadsheet. And when the software came and I started making use of it, I knew if I was collecting a data point, what was the purpose behind it? Because, it's not about who collects more amount of data. It's about who creates meaningful insights out of it. So as I was collecting this data, I knew in back of my mind that why I'm collecting this data. So if you saw my collection, I'll have like humongous amount of data, but at the same time, I knew if a coach asked me a certain question, to answer that, I will have the set of data ready.
Very interesting. Yeah, I think that's something which is really important, because, a lot of people, and if I may, take sports as an example in terms of a career option, right? So a lot of people from the outside think that it's such a cool option to have, right? Such a cool career. It's going to be fun. You're going to be rubbing shoulders with players and superstars. But, only the guys working in the setup, they understand how hard it is. And I think that's what probably Aditya has touched upon in terms of, it's a lot of hard work and a lot of behind the scenes work that goes into making the teams that they are. To make them win is not easy. It takes a lot of effort, data and number crunching, video analysis, looking for those finer elements, and I think that is something which is really critical.
So early days, nobody understood the role of an analyst. Nobody, when I went and said, I'm an analyst, I can help you with this, they never understood. So I remember when IPL started, I traveled to all the IPL teams, went and met all the team management, all the team owners, and we'll ask them, have you seen the movie Moneyball? And most of them will say no. So I used to carry a DVD of Moneyball, and I used to say them, watch this movie, and then we'll come back for a discussion. Because what can I discuss commercial when they don't know the value what we can add? Because anything is, if I say is going to be expensive, because they don't understand the real value which we can bring. So that movie Moneyball, if all the coaches, I would urge you to see that movie. It will help you to understand why data is important in any sport. So it's important for every coach or every athlete to see that movie, Moneyball, Brad Pitt movie. So please see that.
I mean, just to give it a more Indian context, even if you saw the movie Dangal, you would see video analysis a huge part of what Amir Khan did in the end. And, they were using CD players and, taking videos and going to the hotel room to analyze. So that's the Indian equivalent of Moneyball, if I may put it that way. All right, Alvin, coming to you again. As a scout, if budget was no constraint, what kind of tech will you implement tomorrow?
Piece of pen and paper, man. It's the most easiest thing to do. If you've got your, if your apps are not around, if your phone switches off, your phone dies, just a normal piece of paper, and that's the easiest way to go about it.
Interesting. And, if you could analyze any other sport than the one which you are doing currently, what would that be?
Cricket, perhaps?
That's a popular choice.
You have a job straight away.
Thank you. Interesting. All right, a few fun questions, and then maybe we'll open it to the audience as well. Okay, maybe I'll start with Alvin again. All right. So your go-to snack during a late night data crunch?
Masala peanuts.
Masala peanuts. Okay, interesting. All right. Interesting. Ramki sir, if sports analytics was a movie, what would it be its title?
In fact, there's a company which wanted to make a movie on me and they wanted to name it as Jadugar Ramki.
Wow. Interesting. I think if there are any, aspiring producers in the room sitting, taking notes, maybe he's the man to go after, this conversation.
I think we should name it Mission Impossible.
That's a good one. All right. One more for you, Adi, before we take it to the audience. If you could add one quirky metric to track, what would that be? Anything which is really interesting and which you feel is, completely out of the blue?
I think if you look at my dashboard, it's all quirky. It's just crazy ideas that strike you at midnight and then you just go, okay, let's build this. So I don't have a personal favorite.
All right, interesting. Yeah, I think it's probably the same answer that I've heard with every analyst. They just keep coming up with different insights altogether, thinking that this is the greatest insight ever. And yeah, I think that's the way we operate as analysts, because we feel that the work that we do is probably really, really extensive, and it's there to be shown. All right, interesting. I'm a little wary of time as well, and I would like to open questions for the audience. Anybody would like to ask questions to these gentlemen? I see a hand raised there. Yes, ma'am, there's a mic coming up.
Hi, good evening. That was a really interesting session. So my question goes out in terms of research at the grassroots level. So we understand there's a lot of sports science research that's available, data that's available, but at the grassroots level, these coaches do not have access to an analyst or anyone from the sports science panel. So it's just the coach, just the athlete. And what can we do at this grassroots level where we can get this research up to the athlete? How can we translate this research data in that scenario? It goes out to all the panelists, anybody who wants to.
Yeah, so having done data collection at the enterprise level for big organizations like the BCCI, multiple boards, multiple state associations, common problem is grassroots. How do we collect data? How do we do it in a cost-effective manner? In today's world, that's become much, much more easier than before because you have connectivity, internet is there. So all you have to do is, like what Binakia said in the morning, all you need is an Android phone. It's got a 4K video there. Shoot the video, upload it onto the internet. Your coach can be anywhere in the world. Coach need not be there right on the field. It can be anywhere in the world, providing inputs, feedback to the local coach. Because it is impossible for you to have experts in every city, every district. It's not evolved so much, right? So we have to make use of the technology in such a way that the data flows in from everywhere and it's collected at a central place. And we have a central platform which the SDAT can provide, which they have done with the AMS, starting with the AMS. I think that can be extended to multiple disciplines in terms of collecting the data from a technique perspective, from a game strategy perspective. Data can be used for 4 purposes. One is for game strategy, one is for selection, auction, I remember with the Tamilnadu hockey team, I introduced two parameters. In hockey, leg strength and leg power and leg strength are the most important parameters. So we use that as a selection criteria. A very, very quantitative stuff. It was a very quantitative way of eliminating players. And the official said that you made my life easier because I get pressure from multiple sources. So I use this to a great advantage. Second is the game strategy playbook. Third is your fan engagement piece. So how the data can be used for multiple purposes. If the data is there, it can help you to win. The data is there, it can accelerate skill development. Because when I played, it took me 15 years for me to mature as a cricketer. But today's world, how do we unlock the new possibilities? I'm sure the AMS, which the SDAT has introduced, is going to unlock new possibilities. It's going to accelerate the development of the athletes. Provided everybody adopts to it. Every coach, every athlete adopts to it. They should have the mental discipline of inputting the data there. So once the data starts flowing, setting up the data pipelines, once the data flow starts flowing in, the kind of impact on the grassroots is very, very easy. So you can actually personalize coaching to every individual. It's not one size fits all. So when you start collecting data, it is personalized coaching, analytics-driven coaching. So coaching, it's a completely new definition of coaching because it's not about some big hockey player or a cricket player coming and telling you how to bat or how to bowl or how to catch a hockey stick. But it's about collecting data about the particular athlete and then providing insights to that athlete and accelerating his development life cycle.
Thank you so much.
I'll probably just add to that, but I'll promise I'll keep it short. All of us in this room should not underestimate our role in producing that player who's going to play in 2036 Olympics. Okay, the national player who plays for Indian team is coming from a district or a region that's close to us, and probably one of these coaches are working with them. And obviously analytics has evolved over years. It is not just what happens on the field. So at FC Madras, we collect data right from the point when the player wakes up in the morning, and we record his wellness, and then he goes to the training session. We rig the player with Player Maker, so we track all the data points in respect to GPS, and then after the session, we collect their RPE, and obviously then there is injury records and all that. So right now, I've not even spoken anything about video. Okay, that is just on-field performance. But for the player to perform on the field, there are so many factors that may affect. We may say that a player is, super pumped up to go play the finals. On the way to the game, he gets a phone call that the girlfriend's breaking up, and then his performance also drops. I'm just giving that as a silly point, but there's so much that goes on before the player gets on the field. And with whatever means we have, for example, the wellness, you don't need a device or anything, We can even just take the wellness rating saying how long does he sleep, what was the quality of sleep, and so on. So it is available. It's about us exploring, reaching out to people for help. And I think in today's age, it is very, very much accessible.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Adi. I think some really pertinent points there. And I think kudos to Meghnad sir for introducing the AMS. I think that's a great start, to be honest. And from there, it'll only go upwards. And I think that is the most common basic point to start from. Collecting data, collecting information. And as and when you kind of do that, you get a lot of reference points to kind of go back to from an athlete standpoint. And I think that's where we can kind of look at maximizing that benefit. All right, guys, I think maybe time for just one last question, ma'am, if that's okay.
Yeah, sure.
All right.
One last one, maybe. Any questions?
Any more questions, guys? Anyone? I know it's a long day, but yeah, we can have one more. If not, then maybe...
Okay, one last line, which all of you coaches and athletes should remember. In this new age era, it is winning with data. So doing it the smarter way, and from this region, analytics, Tamilnadu is known for its analytics in business. in multiple industries, I think in sports also. I don't know how many people are aware, 80% of the world's cricket analytics is done by companies from Chennai. 80% of the world's cricket analytics is done by companies from Chennai. There are a few companies in Chennai which has done that for long, and I'm sure that we can extend to multiple sport, because if you do one sport, then you can easily replicate in multiple sport. So there is no need to look at foreign contributions here. India is known for analytics, India is known for technology, and there is a lot of concept about the Atmanirbhar and being dependent, self-dependent. So I'm sure that all the federations, everybody can work with Indian companies, encourage Indian companies, and then we can be the best in the world.
Awesome, sir. Thank you so much. I think that was a great way to end the session. Yeah, Make in India is huge, and I think this is the time for India to kind of be in the forefront of sports and tech and analytics as well. Big thank you to the audience as well for patiently listening. I know it's the last session of the day and it's a really long day today as well. So thanks a lot for all your patience. A really big thank you to all my panelists out here. It was really insightful and, loved interacting with you. And obviously I know all of you personally, but, getting that experience out of you is such a amazing thing to do in front of an audience like this. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. I'm going to quickly request Mr. V. Manigandan, DRO, STAT, to kindly come forward and felicitate the gentleman on the dais. It was a very interesting conversation. You know what they say? We save the best for the last. That's how this session turned out. Not just for athletes, coaches and teams, even for sports broadcasters, sports presenters like me. I think I couldn't imagine a world without sports analysts. Thank you for all the great work that you guys have done. And here's hoping that it only gets bigger and better from here. A big round of applause for them. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Going to request all of you all to just come together for a quick photo op. While they get their pictures clicked, a quick reminder to all the SDAT coaches and officials, please stay back. We have a meeting lined up for all of you all this evening, so requesting all of you all to kindly stay back. And thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you so much. And up next, I'd like to welcome Ms. Jayashree, consultant SDAT, to kindly present the closing remarks.
To conclude day one of the Tamilnadu Sports Conclave 2025, today has truly set the tone for the future of sports in our state. The day began with an inauguration of TASCON by the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister and the launch of Sports Tamilnadu Athletic Management System, a first of its kind initiative to digitally maintain a comprehensive performance record of sportspersons across the state, followed by an insightful session on coaching and high performance ecology, where our distinguished speakers emphasized the importance of clear goal setting and reminded us that true motivation comes from enjoying the game. In the Fireside chat on leagues, legacy and beyond, we heard perspectives on how leagues and state authorities can work together and how leagues can play a vital role in reviving and sustaining sports ecosystem. Post-lunch, discussions on AI across the sporting universe highlighted the role of technology in talent identification, grassroots monetization and performance enhancement, aptly summarized as what gets measured gets delivered. This was followed by the most engaging session on empowering women in sports, where we reflected on personal journeys and addressed several women-specific needs that still required attention. The day concluded with a thought-provoking discussion on the evolution of analytics in sports, underlining how data continues to reshape modern sport. I hope today's session was meaningful and enriching. As we return back, let us reflect, deliberate, and act upon the ideas we take back. Thank you all, and I look forward to welcoming you tomorrow for another exciting session at TASCON 2025. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for so beautifully wrapping up day one here at the Tamilnadu Sports Conclave 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for being a wonderful audience. We'll see you all again tomorrow, same place. We begin sharp at 10 a.m. and our first session is going to be all about sports psychology. So see you all again tomorrow. Have a great evening ahead. Thank you.
Good evening. All SJT officers, coaches, please stay back. Rest of them, please, you may disperse now. Or hostel girls, you may also disperse. Bus is waiting. Thank you.
SDAT coaches and DSOs can come forward. Others can leave quickly. Music off. Make it quick so that we can all disperse soon. Water bottle. Camera persons can stop. Camera stop பண்ணுங்க. This is an internal session. You can end it. Can I request Torque also to stay back? We'll call you when it is over. Huh?
இங்கே உட்காந்து பேசலாம்